Okay, good. Okay, we'll convene the Committee on Finance. Today is Friday, January 12th, and we have, first up for us is Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha and Happy New Year, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Committee on Finance. I'm Nadine Ando. I'm the director of the DCCA, and I'm here with members of the department to provide testimony and answer questions relating to DCCA's budget request for the fiscal year 2025. We appreciate this opportunity to come before you and as you consider our budget request, and thank you for taking the time in advance to review our request and our related submissions. We are here to briefly summarize what we are seeking in our current budget request and answer any questions you may have for us. And in that regard, I'd like to start by introducing members of the department who are here today. First, Dean Hazama, our Deputy Director, Will New, our Communications Officer, Kyle Ladau, our Legislative Coordinator, Michael Won, our Business Management Officer, Jason Horiuchi, the Program Administrator for Hawaii Post-Secondary Education Authorization Program, Tai Nohara, the Commissioner of Securities in the Business Registration Division, Randy Leong, Administrator for Cable Television Division, Michael Angelo, Consumer Advocate with the Division of Consumer Advocacy, Iris Ikeda, our Financial Institutions Commissioner, Bob Hiltner, our Information Systems Manager of the Information Systems Division, Gordon Ito, Insurance Commissioner for the Insurance Division, Denise Balanai, our Senior Hearings Officer in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Thomas Mana Moriarty, our Executive Director of the Office of Consumer Protection, Alani Kioki, Licensing Administrator with the Professional and Vocational Licensing Division, Esther Brown, Compliance and Enforcement Officer with RICO, Leo Asuncion, Chair of the PUC, and Jody Endo Chai, Executive Officer of the PUC. And they're all here.
Very good.
I hope they raise their hands. As was noted in our written submission, all the requests that we have in our request this year are ceiling increases for the use of special funds. And as we had noted in our written testimony, and I'm sure all the members of the committee are aware, the DCCA's funding source is unique among the departments, as its programs and operations are specially funded by its own revenue generation. That said, DCCA is of course mindful of the legislator's fiscal oversight of our funding and seeks to request increases in its ceilings to expend special funds to meet its operational needs and to make improvements in support of its mission to provide important commerce and consumer-related services to the public. The requests are listed on Table 6 of our submission, and I can kind of briefly go through that, but they're all on the table as noted. First, funding related to a major redesign of the department's website to include centralized complaints and inquiry management software to provide better and more efficient complaints processing and customer assistance call center. That's a $2.5 million ceiling increase for that. Funding for our captive insurance branches increased operational costs, noted as $1,175,000. Funding for various consultant costs for the PUC and for our DCA division, $1 million and $900,000 respectively. We have other IT-related funding requests, including cloud migration at $550,000, Salesforce training to enable existing IT staff to take over support and governance of Salesforce applications and the environment at $75,000, funding needed to enhance systems being used for OCP, the Voyager, at $100,000, and for RICO Impact at $100,000. funding to add one exempt position to PVL to improve processing times for nursing applications, $79,608. Funding for salary differential for ISCO's program specialist position, $41,480. And thereafter, as listed on Table 6, funding for all the various division fringe benefits to fully fund employer obligations to provide for payment of increased benefits, totaling approximately $834,000 for all divisions. So we're happy to answer any questions you may have with regard to our request, and are here today to cooperate and provide information for you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, members, we'll open up to questions. Okay, Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Director. My first set of questions surround the landlord-tenant code and what your office does as far as administering the code and helping tenants.
If specific questions, I think would be for Mana?
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Mana Moriarty. I'm Executive Director of the Office of Consumer Protection.
Okay.
Happy to be here with you this morning.
Okay. Yeah, can you tell us about what the department does as far as landlord-tenant, administering the landlord-tenant code and protection of tenants?
The Office of Consumer Protection, on behalf of the department, does not enforce the landlord-tenant code.
Okay.
Chapter 521, Hawaii Revised Statutes. What we do provide is information. So we run a residential landlord-tenant code information center, which is fully staffed by one full-time employee who answers calls from 8 to noon daily, and in the afternoons he returns calls. And this service is a service for landlords, tenants, anybody with information requests about the residential landlord-tenant code. It's a service that's provided regardless of who you are, and it's to provide information, not advocacy on behalf of one group at the expense of another.
Okay. Well, okay, regarding the cause, does anyone answer the phone?
Absolutely. Daily from 8 to 12, every call is returned within 24 hours. That's our office policy.
Okay, well, I disagree with you that anyone answers the phone. It goes straight to a voice answering system. So, what are your thoughts about that?
As far as I'm aware, the calls are answered live every morning, 8 to 12. And if the call is not answered, then it's going to be returned. There is a possibility that a call may have gone to a different OCP number, in which case it would get the answering machine. If our single full-time employee is otherwise engaged on a call, then the call may go to answering machine. And as I said, it's our office policy to return all calls within 24 hours business.
Chair, if you don't mind, this is the phone number.
Aloha. You have reached the Hawaii Residential Landlord Tenant Code
Doesn't even ring.
Information Center. Our phone and in-person services are available Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, except holidays. Calls made between these hours will be returned on the same business day in the order they are received. If you would like to leave a message, please state your name, telephone number, and a brief message. If you are calling in regards to the Hawaii Island, also known as the Big Island, please call 808-933-0910. Again, 808-933-0910. If you are calling in regards to Oahu, Kauai, Maui, Lanai, or Molokai, please remain on the line to leave your message. Thank you.
You want to change your statement about someone answering the phone calls?
No, Representative, I'm not going to change my statement. I'd be happy to invite you to our offices where you can see our full-time employee who's engaged every morning from 8 to 12 there.
Okay.
Calls to neighbor island phone numbers may also be routed to Honolulu or may be answered in person by the neighbor island staff on Hawaii Island and on Maui Island.
Okay. Well, this is not the first time I'm calling the line because I've gotten complaints from individuals or requests from individuals for landlord-tenant issues, and I don't understand why the department doesn't handle landlord-tenant complaints.
I can address that if
Sure.
you'd like. In 1975, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel at the time was engaged in a review of the Office of Consumer Protection's work, which at the time included legislative authority to advocate on behalf of indigent tenants. At the same time, the Office of Consumer Protection was running its Residential Landlord Tenant Information Center. The Office of Disciplinary Counsel found a conflict of interest there because the Office of Consumer Protection was taking in information from both landlords and tenants, and at the same time, we had statutory authority to advocate on behalf of tenants. So there was a perception that the office would be conflicted. Therefore, in 1976, this legislature removed OCP's authority to advocate on behalf of landlords or tenants. That's why we do not provide advocacy services. What we do when we come across a caller who's in need of advocacy services is we provide referrals to legal service organizations like the Legal Aid Society of Hawaii. Others include mediation services located on Oahu and on neighbor islands. So for those people who are in need of those services, we do have connections with legal service organizations.
So you're saying your advocacy is specifically limited to not landlord-tenant issues? Because people who have like contracting issues, you guys go and inspect and advocate for those individuals, right?
I defer to RICO on those contracting issues. As far as I'm aware, RICO has a neutral fact-finding role,
Okay.
but I would defer comment on that.
Okay, so I mean, is there a neutral fact-finding role that we could do in the landlord-tenant space, or is that not allowed?
The legislature has authority to legislate over DCCA. Were we to explore that, we'd be happy to talk with you further.
Okay. Okay. My last sets of questions, I guess, are on a recent lawsuit that settled, State v. Living Essentials LLC. Is that was that a case instituted by this department?
Yes, it was, the Office of Consumer Protection.
Okay. So the first thing I'm trying to look at is on the active contracts sheet. I don't see the law firm that you guys used on the active contract sheets on table 14.
Thank you, Representative. I have to apologize. The oversight is mine, that it should have been included on the active contracts sheet. It is an active contract. We have engaged outside counsel to represent the state in pursuing that lawsuit.
Okay. How much did we spend on outside counsel to pursue this litigation?
To date, $0.
Okay. We didn't spend because we haven't paid yet, or we just haven't spent money because this case has been going on since 2015.
Because this contract is a contingency fee contract, we have expended no state resources to date on this contract,
Okay.
on this case.
How many consumer complaints did you get over Living Essentials LLC?
I would have to check on that and get back to you on that.
Okay. Just for everyone who is aware, this is a lawsuit against 5 Hour Energy, right? That's the name brand of the company. And so you're not aware of any consumer complaints that you had against this company?
Offhand, I do not know the answer. 5 Hour Energy is the product, and Living
Yeah.
Essentials is the company that manufactures
Okay.
the product.
What other lawsuits have you initiated over consumer complaint issues like in this realm?
I think what you might be referring to is when we've engaged outside counsel.
No, my question is, well, to give you an idea, we had a discussion with our economists about emerging markets and where there's potential for the state to invest in new businesses or new enterprises. And my feeling is that the department is going counter to some of these things by instituting some of these lawsuits against businesses or entities that are trying to make a footprint in Hawaii when there have been no consumer complaints against some of these businesses. So the information that I have is that there wasn't any complaints received to the department for consumer-related issues for living essentials or 5-hour energy, and yet the state has engaged in this exercise to go and sue this company when we really should be thinking about investing in businesses or what businesses can be invested in the state. So are there any other lawsuits that we've instituted for consumer-related reasons?
Absolutely. The Office of Consumer Protection undertakes enforcement actions, including civil actions, regularly against businesses accused or suspected of violating laws enacted for the purpose of consumer protection. That's our statutory obligation, and we carry it out.
And do you do all of those on contingent basis?
No. Our authority includes the authority to retain outside counsel. We also have in-house staff who are salaried employees of the state of Hawaii who bring these civil actions on behalf of the state and who actually litigate.
Okay, but you can't tell me any of the other cases that we might have done similar to this one?
I would have to maybe
Like, have we
ask for
done any
clarification
have
as
we
what-
done any Kona coffee or Hawaii labeling cases?
The Office of Consumer Protection has not undertaken any Kona coffee or labeling cases.
Okay, okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? You represent Amasal.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I just had a question about one, of course, the landlord-tenant line. You talked about how you folks don't advocate, but how do you address issues or when there's like a language barrier with that person? Do you bring in an interpreter or a translator? And then what are some of the things that you guys are doing to educate communities and working with the advocacy groups? Are you guys doing any of that?
Thank you for the question. Let me start with the first question about language access. And I apologize for not knowing the name, but we work with I believe it's the Office of Language Access. There's an existing state contract for interpretation services. So if we encounter a person who has a language barrier on the landlord-tenant line, we would seek their permission to contact the language access, Office of Language Access, and perhaps use that service so that we could have an interpretation of whatever question that they're posing to the Office of Consumer Protection. That would not be limited to landlord-tenant matters. It would be for any matters that come to our attention that need sort of language access, where we see language access needs. I will mention that there is an effort at the federal level to increase language access at the Federal Trade Commission. We did partner with the Federal Trade Commission in connection with the Maui wildfires to produce a one-pager on consumer protection issues that was distributed in, I believe, Mandarin Chinese, Tagalog, and Ilocano. I would have to check and confirm the languages. There is also non-state services for translation and interpretation, and we would pay for those on a contract basis as needed. Your second question, I'm sorry, would you mind saying it again?
What are you doing with the advocacy groups to make sure that those materials are distributed to the communities that really need it? And then also, I know with the Maui wildfire, 45 or something % of the community was Filipino, but then I think we also have to look at other communities like the Micronesian community and see how they're impacted by some of the issues that they're facing, but also just figuring out what kind of education and materials they need. So I just want to know, what are you doing with just our advocacy groups at large? Are you like, is there like a grant that they can apply to through or do they enter into a contract or anything like that?
We would not administer funds or grants through our office. What we have attended a number of community fairs on Maui, including both the Hawakamai Community Affairs at the Disaster Resource Center in Lahaina, and made those materials available. But we really take your point about making sure we have connections with other underserved communities. And it's something that is on our radar, and we're trying to improve the resources we have, because certainly there are quite a number of callers and people who need services in other communities for which occasionally, language interpretation and translation services may be hard to come by. We've also made an effort to get out to the community. Last year, we, not limited to landlord-tenant matters, but we regularly go out in the community and have community events. We could be happy to provide you a list of the community events that we held during the last calendar year.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the Public Utilities Commission, if they could come up, please. Morning, Chair. For the first time in several years, we had a situation with rolling blackouts the other day. In your mind, could that have been prevented? I know there was a lot of discussion about the impact of the shutdown of the AES coal plant. I think it used to provide about 180 megawatts of power. Again, hindsight being 2020, do you think this could have been prevented?
I believe so. However, I think there's other factors as well. By the way, Leo Asuncion, Chair of the PUC. I think if we didn't have things like the pandemic, which really hit the developers, the renewable energy developers with supply chain issues and the like, that would have provided enough of the reserve to not so much to replace AES, right? AES was a 180 megawatt unit, but it would have at least smoothed the transition, right, as we were going. So I think that has a factor in it. I look back at what happened, this week, and I think it was, just a perfect storm, right? We don't have enough resources for reserve. It's very slim on Oahu, right? When KES, the Kapolei Energy System battery, came online, it was supposed to actually come online in June or July last year. It came online in December because of all the delays that they had. They had, everything from shipping their transformer, which got dented and had to be sent back, all of those issues of getting equipment here to Hawaii. But once you got that too, right, the intent for KES was for the actual renewable energy, solar farms and the like, to actually be charging that during the day. So what you had on, this week was you had a storm. The solar farms were not producing. So the battery was fully charged the night before by HECO generators, right? But you come to that day and the solar farm is not producing anything to the grid, directly to the grid. They had to tap the battery, right? So by the time, the YL units went offline, which is right at the start, they were starting up for the evening peak, right? Because what you want to do is you want to use as much of solar, wind, and the like so that HECO doesn't need to start up the generator, which saves us money because they would be burning fuel, right? It saves the ratepayer money because if these have to start it up and you don't need the generation, right? It's just running, right? And so that's the dynamic. You have, right, they had to tap the battery. They had 50% left by the time the 2 units tripped offline, and all the other resources takes time to come up, right? Like if they had time, they could have brought up the Cambo Industrial Park unit, right? And that takes about 2 hours to ramp up in order to, right, to be serviceable and available for the grid. So the units, and then they also have, deferred maintenance, right, where things were taken offline for maintenance, was supposed to be taken offline, when AES was supposed to come online in June or July of last year. But all of that got deferred to this year after AES came online, right? So it's a lack of resources. Could have been preventable? I think so. If we were diligent enough to make sure that projects came online, right, at the right time, right? I think, right, we can only push so much, right, as far as getting those units online, right? It takes everything from, permitting at the county level to making sure they got all the parts here, right? I remember KAS about a year ago, we worked with Tesla to make sure that we were first in line to get the product that is on the site today, right? There was a chance a year ago that Tesla wasn't going to provide Hawaii, right, the parts needed for that project because of their shutdowns, because of their supply chain. Basically, Tesla went into, highest pair, right? If you have the money, we'll rush it to you, right? And this is from KAS, right? It's the private developer. They had to deal with that. The state stepped in, and we tried to, right, work with Tesla to say, hey, we got this project that's already scheduled to come online, right? So we made sure that, right, there wasn't any delays on the state side, right, working with their vendor, right, not the state's vendor. So I think, this problem, I see as one of the issues that the commission will have to deal with, even going forward, right? Until we get enough resources, and this is for every island, right, where we're trying to move to 100% renewable generation, right? We're going to have to make sure, at the same time, balance off, right, keeping very old units, generating units, fossil fuel units running, right, until we make that the pure transition, right? And that's the part where it impacts the ratepayer, right? Because if we're gonna keep these old generators on, right, all of the maintenance, all of the things to do for HECO to do that, that's in base rates, right? So they're charging us already, right? But then anything else beyond a useful life, right, that's added costs eventually for the ratepayer to cover. So there's a balance there, right? As we transition, how much do we tell Hawaiian Electric, keep some generators running, keep things running, on every island. I mean, say for Maui, Representative Cochran knows, right? The Kahului plant will be shutting down in 2027, right? And then on Maui, we've had 4 of 5 renewable projects pull out, right, during the pandemic. So how do we keep potentially Kahului running, right? Which means a big investment in the plant because they have to meet then the new EPA requirements. That's the reason why it was a good time to transition, but now all these other things didn't happen. So what do we do, right, to make sure that they can safely shut down Kahului, right, refurbish if they need to, but then you have enough generation on Maui, right, to tide that over, right? So I think that's, in a nutshell, I think, yes, it could have been prevented, but I think part of it too is, right, working through all of the different issues that have intervened in the meantime.
Okay, I know you mentioned that there were a lot of major solar projects in particular that were canceled due to the reasons you mentioned that were supposed to kind of soften the impact of the closure. What is the PUC doing to make sure we have enough firm renewables on the grid so we can meet that 2045 goal that you referenced?
Yeah, as far as firm renewables, HECO's current RFP that's out on the street and they awarded, I believe 3 firm renewable projects on each island statewide. I think there's one here that they would repower their current generators to biofuels, so that would count as a firm renewable resource. And I believe there's one on the Big Island and I think one on Maui as well that was awarded. So that was the first RFP that actually carved out a piece to have firm renewables, right? The thing is, we cannot have any more firm fossil fuel units, right? That's by law. We cannot start up a new kind. We can repower one, but you would have to repower it using, right, a renewable resource such as biofuel, biomass, that type. So this is the first one. The RFPs have been awarded. They need to work through a contract, a power purchase agreement, which includes all of the interconnection costs. Those are due to the commission this year in the fall from HECO and the developer. And then we'll be reviewing that. But all of these projects are to come online in the 2027 to 2030 timeframe. So this is going to be the first tranche of kind of like firm renewables.
Right.
And then there are, right, HECO is not done yet, right, because this will only get them to about 2030, 2035 timeframe, but you got to get to 2045. So there's going to be at least 2 or 3 more RFPs. And again, there's going to be carve-outs for, for firm renewable. There might be limits going forward on the intermittent type renewables. That's my projection, right? As it grows, you can't have all intermittent because you would end up with what happens when you have a storm, right? I think we're encouraging batteries on every renewable project, not just to standalone battery, but if you're going to propose solar, that you have a battery component on it, right? Which HECO can then dispatch when needed, right? So we're encouraging that type. We've encouraged that since the second RFP, right, which was a couple of years ago.
Okay, so regarding the Waiau power plant, I know a lot of the traditional plants are, they're pretty aged at this point, 70, 80 years.
Yes.
So by the time 2045 comes around, just tack on another 20 years. It might be coming up on 100 years. So is the plan for them to eventually switch those to biofuels to meet the mandate? 'Cause
Yes.
you said you can't build a new power plant.
Correct.
Also, okay.
Yeah, a lot of it is, right, by then, the actual generator, right, the facility itself could probably last 100 years, right? But it's the generators that are in there that have, right, the 30 to 40-year time frame, a useful life, right? You want to maximize that because you're investing a lot of money in that. At the same time, if you were to switch to biofuel now, right, those units, those generating units were all built to run fossil fuel, right? Biofuels have a different characteristic. So what you don't want to do is just switch over, which might void the contract with the generator maker, like with GE, Rolls-Royce, whoever they're using, right? So that's why right now HECO, in the past couple of years and even today, they're testing, right? They're taking some old generators that are already offline, right, and testing using biofuels in them to see what would happen, right? Does it screw up any of the kind? And they're doing this with the manufacturers, right? So the manufacturer sees it and they say, okay, we know what to fix, right, for the next generation of generators, right, that's going to be using biofuels. They have examples on the mainland as well, right? But like I said, right, HECO made the investment into these generators, right? And if it's just switching over on a fuel source, they want to make sure it's tested first before, right, prime time, that they use it exclusively for biofuels.
Are we getting closer to having price parity between biofuels and fossil fuels, or is it still quite a
Yeah, I think we are, globally, but if we start to talk about, having the local source of biofuel, that's where it's going to get tough, right? Because we don't, we don't have enough resources on the biofuel side to match, right, everything that say like HECO needs, right? Right now it's a portion, right? And with that, it's gonna, take land, it's gonna take, a lot of resources to get to that level. So me being the planner, what I foresee is eventually all we're gonna be doing is reducing the amount that's really imported. Right? We're gonna produce some locally, but some will still have to be imported.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, I understand we have a prohibition in our constitution regarding the use of nuclear power. Has the PUC done any feasibility studies about that as a possible solution?
We have not, and rightly because of that. But I think a lot of people, and these are nuclear advocates on the mainland, remind me that the other part of the Constitution is if by 2/3 vote of the legislature, right? The legislature can allow it. Now, as far as the technology, when I talk about nuclear today, it's not the nuclear plants of 3 Mile Island or even what they have today, right? These are, when I look at nuclear and how it can help Hawaii, it's the size of maybe right here, this area, a transformer that can power 20, 30,000 homes. Yes, you have to deal with, right, it's like any other thing. It's like a big battery, but what do you do with the waste inside of it, right? It's all self-contained, but eventually there's a lifespan, right, for that unit. So that's the part that, right, we'd have to kind of get past as well, right? But, right, the dilemma here is how do we even pilot or test something like that when we don't allow it in our constitution, right? So I look to, right, the mainland and see what they're doing. I touch bases with some of the nuclear advocates whenever all of the public utilities commissioners get together on the mainland. We have conferences 3 times a year. But it's more for my knowledge, right? Because, right, to me, it's not off the table. It's still kind of like an R&D, if you will. But then we also have unique issues that we want to deal with as well, right? And so I'm hoping that, places on the mainland will start to look at, what happens at 50 years, right? What do you do with the waste from the unit, right? But that's the type I'm talking. I'm not, right? That constitutional amendment was done back, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl days, right? And the technology has progressed all the way to getting it to the size of a transformer. So, that's the extent. I mean, it's been more of a personal, inquiry of me, right? Wanting to know, what other kind of technologies are out there that might help us. But at this point, nothing formal, nothing, kind. I do know that some of the those who are, with nuclear advocacy groups on the mainland have come to Hawaii to start to talk about it. But again, right, they run into the Constitution. At the same time, right, it's that other side of it where if the legislature, 2/3 of the legislature allows it, then it can be allowed, right? So kind of 2 different items, if you will, right,
Right.
on getting nuclear here to actually be here in Hawaii.
From a policy perspective, do you think it's worth having that discussion about a possible role for nuclear power? I mean, I understand it provides about 20% of the energy needs of the entire country. There's basically no emissions, right, which helps with the greenhouse gas situation. Tends to be cheaper from what I understand. I mean, just from a policy perspective, you think we should consider it at least?
Yeah, I think the discussion can be had. But I think, my personal is if, right, you don't stop at the Constitution says cannot, right? Because that's kind of always what kind of stops the discussion, right? So I think, I do know, I think last session, I know Representative Kong approached me because he heard about, right, nuclear power and what's happening on the mainland. So I don't know what transpired after that. I don't know what, how he found out about it or his interest in it. But then certainly as a policy discussion, you might want to start the discussion and see where it really goes, right? I mean, I think what you'll find is, right, of course, right, what do we do with the Constitution? But then, right, what's the other side of that, right? That if it is allowed, how can it benefit Hawaii?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. You know, can you stay up there 1 second? I'm going to follow up real quick, and then move on to other questions. Because of the Maui wildfire and because of the exit of some of those contracts, right? Part of the rebuild or just to get people in housing, one of the key components will be infrastructure. Right, so
Yes.
it'll be sewer. The rebuild of Lahaina will happen eventually. There's challenges there, but the quicker uptake of housing will be in Central or Kihei and things like that, right? So, sewer capacity, water capacity, and then power, right? So, with the reduction, will that be an obstacle for building additional homes?
No,
With the shutdown of Kahului.
okay. With the shutdown of Kahului, right, like I said, so we have the stage 3 RFPs out, right, being reviewed and negotiated with KAI. That should bring online by, right, if we approve it sometime this year into next year, right, those projects are coming in line as early as 2027, right? In addition, right, the shutdown of Kahului would happen really in 2028, right? So that's what we're banking on. There's also work already being done on a couple of, smaller kind of community-based renewable energy projects on the island, right? More centralized, localized type, not the utility scale type. So I know there was one project in Lahaina, but then that was, right, because some of the residents there was actually on that community-based renewable energy project. So that's going to go away, or has gone away, basically. But then we have others that are, ready to come in and to replace, right? I think a lot of it is going to be also when does the community want to rebuild Lahaina, right? We have people ready. HECO is ready, right? They've kind of looked at what they need to do. Right, they have a substation right in Lahaina was destroyed, but they're looking at it and saying, we probably have to rebuild there. But they do have alternate sites. Right? I think they have like a Lahaina Luna substation that has room to put more power into there, right? If they want to invest there versus in the town, right? Which one it makes more sense. But I think a lot of it is, right, even the solar companies, right, are willing to come in, but really, right, the thinking now is really wait until what happens in Lahaina proper. But yes, there's going to be other projects, right? We're going to have to look at how we can main Ma'alaya project, right, the station there. There's also one that we just approved. Oh God, blanking out on the name, but HECO owned this property in central Maui for the longest time, like about 20, 25 years, right? They finally are going to say, right, they're going to put up solar and battery in that area where, right, the generation can be stored and then it would be there for use by HECO. So there's a couple of projects, big utility projects that are coming up. In addition to, right, making sure Ma'alaya can operate even with the shutdown of Kahului.
Yeah, right, with the situation with HECO, their ability to finance is going to be an issue too, right?
Yes.
So have you
Yes.
had discussions of how that's going to build out and work, right? And my concern is that, right, because of, it's not only the replacement or the movement of people in Maui, because I think the faster build is to build in Central, but but then there was already Maui was already the worst in the state as far as building housing. And so there's a real push to build more. So I'm worried if the infrastructure will be able to keep up.
Yeah, I would think for the initial, yes, right? It all depends on how much you really want to build, say in Central Maui, right? Is it going to be just, the 2,000 or 5,000, or is it going to be 10, 15, 20, right? I think if you get into the 10s to 15s, yeah, you're going to have to think about what more can you do to beef up the grid, right? The electric grid on the island to make sure that you have power for those homes coming up. If it's within the 1,000 range, the 2 to 3,000, they probably can handle it now, right? Because those are the ones that are going to come up quickly, I would assume.
Okay. So you are tracking that.
Yeah, and then as far as the financing, right, it's I'll say it's uncertain right now with HECO, right? They're going through their own kind, but I know the state is looking for ways, right, to assist in, helping on the financing of projects. That's something that has already come up with this current bunch of RFPs, right? Because a lot of those developers also rely on the credit worthiness of HECO, right, to get good rates to finance their projects. So we're looking at some ways that HECO might be able to institute, or in the state would probably approve, in order to make sure that these developers can get,
Okay.
adequate financing.
Yeah, thank you for that. So, and just because I remember this from before, is his conversation as far as the YL power plant, the issues there. I remember when there was a blackout several years ago where, we just blacked out throughout the whole state. I forgot what year that was, but Maui was able to come back quicker, and it was because of diesel generation, right? So has technology changed where we don't need that kind of power to just come up quickly, or that kind of generation to come up quickly, right? Because that was why Maui came up faster, is because they had old technology, right? And they could just turn it on, and then we had power.
Yeah, I think, HECO's overall plan, right, is for some of their older generators, right, if they become, they come offline, they'll be refurbished. But they're going to be there for instances where, right, quick power up, quick startup versus a big, 100 megawatt generator, right, just to get it going, right? I think all utilities have that capability, right? They always have some generator that you can start up, right, so that you can start up the rest of the generators.
Yeah, but
right?
Oahu took over a day, right? So
Yeah, because, right, there's not a lot of diesel, right?
Right.
It's all petroleum-based, very big generating units that take 2 to 3 hours just to power up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Representative Kila.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Sanchin, does the PUC take direction by you folks, or you folks follow the direction of the legislature?
Well, we are an entity created by the legislature, and the policies and the statutes, right, are adopted by the legislature, and we are, just like any other agency, we implement those.
So, in the sense, though, whenever standards or what is required of you folks to do, you folks don't ever caution or testify in opposition or of support?
Of
In
legislation?
general? I mean, anything that regarding you folks? Or do you folks just take a neutral stance of anything, whatever we say, it's just going to be done?
It really depends on what is being discussed. Example, if it's a matter, like say it's an application right now before the commission, we're not bound to testify, right? Because it's an ongoing
Right.
proceeding, and we don't want, right, if we say something here or elsewhere that may impact the case, right, then, right, that application may be deemed void, it may be deemed kind, and for that particular applicant, right, it's come back, right, start over again. Right, so it really depends on what we're talking about as far as, right, if we're gonna testify or not, or we have a position on X.
So when you were at DBED for the several years you were there, was energy consultation looking at how other countries do energy something under your purview?
Not at the Office of Planning, not energy specifically. We had an international planning, kind of like, mandate to do. If the energy office or someone came to us and said, hey, we want to look at this, we would certainly try to facilitate that. But specifically around energy, no, that was not the mandate of the planning office.
Because I think where I'm trying to get at is that so you came in 2019, 2020, you're there, you're seeing the pandemic happen, 2021. Did the PUC at ever some point realize maybe we should notify the legislature about some of the standards that are being placed for green renewable energy may harm the ratepayers because of the pandemic?
No, we would, at that level, no, because what we would need to see is the actual project that comes that implements renewable energy, right? At that point, you don't know what kind of projects are going to come, right? We review, right? Our purview is reviewing the contract that the developer has with HECO, right? To ensure that that contract is feasible for the ratepayer.
So the PUC couldn't have extended the lifeline of AES for a couple years due to the setback of the pandemic in regards to the closure?
Yeah, we could not, because the law said, right, to shut it down by X date. That was the first iteration of that particular statute. And then the next part was, don't build a replacement, right, fossil fuel generation unit, right? So at that point, right, there shouldn't be any proposals from HECO or anyone to say, here's the replacement, or even AES coming in to say we want to extend, or HECO even, we want to extend this contract.
So who would have had the authority, though, to make that amendment? Would it have been the legislature?
Yes,
But
through a proposal from someone, right? At that point, right, because the state was already embarking on getting to 100% renewable, right? It wouldn't have come from the administration.
okay. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, though. Full disclosure, AES, the closure has, I feel, fully hurt the communities that have to bear the burden for solar, right? Because everybody in Nanakuli, Maili, Wainai, you're looking on the mountainside, all you see is solar panels, but then we have rolling blackouts, right? But folks will understand that the solar is being sold to HECO to then try to harvest the energy. But then when you're talking about having more battery, we can't even permit solar panels on top of homes, let alone the batteries, because all of the grids that exist for HECO are already at capacity to even allow for something like that. So there's no way for solar independency in that way. But now with what has been charged by the legislature prior to us coming into office, the freshmen here on the finance committee, we've now pushed all these folks to turn ag land into farming electricity that they then sell at a higher cost to HECO, and HECO has to pass it off to the ratepayer, right? I'm just looking for who is the person to notify the legislature, like, hey, I think it's a great idea to go green, but this is going to hurt ratepayers. And sorry, ratepayers who cannot afford increases.
If you ask me, it's a consortium of people, right? The main people we look at in the administration or in the executive branch, right, is actually the energy office, right? They need to be looking at these statewide issues, right, and the like, and then bring it to, right, not only, right, the commission, but also to the consumer advocate, right? Now, we can be part of those discussions as they formulate those policy recommendations or the like, right, certainly, but then, right, there is where we're really on the regulatory side, right? We can inform people of what we're seeing, but remember, we're seeing it project by project, right? We don't see the total picture, right? And that's one of the items that, right, I'll just say, ever since I was at the planning office, is what is that total picture, right? Energy-wise for the state of Hawaii, right? We can't do it, in a regulatory process. Right? We can't do the planning side on the regulatory process, right? We operate under a quasi-judicial nature, right? So once we do something as far as coming up with a plan, that's really an open docket, right?
But I
So-
think this is exactly what I was trying to get at, is that you folks are often painted as the bad guy. Everybody goes, PUC this, PUC that. But if it is the charge of the Hawaii State Energy Office for not notifying the legislature, and you folks can only do so much, I want to clear that disparity. And I think then my further questions will be, did the Hawaii State Energy Office at that time do a good job of notifying the legislature? Because my biggest concern at this point, if we set back on DOT projects because of the pandemic, but as we're watching more and more setbacks happen, and we have this goalpost of 2045, I've always said, everybody let go green, but what about the people who no more green, right? Those the people who are going to hurt and be left behind. Because I don't know how we're going to build infrastructure on West Oahu to handle what we're asking. And then all of that going to have to be harbored there, because 90% of the year is sunshine. But then now it's looked to our side that becomes the blame for the lack of power. So I know it, and I have a much clearer picture now of your folks' charge, and I hope that dispels, I think, a lot more lack of not knowing what the PUC's responsibility is. So thank you for engaging me in that conversation. I want to go back to what Rep. IU was talking about, the landlord-tenant issues, please.
Good morning.
Thank you. So if we know how much renters exist in Hawaii, has your office ever thought about expanding to not just have one person manning the phone for the thousands of renters that not just are on Oahu, but throughout the state?
That's a great question. So at this point, it's one FTE. In the past, I understand that the office did have a volunteer program so that they would invite in volunteers and have more of a call center approach where they had numerous people sitting and answering the calls. At the time, I think it was primarily actually retirees who were coming in. So we have not put in a budget request for additional resources here in this particular area to answer these calls. I can tell you that
I could anticipate, right, post what happened on Maui, your lines are being flooded because people don't know what to do, who to look for, and then to discover that you folks really have no authority to advocate. It's then you're contracting out or pushing someone else, right? It's this continuum of pushing. And I mean, Director, my question to you, how many of your folks in your department are exempt from civil service? Because at that point, if you know that the phone is not being answered, I'm not putting the pressure on directors or the folks who are exempt. You folks should have that I think, want to all hands on deck kind of issues, where if you're being inundated, everybody is on this issue. And I think that's more damning to hear that there's only one person for the thousands of renters across the state. So can you folks look at possibly looking for repurposing of a position, additional positions? Because even volunteering, I think that is a great idea, but for the capacity of that's almost embarrassing. Can kupuna come, answer the calls, get yelled at because we only get one person, right? So could you please look into that, to expand that? Because I think now more than ever, people are especially post-pandemic, all the disparities happening between landlords and tenants. I, as a renter, don't even know who to look for. I'm looking at the handbook yesterday, and I'm just like, even the 19 pages are still not sufficient enough, right? So that's my only point to that. So.
We'll certainly take this into account, and we'll have discussions about the number of calls and capacity concerns, and certainly look into that.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And just to piggyback on this line of discussion, since you're currently in the hot seat, but yeah, the landlord tenant and obviously Lahaina and the issues going on there. So just hearing the nightmare stories about people just, quadrupling rents right now because they can. And so what efforts, has your office or in conjunction with people on Maui helping to, deal with the whole rental, I guess existing tenants and just moving forward, with recovery and things?
Sure. Let me say there have been sort of a two-pronged approach in our office. One is with the landlords and tenants, which we've gotten into a little bit, We are currently averaging about 100 calls a month, wildfire related. Those calls, the hot button issues are increased rent and termination. So one of the things that happens with the state of emergency proclamation, beginning on August 9th, the rent freeze officially went into effect. That has officially been the policy of the administration and continued through this day. With the most recent emergency proclamation, that rent freeze is supposed to continue in effect until the 5th of March. The rent freeze is coupled with the prohibitions on terminations. So under the current state of emergency proclamation, only a very, very narrow set of terminations are permitted. So we have made it our responsibility, it is part of our responsibility to look into those protections and be able to advise the public about what their rights are as both landlords and renters under this state of emergency situation. On the non-landlord tenant side, there's the issue of the price freeze for commodities. When the state of emergency went into effect on August 9th, the price freeze officially went into effect for all commodities. That's a very broad definition, a very broad term. And at that time, our office, we have an investigative staff. One of our investigative staff is located on Maui, and we conduct price gouging investigations. So our investigator, as you can imagine, was very busy at the time answering calls from the public and following up with businesses where members of the public believe they may have engaged in price gouging conduct. I'm fairly pleased to say that the more we looked into those, the more we realized that there were misunderstandings, that sale prices in effect before the state of emergency do not have to maintain at sale price level for the entirety of the emergency period. We found a couple instances where members of the public had found a sale price and they had seen the reversion to the normal price and said, oh, isn't this an example of price gouging? When we looked into it, by law, the businesses are allowed to bring their prices back to normal levels without violating the price freeze. The number of complaints about price gouging have dramatically dropped off since August. Right now, I couldn't tell you when our last complaint about price gouging was, but it has not been a hot button issue recently.
Thank you, Chair. Follow up. Yeah, and thanks for having those investigations. But I know firsthand, definitely in the first 7 weeks, there was. I mean, $80 for a case of Ensure, $18 for 6 cans of Spam. Those hubs were definitely needed, and I went shopping and saw those prices. So it was occurring. But yeah, today, no, everything's back to normal in a sense with pricing. And but I think it's impossible to track the rent freeze, like that everybody's, abiding by that. Because I hear every day, just because I live in, a neighborhood that was all rentals, it's just add-ons to add-ons to add-ons. And they've been, tripled, quadrupled. I'm a long-term landlord, rental landlord myself, and I can't collect because the units are unlivable. So I just not gonna do that to people, but others not so. And that's, I think, where it's hard to track who really is abiding by that rent freeze. The other thing is, are you, about mortgages, and do you folks have any play in that field of, people are continuing to pay on a dwelling that's no longer there, and how can we help them or work them through the system to get some type of assistance or guidance on that?
I'm looking around because at this point, Office of Consumer Protection has not been involved, but
Iris, can you come up? Our Division of Financial Institutions, our
Oh, okay.
commissioner will be responding to that.
Okay, thank you.
Aloha.
Good morning.
My name is Iris Ikeda. I'm the commissioner for financial institutions. So regarding mortgages, most of the folks who were paying properly as of August 9th, they are on generally a one-year forbearance, depending on what kind of loan they have, if they were paying, if they were delinquent, how delinquent were they? We had done 4 outreach sessions and brought out our banks, mainland banks, mortgage servicers to actually talk to people who were in this particular situation. We got everyone who came walked away with something, and we're told that they need to, keep following up with their servicer.
And were you at the DRC, or do you still have a presence?
We had special sessions
Okay. Just so
at
I
the
mean,
different hotels. I mean, so we actually went to the hotels that displaced folks were in and had our sessions there.
okay. I guess I can follow up for a contact, because this, line of questioning continues to come up from the community. So not everybody attended whatever events that you had, but so thank you for that, and I'll follow up. Let's see that, and I think most and in reference to insurance, I'm not sure if she would be the person again.
No, the insurance commissioner is here.
Oh.
Good morning, Gordon Ito, Insurance Commissioner.
Good morning. And so the other big glaring, challenge for people are that their assessments. So I have someone who had to get like 3 estimates for the property, and their insurance, and maybe this is just case by case in the insurance company themselves, but they were quoted, the lowest quote, let's say, was over 800,000, and the insurance is willing to pay them like well over $100,000 less of the lowest. So how can a person get their fair share, their fair market value, or do them? How does that work?
So, in terms of your the question or example that you provided, I mean, on one hand, it may sound like the problem of underinsurance. What's going to be a challenge in the future is what type of policy they had, how much coverage they had. For example, in our property insurance policy, if they had a limit of 500,000, but the rebuilding and reconstruction cost is now, from what we're hearing, the estimates on reconstruction or rebuilding is $500 to $600 a square foot. Right? If your policy limit is 500,000, but now it costs 800,000 to rebuild, with the insurance companies by contract and the obligation within the policy is the limit is 500,000. So there's the gap of 300,000 under insurance and would be insufficient to cover. So I'm not sure if that's the situation you're describing. If it's a issue of disagreement within the policy limit, like for example, if they had a limit of 500,000, but the insurance company and the estimates that they provided or the offer of settlement is say 350, but the coverage. Our office is available to have assist the policyholder and to look to see if the assessment or the offered on the claim settlement is correct or not incorrect. And so that any policyholder is more than welcome to call our office, and we can assist through that process. So far, with respect to complaints as a result of the wildfire, has been relatively low. We've gotten 37 complaints to date. We've closed 11 complaints. We've been at the DRC in Kahului from a few days after, the day after it was open in Kahului, we've been there. We've had a presence on Maui every day until January 5th of this year. We've been to numerous Maui County briefings. In fact, one of my staff went to last night, or the other day, the Lahaina Civic Center briefing. I'm going to be going to Kula next week. We've put up a specific Maui wildfire website. The initial information we put up was really, and it's various stages. So the first stage is really to make sure those that are impacted by this tragic event file and contact their claims. File the claims with the insurance company. We held 2 IBACs, what I call Insurance and Banking Assistance Centers at Whalers Village at the end of August and September, where we had about 15 insurance companies attend. And so there's numerous outreach that we've been doing. We've now pivoted into making sure that people, like what you had just brought up, if they have issues with respect to claims handling or responsiveness, they're more than welcome to contact our office. As well as we just recently posted information with respect to how does your insurance, if there's coverage for debris removal and the FEMA Army Corps' debris removal in Maui County, how does that interplay? So we've posted on our website information on that. So we're pivoting to educating those impacted in terms of how does it interrelate insurance as well as the FEMA cleanup interplay at the present time. So that's kind of our next stage. So we're doing in phases. We've also issued several memorandums encouraging insurers to extend ALE, additional living expense benefits, as well as some of the other timeframes that they have within policy. So that's all the things that we've been doing to try to assist and help Maui recover.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for all of that and that update and efforts you're doing.
And before I forget, we also have posted on our website, on that same page, the Maui Wildfire website page, our data call. And so 5 months out, basically, or even the last data call we posted a few days ago was at the end of November. The November data call on personal lines insurance on automotive vehicle, over 95% of the claims have been paid. With respect to property, of the $1.5 billion, over $1 billion have been paid. So we're at about 71%, and we're just 5 months out. I mean, it might be insensitive, but I mean, I think that's a really good indication of how responsive, the industry had been, as well as how proactive we've been. The day after the fire, I issued the proclamation to allow temporary adjusters in to the state to assist on the recovery and assessment of claims. So those are the things that we've been doing.
Excellent. Yeah, lots of work. Thank you so much for that update. And Chair, for Leo, there he is, if I may. Thank you. Morning again.
Hey.
Just quickly, what is the lowest source of energy that's, what is the energy that costs the lowest?
Right now?
On the grid now.
On the grid now,
Yeah.
it is your fossil fuel, even with the prices. I think if you're talking solar overall, yeah, solar, right? It might be. It's getting there. And then I'm taking into account, because this is not a statewide number. I'm taking into account Maui's numbers, right? It's a little bit higher sometimes, right, to get the fuel to Maui, et cetera.
Okay. And I also want to just touch briefly with the biofuel discussion, because as I understand, you have equipment already using biofuel. And so I would, as you know, Kelly King, my former colleague with County Council and Pacific Biodiesel, and their efforts.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, my understanding is Right. I think I need to bring in here the equation KIUC as well, right? Because they are also looking for biofuel. And I believe it's not 100% biofuel on their generators, but I'm not sure what the percentage, but I do believe Pacific Biodiesel is providing them that fuel. And I do know that the Kings are trying to ramp up. I think they were looking for space here on Oahu as well. But, even then, I think you're going to need, if they were the sole people doing it, you're looking at 5 to 10 times what they're doing now. That's the kind of number as far as trying to meet, just maybe HECO on Oahu, right? Their biofuel needs, should they go all biofuel.
Right,
Right,
and I know
so-
they're open for that, and so hopefully we can move forward
Yeah.
as a state
Yeah,
to
but-
increase.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, some of the generators on the islands are using biofuel, but not 100%. I don't know of any like 100% biofuel generator on any of the islands right now.
Okay. And if I recall, some of the Mitsubishi motors over in Ma'alaya actually run off the R1 water that's generated on site.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
another potential
Yes.
utilization for recycled water.
Yes.
And I was just looking at your wildfire list of travel, just trying to get the details of what you folks had come to Maui. Unfortunately, there's no dates on it, but just the very last page of that entire PowerPoint. Just wondering what you had gone over there for legal services, through the AG's office. You provided assistance advisory related to utility operations. And so what can you, elaborate a little bit more on what had occurred on those visits?
Yeah, okay. During the wildfires, or right after the wildfires, one of the requests that we did receive was from the Maui Fire Department and being assisted by ATF, right, the feds. And what they needed from us is a couple of staff members that were versed in technical engineering standards, as well as just general energy policy of the state. So we had our chief engineer and one of our other policy analysts, be at the, if Maui Fire and ATF needed them on the island to take a look at items or to provide, whoever was investigating on their end, right, technical assistance, that's that travel, right? We had the both of them. I believe they went either once or twice at the request of Maui Fire / ATF.
Oh, one was like over $182,000 expended.
Yeah. Well,
that was-
yeah, because they had to stay over, et cetera, right? It wasn't like one day in, one day out, right? It was for the duration of when Maui Fire, in their investigation, right, needed them to be there, right? So we made that accommodation to say, yes, we'll do it, right? It's coming out of my special fund to pay for anything, right? There was no reimbursement from either Maui Fire guide. We just said we would take care of their expenses, right? Rent a car, whatever they needed to go be a part and be available for Maui Fire ATF.
And I'm surprised that none of your expenses are reimbursable by the feds, like none of it. And so are you also overseeing the whole cable subscribers, in particular Spectrum,
No.
on the island?
No,
Or how
we-
does that,
I believe that's our broadband cable division.
yeah, I just had a question. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we'll bring in Randy Leong. He's the cable administrator.
Thank you.
Good morning, members. Randy Leong, Cable Television Administrator.
Aloha, Mr. Leon. So, just as I speak in my neighborhood, and this is a couple other areas of Lahaina in particular that still do not have service for cable. I know Spectrum has their cables in, I believe, but Miko has not energized them. So I'm just curious if you're aware or what's the status and how are we going to get us up and running again?
So to my knowledge, at the initial onset of the fire, Spectrum worked with Miko to align get everything back up in alignment with Miko's installation of their poles. That did not happen, and it was not coordinated very well. So what Spectrum did was lay fiber temporarily, and that allowed people to get back up online. At this point, Spectrum tells me that they are roughly 80 to 90% up and running with their subscribers being online. I can certainly take a look at your situation and ask them, what the status is, if you want to provide that to me later on. But so far, they've been doing an aggressive measure. They've taken aggressive measures to get everyone back up online.
Right. And so, Chair, so yeah, I did speak to Spectrum and Miko, and that's the status as I speak. Cables are in, Miko hasn't energized. So, and I'm specifically talking about 100 homes plus, so like, round it off to about 200.
Yeah, there could be
homes.
pockets, that are not online as we speak, and they're working through that.
And I mean, it's odd because the one area is like we're surrounded by Safeway and the Shell gas station and Ace Hardware, and it's like, why this little pocket of 68 homes are still in the dark, literally. So it has been, by fortunate, generous donations by tech partners, Hawaii Tech Partners, and Tapani Vuri of Maui Ocean Center, which, by the way, when I get off the plane, I'll be grabbing these modems to now go door to door to give them to the people who want them. But, we're, how many months down the road and still literally sitting in the dark. And these people with families, and trying to be, connect, and it's just, so I just don't get why these certain
Right, so you're
pockets.
specifically talking about that particular area in that Safeway.
Yeah, there's, Chair. I mean, there's technically
area.
two areas that one where I live, literally 100 homes, and then this other area, and the rest of West Maui pretty much is okay.
Yeah, so maybe we can
that's
take.
opened and lived in.
Maybe you can let me know what.
Okay.
What addresses or the
Sure,
specific
yeah.
areas are, and I can take a look at
Yeah,
that.
I got those, but thank you so much. And then I'm just just. I think in the broader sense of everything, the language and translation, I think Latino, we have a huge Mexican population in Lahaina too. So it'd be really helpful to have translations in your handouts and online or whatever, just translators for that also. I noticed a lot of that population coming through the hub, and then just I guess, what are the plans moving forward? I heard from your insurance division, the awesome work being done, and then the next steps. So, just wanting to know, and I'm just specifically looking into the Lahaina area, of course. I guess on the broader level. And continuing the outreach and events, and would love to be in the loop, on how you're doing your outreach.
Well, and I think you have probably heard from most of the divisions that have been most involved, having their presence on island, trying to address those more immediate issues. And overall in the department, I mean, we sort of have been very on top of every division to report in on a weekly what efforts are being made and what initiatives. Of course, yeah, we will continue to keep everyone informed as much as possible. We do submit reports, I believe on a weekly basis. We're still doing that. Monthly. Okay, so now it's monthly to the administration so that they're aware of everything that we're doing. Because much of our department runs on each division is operating on their own mission and whatever they need to do to carry that out, and the funding that they need to have for that. So our division chiefs really are charged with a lot of that responsibility.
And Chair, lastly, for Mr. Asuncion, any future discussion about hydrogen?
That is something that I know we're working with the State Energy Office on. I believe 2 years ago, 2 sessions ago, right, we have about 750,000 coming to us, up to that much, coming from the barrel tax, to look at like hydrogen infrastructure and the like. So far, right, that is more like a rebate program. So if someone comes in, they want to do kind, and we could rebate them a portion of their project costs, et cetera. We haven't had anyone come in yet, and that's why I know this year, I know in December and into this month, my staff has been working with the Energy Office, like, we have this pot of money, right? What do we do, right? I know they were looking at possibly having one of the hydrogen hubs in Hawaii, right? They did not receive that award from the Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Energy. I'm not sure if there's going to be like a second tranche or a second opportunity for hydrogen. So that's why that was one of the things that we had hoped, right? It would bring in hydrogen projects and we could start using that money that's in the PUC's account. But then absent that, now what do we do with that money, right? I do want to also clarify my statements earlier. I believe you asked about a line item about 185,000 that was spent. That also included, right, I was summoned to Congress, right? And part of that is we had legal counsel, outside counsel, to assist us in that kind. And they also assisted the Energy Office. So that was someone that the AGs brought on to assist us. And they did assist us, but then we had to pay our fair share of, right, their fees.
Right, I saw you at Congress. And Chair, that's all. Sorry, it took a while. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Remember, some of your questions can be addressed by DBID that's coming up next. And then Office of Language Access, just so everybody knows, and if you have questions on that, is under Department of Health, which is next week. So that coming up. Okay, members, any further questions? Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. My question is going back to your positions and understanding how it is that you deal with your vacancies and how you deal with your paying the overages that occur when the salaries are being paid more than what's budgeted. Can someone just kind of briefly explain how that will work?
So each program has their own fund. So if there's positions or someone especially hard to fill or technical type positions that require a higher salary, we basically pay those people the higher salary to bring them on board because it's hard to get them, and then we use the difference out of the vacancy savings for that program.
Okay, so now I'm going into the vacancy savings portion. If you do aggressively fill all your positions, how do you get extra money to pay for the differences? Because you have a very aggressive hiring schedule. Right. Where you've got positions that have been vacant for years and you're going to fill them finally this year.
We monitor that very carefully. So far we have not, as far as I've been here, used operating expenses to cover the salaries. So we stay within our salary budget. But your point is well taken, and we do monitor because we do have an aggressive schedule. We try and fill all of our vacancies.
Which is great because it's going to
Yeah.
help our economy,
And-
right?
But you're right in the sense that, if we start paying that, then we're gonna have to either look at paying other positions lower salaries to stay within that budget,
Right.
right? Or basically look at permanent type vacancy savings.
I see. And then when someone retires and you rehire at a
Right.
lower level, you have savings there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayub.
Just a few more follow-ups. So, like, I understand you have your own separate budget for these salaries, but, like, what controls are there so that you, like, I'm looking at the business registration assistance positions that you have here. What controls do you have that we just, like, don't increase fees on business registrations to pay for these salaries because we need to give them more money?
And so for business registration, we actually have reduced their fees over time, so they're not even paying 100%.
What do you mean 100%?
Of the actual legal statutory fees that they're supposed to pay. So we've lowered them.
Oh, so we have a statutory amount that we set for collection of fees and then you're charging less?
Yeah. Yeah. So the administrator has certain
How
authority.
do you charge less than the statutory amount?
They have the authority to charge less than that.
Okay, so wait, either there's a statutory amount or there's
Well-
not.
His break can come up in.
Good morning. Ty Nohara, Securities Commissioner in Business Registration Division. I think the deputy was just referring to, there is a statutory amount for every filing
Okay.
that comes into business registration.
Like to register a new business, there's a amount that the legislature set on how much that should cost?
Yes,
Okay, but you're charging less than that amount?
with governor approval, yes.
So the governor approved you to charge less than that amount?
Yes,
Okay, so you're not, I guess that goes back to my earlier question then, so you're not increasing these fees or charging more than you need to pay for the discrepancy in these salaries?
no, roughly almost all the fees are about 50%.
Okay, okay. And then, I guess, Director, this is for you. I know I had raised an issue earlier about Table 14 not being complete. Is everything else on there that should be on there? I guess especially with regards to like any outside counsel we have, is that complete?
But this is with regard to the contracts and.
Yeah, with regards to the contracts?
Which OCP had mentioned about not having the particular
Yeah.
outside counsel
Yeah.
contract listed on there. As far as I'm aware, it should be complete.
Okay. And then the contract I was asking about, did that go out to RFP?
The
That's the
specific
legal
one for the
counsel.
Yeah.
legal counsel?
Or do they need to go out for RFP? It did go out
did
for
go out,
RFP?
yeah.
Okay. Is the settlement confidential in that case? Is it confidential?
Will it be confidential, I guess?
What is
No.
it? What was the settlement amount?
Not, it hasn't been completed. I think there's a process and I think there's documentation that's in play, but it hasn't been completed. So in terms of the difficulty is that if we don't have a settlement that's complete, it probably is something that we shouldn't.
Okay, but it's not confidential, so when it is complete, you could tell us what that is. Okay, is the fee arrangement confidential, or is that, you can share? What is the fee arrangement for that?
I think it was mentioned there was a contingency.
Yeah, what is the contingency fee?
Representative, I'm not sure the contingent fee offhand.
Okay.
We can get that information to you.
Okay, and then my last questions are for Rico, I guess. And anyone from Rico? Yeah. So, I mean, I know you heard the earlier discussion about there's like no advocacy for tenants. I just want to understand the advocacy you do if someone called in and say, you know, they hired an unlicensed contractor and their house renovation didn't go as well as they wanted it to. Like, what do you do?
What we do is we intake the complaint. We gather as many facts as we can from the person who is complaining, and then we conduct a neutral investigation. So we don't advocate, but we do our best to make sure that our investigations have a lot of integrity and we get the correct facts. If we have good facts that are credible and defensible, Then we can go into the prosecution phase. And during that phase, we are looking out for, let's say it's a licensee, we're looking out for the public. What can we do as an agency to protect the public from this particular person whom we have gathered facts that show that they're committing misconduct? And so we can take it to prosecution. We can recommend various types of action, be it a fine, action against the license itself, rehabilitation types of relief, such as take education courses or what have you. We present all of that to the appropriate licensing board that has issued the license, and then they can make a decision on what to do. Most times they do go along with our recommendation for relief. So in an egregious case, Rep. IU, we could end up taking their license and their livelihood and protecting the public.
I just want to understand, so you guys do have investigators and go out and inspect and?
We do.
Okay, because that doesn't happen like on the landlord-tenant side. Like if somebody called in and said they don't have hot water, or the house I'm
Yeah.
living in is deplorable, there's no inspection or anything for that. So I'm just trying to understand like the differences between the divisions.
Yeah, that's a great question because this is kind of an area, OCP, I believe, has limited, has, as the director explained, no advocacy powers. What RICO does is RICO does regulate real estate licensees.
Okay.
And some of them are engaged in property management. So some of them may be a landlord. And so if somebody were to call in and complain about a licensee who is a real estate broker that is a property manager, we
Okay.
can look at that.
Okay, great. And then I guess my last question is, do you help facilitate like restitution to some of the complainants?
The attorneys, when they have a case, they can look at a variety of relief, and if that is something on the table, they can. It's very hard to do that because, as you know, in civil lawsuits, if you're going to prove restitution, that could be a whole different arena of proof and what do you have and so forth. So we can't do it. It's not done very often. Our primary
No. Continue, sorry.
Sorry, Rep. Our primary objective, of course, is to deal with the licensee and to protect the public. And if there are facts where, you know, we can prove restitution by the appropriate legal standard, we could look into that for sure.
No, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and it seems like the department has the capability to do some of the, is doing some of these things in other areas. So if the legislature, I guess, wanted to expand the jurisdiction to landlord-tenant, it seems like you guys are doing some of that already. As far
If
as
they
like
are a real estate
investigation
licensee, that is
Okay,
correct.
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. We want to thank you for coming before us. We look forward to working with you, and our finance staff will be contacting you, or if they haven't already, for further information that they may need. Any closing statement or remark?
Nothing other than I think we as always are, we are always available and open for further questions that may come up as legislators or members of this committee may have. Please feel free to direct those.
Okay.
Directed in particular to the division chief that, you might want to discuss something with, or through my office, and then we can route that. So we are always available for any questions, further follow-up.
Okay, we appreciate that. And then if you have information that the committee requested,
Right.
I think
And-
there was,
and yes,
if you can
I-
send it to us and we'll disseminate it. Maybe the other members would want to know some of that also. Okay, thank you very much. We are in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings. Next up is DBID. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair Yamashita. Members, it's good to be back in this room.
How you like it? Nice.
I do. It's you know, like you, I know what your refrigerator looks like. I understand why you have all of these conduits that make everything a lot more organized. Yeah, so thank you very much, and chairs, thank you for being here today. Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members, thank you for providing DBID your time as we delve into multifaceted discussion on economic dynamics, focusing on pivotal areas driving growth and progress. As we explore the contours of economic development, we find ourselves at a critical juncture, a time marked not only by opportunities, but also by challenges that demand our attention and collective action. In recent times, the specter of natural disasters has cast a stark shadow over our landscapes, affecting lives and economies in profound ways. The Maui wildfire disaster stands as a poignant reminder of the vulnerability we face, and it's imperative to fortify the resilience in the face of such adversities. Today, we reflect on the aftermath and consider the ways in which economic strategies can help rebuild, renew, and reinforce the affected communities and the entire state. Amidst these challenges, we also witness remarkable beacons of progress in various economic sectors. The realms of technology and innovation stand as a catalyst, propelling us into an era defined by ingenuity and advancement. The convergence of creative media and film not only entertains, but it also fuels economies throughout its culture and economic contributions. We have two of the biggest stars in Hollywood that really want to bring their productions to Hawaii. So it is a big focus for us to try to make sure that we combine those resources to help that industry. Additionally, the pursuit of value-added products manufacturing reshapes industries, adding depth and competitiveness to our economic landscape. However, the progress in these sectors doesn't occur in isolation. The linchpin in this march forward is our workforce. Hence, our focus on workforce development becomes pivotal, and investment in knowledge, skills, and adaptability to ensure that our workforce remains not just competitive, but also aligned with the evolving demands of these burgeoning industries. Throughout our discussion today, let us explore these interwoven facets of economic growth and resilience. Let's examine the synergy between disaster recovery, technological innovation, creative endeavors, and workforce empowerment, acknowledging their interconnectedness and the opportunities they present. Together, let us delve into these critical aspects, not only to understand their significance, but to also chart a path that fosters inclusive, sustainable, and robust economic progress for the communities we serve. In August, I was tasked by Governor Green to help with the Maui recovery. I delegated the majority of DBID's operation to Deputy Director Wicker. I led a team alongside the Department of Human Services, Kathy Betts, Joe Campos, Trista Spears, and Luke Myers from the Governor's Office to place over 6,000 survivors into congregate shelters throughout West Maui in 13 days. Could not have done that work if I didn't have Deputy Director Wicker alongside working with our program managers in preparing an organizational strategy and the forthcoming steps we're taking to ensure the effectiveness implementation of our programs. Mahalo, Dane. With their extensive experience and exceptional dedication, I have full confidence in their abilities to steer the operational facets of our organization. This budget will serve as a roadmap designed to harmonize with our strategic direction, line items that reflect our organizational goals, ensuring that our financial resources are optimally allocated to support our objectives effectively. Moreover, as we created this budget, it's imperative to recognize the pivotal role that budget and policy requests play. These requests, when aligned with our strategic roadmap, become powerful tools in advancing our mission. They are the conduits through which we aspire transformation into actionable plans, driving us closer to achieving our overarching goals. In essence, this coordinated approach from delegating operational responsibilities to crafting an aligned budget and formulating strategic budget and policy requests is pivotal. It's a concerted effort aimed at propelling us forward in realizing our organizational vision. Your support to these efforts is invaluable. Together, we will navigate these pivotal steps and further cement our position in making Hawaii's economically competitive. Mahalo for this opportunity, and I'd like to turn the presentation over to Deputy Director Wicker.
Okay, before you continue, maybe you'd like to introduce your team to the committee.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. So, strategic marketing support, we have Dennis Ling. Dennis? He's also the Office of International Affairs. Creative Industries, Georgia Skinner.
Aloha, everyone.
Foreign Trade Zone, David Sinkek. HTA, Daniel Naho'opi. State Energy Office, Mark Lick. Economic Planning and Research, Dr. Eugene Thien. Hawaii Green Energy Infrastructure, Gwen Yamamoto Lau. General Support for Economic Development in the DBED office is Chung Chang, which is broadband. Dori Pelkovich, Small Business Regulatory Office. Not sure if Dori's here. ASO is Lucy Pasquale. Hawaii Technology Development Corporation, Wayne Inouye.
Hello, good morning.
State Planning and Coordination is Mary Alice Evans. NELHA, Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority, is Greg Barber. Hawaii Community Development Authority is Craig Nakamoto.
Good morning, members.
Hawaii Housing, Finance and Development Corporation, Dean Minikami.
Morning, members.
Agribusiness Development and Research is Wendy Gady.
Happy Aloha Friday.
Spectator Events and Shows, Aloha Stadium is Ryan Andrews.
Good morning, members.
And the Land Use Commission is Daniel Ordecker. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Mahalo for your time this morning. So I'm going to just outline what we're going to carry through in this budget. It's a strategic framework, and it will include some of our budget requests that you'll find on table 4 and 6. And after, I can go over those items that were not included or covered in the slide deck. The way we phase this is we're going to take a look at the state of the state, and that's some of the information that was shared with you last week with Dr. Tian and Yuhiro. We want to cover a macro level on how we're going to diversify, what sectors we're looking at based on that data, and then a plan on how we plan to implement regional economic development across the state using data for these emerging sectors, and then provide a few examples on how we're doing implementation. So for our economy, we're more concentrated in the U.S. with 2/3 of our GDP in the top 5 sectors. And of those two, you're going to see real estate and hospitality. We need to leverage the revenues driven from these sectors and invest it into diversifying our economy. This also includes trade and exports. And if you look at what our trade and exports are, it's only 2% of our total sales. Most of the sales are in Hawaii, and about 20% of those sales in state are purchased by visitors, which count as exports out. So how do we start to increase that export economy? During the most recent 20 years, from 2002 through 2022, 5 sectors have been increasing their importance to our economy. 3 have remained flat, and the remainder are decreasing their share in the economy. But I'll note that even though you're seeing these sectors decreasing, industries located in these sectors are emerging. And we'll cover that in a few slides. CNBC does a ranking each year on where businesses rank in the top 50 for states to do business. There are 86 metrics they use to measure that, with 10 broad categories weighted in competitiveness. Each category is weighted based on how frequently the state uses them as a selling point in economic development and their marketing materials. CNBC rates the states based on how effectively they are delivering on these factors that matter most to businesses each year. And in 2023, workforce was the heaviest weighted category. We talk about workforce development a lot, followed by infrastructure, economy, life, health, and inclusion. In Dr. Tian's report in the emerging industries presented last week, there are 6 sectors that DBED is looking at. And within these 6 sectors, there are 39 industries below that we can look at and expand in our economy. We started to pare down and align the sectors to where Hawaii needs to move in diversifying. So the key here is to identify what our emerging sectors are, and then emerging industries, and take them to growth. What do we got to do to help grow and expand those industries? So a few studies have been done. The Hawaii 2.0 study, it's reinstated where Hawaii should consider focusing its growth. The next steps are to align the data with the findings in these studies and develop a plan of what do these themes look like and how it will be accomplished. We speak of sustainability. However, sustainability, we also need to be economically sustainable as a state, and that requires resources. It'll cost us money. We'll have to become strategic on where we want to become economically sustainable, and we need to strengthen Hawaii's lifelines and our emerging sectors. And the Comprehensive Economic Development Study, it parallels DBED's framework on where we want to expand our economy and how we want to develop our homegrown talent with curriculum to career pathways. This includes aerospace, specialty healthcare, and specialty agriculture. The 3 sectors DBED is targeting: technology and innovation, creative media and film, manufacturing and product development. If we look at this, what this means across the state, regional clusters, economic development, starting with Kauai, value add, product manufacturing, and aerospace. On Oahu, value add, aerospace, fashion manufacturing, healthcare, creative film and media. For the county of Maui, value add, product manufacturing, aerospace, creative film and media. And for Hawaii Island, value add, aquaculture, energy, aerospace, creative film and media. So these are where we will be doing regional economic clusters specifically targeting these industries. The framework or pillars to do this is the guidance DBED's pursuing with is these 4 pillars. First, workforce development, K-12 P20. We have begun to meet with UH and DOE and communicating what the skill sets are that are required by these careers as we talk to industry. And we are aligning the curriculum to what the industry is asking for. For infrastructure, we have to identify the cliffs as we talk to students and offer those careers. Where are they headed? What are the facilities to help them incubate and innovate? And to do that, we need to provide commercialization and scaling up. We also need to reduce the overhead cost to incubate businesses, reducing their risk. The regulatory environment. We have our Small Business Regulatory Review Board that supports industry and where they can change regulatory review or rules. And then capital formation. This is coordinating tax credit incentives, new and existing, and targeting these industries to help them scale up and then wean them off as we move on to the next industry. Moving forward, how do we do this? 5 objectives. We have to map it out. That includes meeting with industry stakeholders, starting with the end in mind. Where do we want to go as a state? We also need to understand what the curriculum and skill sets are needed and share that with DOE and UH. We need to identify what current resources we have and what infrastructures and facilities we need to invest in or renovate. We have to flush out those resources and what needs to be acquired. Is it additional land, infrastructure, or facilities? And then where do we have public-private partnership opportunities to help share the cost on this? Workforce development, develop that P20 pathway, meeting with Department of Education and aligning their career technical education pathways. Also meeting with UH and leveraging our community colleges. Where we don't have the instructors, how do we pull in professional training and professional teachers? And which complex areas become the magnet? And then leveraging internship programs out there such as Good Jobs Hawaii and P3I. Identifying the resources that are needed. We need to map this out, get an assessment of where we're at, geographical strengths and weaknesses, state-owned, or where do we partner and purchase. And then our DBED ecosystem. We have to layer our incentives. We have programs like the Foreign Trade Zone, Business Development Support Division, Hawaii Technology Development Corp., and the Creative Industries Division. And with a mix of either grants, small business loans, or tax incentives, how we can leverage that and target and really stand up the industry. So for tech and innovation, what industries are we looking at, and how does this look like in our framework? So we're focused on aerospace, advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, healthcare, and energy. Hawaii Technology Development, their goal is to develop and diversify Hawaii's innovation and tech economy and to grow businesses. So how do we implement that? How do we accomplish that? So if we take aerospace, for example, and thank you to the legislature for the aerospace coordinator position provided last session, it's been filled and the coordinator is tasked with mapping out the economy statewide. On Kauai, we already have employers on the ground with PMRF. The Kapa'a Kauai Waimea complex would be critical in developing the curriculum to career along with UH Kauai Community College. On Oahu, in aerospace, it comes with Space Force and engineering and manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. Also the contractors that are employing the non-civilian, the non-DOD jobs. Similar to what's going on Maui and Kihei with US Space Force, engineering and manufacturing, and contractors, and leveraging the DOE and UH to make the curriculum to career there and talking with the industry what skill sets are needed to get employed when they graduate out of high school or college. And then astronomy on Big Island, and working with the DOE and the UH Institute for Astronomy in alignment there. The timetable to do this, so we're working backwards from August to understand what policy and budget requests we'll need in the next biennium. Currently, we're in the research and engagement process, understanding the aerospace economy, site visits across the state, and then community engagement. What has been done is a roundtable last July, as well as the filling of position and identifying leads and point of contacts. Advanced manufacturing. So what does manufacturing look like for the state of Hawaii? It's not just your assembly line. This is about robotics. When you look at the maker spaces happening in the Department of Education, we have aerospace and we have maritime. And when components break down on telescopes, when components break down on naval ships, where do they go for those temporary fixes to keep these pieces operating? Advanced manufacturing are facilities with robotics where we use students with coding, artificial intelligence, to scan these components, develop them, and create that industry in manufacturing. We did a visit to Oak Ridge National Lab, and they're interested in partnership here in the state of Hawaii. Natural Energy Lab in Kona. They're tasked with developing to diversify Hawaii's economy, expand research at their host park and leveraging their assets, grow the economy there, and advance energy with their energy initiative. According to UHERO, in 2018, the overall economic impact was $104 million. In 2022, 40% increase to $145 million. 7 million in tax revenue, 714 jobs. Those jobs have an average salary of $61,420 according to data from 2022 in the State Occupational Employment and Wage Estimate. With the investment of over the years from the legislature, we've been able to bring on 13 new projects, expand the 76 acres, that's less than 10% of land at Host Park, and also pending 5 new projects to cover 10 acres, considering 4 new leases, all in front of the Board of Directors for approval. We do have 2 budget requests in the fiscal year 25 supplemental ask for your consideration. We want to expand the infrastructure there so we can take 50 acres, potentially bring in 15 new businesses. The request to do this is $17.9 million in general obligation bonds. The second request is to develop an exploratory potable freshwater well of $5 million in general obligation bonds, not only to serve the expansion of the commercialization of the park, but also for potential workforce housing. And NELHA is working with Hawaii State Energy Office, our another attached agency, on energy research, and I'll cover that in additional slides. So Hawaii State Energy Office, 3 goals here: our state plan to achieve our 2045 renewable portfolio standard, our state plan to achieve our 2045 net zero goal, and our workforce development. So for HSCO, we do have recommendations, and we'll have to look at how we do this with policy, but they're to improve power plants that use fossil fuels to ensure the power plant replacements significantly reduce energy requests. We have a renewed focus on pursuing firm renewables. That includes geothermal, pumped storage hydro, and regenerative biofuels. We're also looking at how the state should recommend the first step in investing in technology, adopting technologies such as geothermal slim hole drilling and phased transition plans to progressively cleaner fields and generation options. HSCO will be conducting analysis during the first quarter of this year to assess options and develop a realistic timeline for decarbonizing the state's fuel imports to meet the 2045 requirements in Act 238 while reducing costs to electricity ratepayers. HSCO will also analyze and include job impacts on the cost of carbon and a comparison of the cost of business as usual fuel imports to alternatives that enable fuel decarbonization by 2045. HSCO will also analyze the benefits of a strategic alliance that would provide low-cost capital to invest in these plans and potential partnerships with HECO that could lower the cost to build new projects and power generation under the decarbonization plan. For our 2045 net zero goal, a decarbonization strategy as required by Act 238 in 2022 was submitted to the legislature last month. The key recommendations include supporting the development of utility-scale renewable energy projects for selected Stage 3 projects and forthcoming to the IGP procurements, particularly paired solar projects. Consider an interagency task force under HRS 196 to regularly monitor development timelines, permit status, and identify potential roadblocks. Identify permitting improvements to meet our RPS timelines, facilitate community benefits, and explore resolutions outside of the legal process. That's the court system. And then moving on to workforce development, we're looking at how we can partner with Good Jobs Hawaii and the Clean Energy Sector Partnership, as well as the Energy Pathway under DOE CTE programs. The Energy Pathway, it is in place. It's developed with the support of industry, teachers, and administrative representatives, and it was launched this past school year, the 2023 to 2024, at James Campbell High School, Kapolei High School, Kealakekei High School. This pathway includes 3 programs of study: the renewable energy technologies, alternative fuels technologies, and power grid technologies, each leading with a foundation of energy course in the first year, followed by 3 subsequent courses. HSCO supports the CTE program, and we look forward to our continued partnership with them in exploring career opportunities. The second sector we're focused on is creative media and film. That includes film, music, and culture and animation. So working with our creative industries division, 3 goals. We're looking, how do we grow our creative economy, position the state to be a global leader and competitive in the creative hub of the Pacific, and then create an efficient film industry and a film process. So we asked the question, we do have successful programs in film right now. If you take Wine I See Writer Productions, for example, if we go in front of that student, what do we tell them when they graduate? We have 3 options to tell them. You can continue your education on to the Academy for Creative Media at UH West Oahu. You can enter the workforce and work on productions in place such as NCSI or previously Magnum or whatever other movie productions are currently shooting. And the third option would be for them to take on their career, innovate their talent, and create content. We don't have the facilities to do number 3. And that would be an ask in the next session. We're cognizant of the situation with the Maui wildfire, so we'll be looking at requesting an appropriation next session for a GO bond to purchase land out at Kalailoa. Currently in the yellow, that's where the Kalailoa Film Studios are. Magnum was previously producing there. There's the green, this right here, section, that's for sale, where we would look at doing this innovation facility to help our graduates scale up and become content creators. The third sector is manufacturing and product development. So under this sector, we're looking at fashion manufacturing and value-add product manufacturing. Working with the Agribusiness Development Corporation, we seek to accomplish the following 3 goals: develop and increase exports, increase local food production, and create an efficient agribusiness industry. So our guidance for developing and increasing exports: we'll be doing market research, identify high demand markets and products for export, quality improvement, trade agreements, export incentives, provide incentives for businesses to export, such as tax credits or other ways we can lower the cost of overhead, infrastructure development, and the exporting of promotion. Increasing local food production. We have to adapt new technologies We have to educate our current farmers and new farmers. We have to optimize land use and allocation of increased food production through a strategic land use plan. We have to invest in R&D for higher yield and climate resilient crops through research and development. Provide financial support and resources to our small farmers to help them scale up. And then critical for farmers is water management. Implement efficient irrigation systems to maximize crop yield. Creating an efficient agribusiness industry. We have to encourage food processing and value-added product development through value add. We have to optimize our supply chains and streamline supply chains for timely and efficient distribution, and that's an investment in infrastructure. Financial support, regulatory reforms. We have to integrate technology, whether that's through greenhouses or robotics, and the collaboration and networking and fostering relations with the private sector. One of the key programs that DBED is working on with the Agribusiness Development Corporation is the Food and Product Innovation Network. And what that does, it's a catalyst for growth for 4 different types of users. The existing entrepreneur, the small to medium business entrepreneur, the corporate innovator, or the network partner. How this works is we take products from startup to export. For startups, these are for our entrepreneurs that have an idea but don't know where to start. And working with Leeward Community College, they're about to open their value-added product development center in West Oahu. That's where you take the mind who has a concept and you bring that product to fruition. That's a research and development working with the educational system. When they move on from that facility, they'll need to come to the Food Innovation Facility, which ADC is tasked with doing. They'll spend 2 to 3 years there testing the market, scaling up their commercialization, and seeing if there's a demand for both local and export potential. And then from there, the third phase would be warehouse availability. Whether they can go and lease private or lease state, they can now pursue their own career and bring in their equipment that they've experienced with the Value-Added Product Center and the Food Innovation System. For the growth portion, that's what the Food Innovation Network will work on. We have a plan and a request, and I'll cover that, what our request is in the supplemental year, and then commercialization to export. There's the example of the Leeward facility in Central Oahu. I think they may be opening as early as next month to welcome the first students coming in. But this was key. We identified during COVID a lot of cottage industries across the state. And when you talk with these cottage industries, they cannot scale up because they couldn't afford the equipment or they didn't have the commercial facility to do so. This space provides them to do that. Then we also have to provide the facilities and infrastructure for them to scale up and see if they can be successful. Inside the facilities, it provides all the equipment to take their idea from thought to concept, and then in the Food Innovation Network, it'll take it to market. As we work with the University of Hawaii Community Design Center and understanding what the microclimates are across the state, each center will be specialized. You won't see one center that is 100% identical. If you take Maui, for example, with the microclimates there, you do blueberries, you do strawberries, you have the wild deer there. Those you don't find on Oahu. You don't find those microclimates on Oahu. Kauai, we have over 15,000 acres of ag land. A lot of potential there for diversified crops. We're asking for $9.5 million in general obligation bonds for the fiscal year 25 supplemental budget. This would allow us to do a plan to a proof of concept statewide over the next 12 months. So if we're able to get the funds through this session and as early as July 1st, we would be coming back next session with a potential plan of what it would cost and asking for construction funds. Housing's key. We have the Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation attached to DBED, as well as Office of Planning and Sustainable Development and the Transit-Oriented Development Council. The goal here with OPSD is to advance the delivery of TOD projects and infrastructure. This is the top of the Gov's priority, 10,000 units in his first term. We're asking for $2 million in general obligation bonds for statewide planning for TOD districts tied to infrastructure planning to support the development housing. We're also asking under HHFDC through the Rental Housing Revolving Fund, $180 million in GO bonds, as well as $50 million in the Dwelling Unit Revolving Fund to help with TOD infrastructure and development of housing. The $2 million would be broken out across, for projects across the state. 400,000 for the county of Hawaii. I'm sorry, this is money you provided us last session. We were able to do 400,000 for the county of Hawaii, 250,000 for the city and county of Honolulu, and 350,000 worth of project planning for the county of Kauai. We do have 2 requests this session in general obligation bonds. The first would be for phase 2 of infrastructure for the UH West Oahu region, 25 million in general obligation bonds. The second request would be for the Iwilei Kapalama infrastructure. This is for design, 10 million. We'll also be asking for policy and tax increment financing for the legislature to consider to help with additional ways to finance infrastructure for both these projects. So that was our long-term plan for DBID. In the short term, several of our attached agencies or programs are helping to address those most needy, which is our ALICE population. So under the Hawaii State Energy Office, they're leading on the home efficiency rebate program, as well as the home electrification and appliance rebate program. They're anticipating $68 million worth in rebates for the primarily low to moderate income household, and that will be starting in third quarter of this year. For the Hawaii Broadband and Digital Equity Office, through the discounts, connectivity, devices, and training, they envision upscaling the ALICE population to be full participants in the digital world and thus the digital economy with the net result of economic growth. And through this, they've already started to administer a grant program that allows those in ALICE communities $30 discounts on Wi-Fi connectivity, and those on DHHL $75 rebate or for a grant. And then our Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. So recent enhancements to the Green Energy Money Saver, also known as GEMS, on-bill financing program. As of July 1st, 2023, the credit barriers were eliminated, and this resulted in one of the most inclusive solar financing programs in the nation for underserved ratepayers. This structure allows ratepayers to pay for their solar PV systems through energy savings and still have disposable income for other daily necessities, such as food and medicine. And as an example, what this program has resulted in, one of the applicants, and this is from 2021, was unable to finance batteries for their family home. During the pandemic, they leveraged their stimulus check to pay for a battery system and a power wall, which ultimately led them to $150 monthly savings. In today's dollars, 2023, that's now resulted in $500 per month. So this is real savings through this program to our ALICE population. I want to thank you guys for your time and allowing us to share our framework and cover some of our budget requests. I'll defer back to Director Tokioka of how you folks want to take questions, or if you want us to cover some of the other budget items still on table 4.
Okay, thank you. You have anything else? That's it. Okay, members, will open up for questions. Questions? Okay, Representative Cochran, followed by Ayu.
Thank you, department, you oversee a huge group of people, so thank you for all of your individual work. Of course, jumping into the subject of the wildfires, I'm looking at almost 99,205,000 had been expended and incurred for wildfires. Is there a breakdown somewhere for that 99.5?
Representative Cochran, we don't have the breakdown. There is a breakdown, but a lot of that is FEMA funds. In fact, all of that, most of that is FEMA funds. So I can request from Regional Director Fenton the information, and I know he has a team that keeps track of that, and Haima is also keeping track of that. So we can get that information. But as you can imagine, a lot of that money was spent on housing, and then the debris removal, and just preparing the infrastructure for rebuilds. So we can get that. We can request for that breakdown.
Okay, thank you. And then the other is you're looking to put 230 mil for rental housing revolving fund and dwelling unit revolving funds. So And is this, how much or is it gonna be towards the efforts for the Lahaina, people at all, if?
Well, again, I don't specifically, so we did the short-term housing relocation. But Luke Myers, who works out of the governor's office, all of those appropriations is going to be running through his office, which I'm not sure, Chair, if you folks did the governor's office already. But he and his team work on those statistics and those numbers every single day. So I can, again, ask Luke for that information so we can figure out what the breakdown is going to be. But I know that some of the work had to happen on upcountry Maui, but the majority of it was in Lahaina. And so although construction hasn't happened yet in Maui, but they are doing the temporary housing. I'm sure you know in your district, when the governor and I went to Japan just before Thanksgiving, one of the corporations there donated 50 container homes that were purchased for the tsunami in Japan, but they weren't used. So he owns the Bay Course in Kapalua, and they're gonna erect 50 homes there for their employees. But this is a straight donation from the company that owns Kapalua golf courses to the state to put up housing for their employees there. Specifically on the 220 million that you're asking about, I can ask Luke for that breakdown. And if the governor's office has not come yet, when he does come, I'm sure they're going to have more information every day as it goes by, and you can get that from him, and he'll know. Did the governor's office come, Chair?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay, so we'll get it. We'll get it to you.
Yeah, if you could just send the information to the committee, and then we'll send it out to all the members
Okay,
that may
thank
be
you, Chair.
interested. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry, a follow-up, Chair, if you don't mind. And so, increasing local food production and developing, it says just developing on Hawaii Island, Maui. Do you have any little further, information on what that means, developing on Maui?
When we mention the food production, that's the value add facilities. So planning and development of those value add facilities. Food production, we would be working with Department of Ag and understanding what the goal is to double food production and how ADC can help contribute to that with the lands that we have farmers on.
Okay, and is there any talk about not just food, but, building, like we talked about biofuels earlier, things of that nature, not edible type crops, I guess, hemp perhaps, just for building and other uses?
But I do know for ADC, their mission is food production on their lands.
Okay. And another follow-up, Chair. And then you said for Maui, GDP is the value added and aerospace and film and media. So film and media is being pursued?
We've had a brief discussion with Luana Mahi about what they're looking at with a film facility. No details, no further details yet, but we had a discussion about their interest in creating a film studio.
Great, I think that's a good, that'd be awesome. And also, you mentioned slaughterhouse. I know that's always been a need to address the access steer issue that we have on Maui, and that would, to put that food source on the table and in stores for people. So do you have any update on where that's at?
So I did do a site visit to Maui Nui Venison. They have a mobile slaughterhouse on site right now. We were looking at some of their supply challenges. And so, for example, when we look at the value-added facility, they do create a snack stick, but they don't have the facility or warehouse to do that here. They have to take it out. So for DBED, we look at systems and of that say, and we say it wouldn't make sense if we developed in our value-added product development center an area where we could do those type of processing of snack sticks, not just to serve Maui Nui venison, but any other type of animal or livestock. That was our vision and our goal with the value-added and understanding what their system are. They have a pretty good system in place right now for the type of scale they do. So we went to them proactively and asked if we could understand their supply chain.
Okay, and then lastly, generally, the tourism. You know, where are we headed with that, in particular, West Maui? I know other places are ramping up, and, you know, there's been quite a bit of presence of our tourism coming back, but what are the plans?
Can we call up Daniel Nahopi from HTA?
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, and Chair Kitagawa is not here right now, but other members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Daniel Naho OPE, and I'm the interim president CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Before we start, I'd also like to recognize in the room the members of our leadership team, Kalani Ka'ana'ana, who's our Destination Stewardship Officer, Caroline Anderson, who's our Planning Director. We have Isaac Choi, who's our Vice President of Finance. Ilihia Johnson, who's our Public Affairs Officer, and Talon Kishi, who's our Fiscal Officer. Also, I'd like to thank the House for all its hard work in supporting Maui recovery. Representative Cochran for your work at Kelowna, for Mauka at the hub, and making sure that there was immediate response and then recovery going forward, as well as the Business and Jobs Working Group with co-chair Garrett and co-chair Holt. Mahalo for all of the work that you put in on the recovery. So looking at our plan that we had for tourism, and I'll talk a little bit about the strategy of why we're asking for our departmental budget requests. So in our request, it's approximately $70 million for fiscal year 2025. And you heard from The Economist last week that tourism in Hawaii faces two major concerns for us. The first is the softening demand of visitation to Maui. And also the second one is an expectation of a slowing of our major markets, the economies there of Japan, US market, and Canada. And we've also seen in our own studies a decline in likelihood to visit from some US travelers recently. And therefore, in our next year budget for fiscal year 25, we will focus primarily on marketing to recover the demand from Maui, particularly from our US and Canada markets. Those are our two largest source markets into Maui. And by targeting higher spending visitors, and I'll go a little more detail of how to attract those types of visitors. Those are the ones who can afford to travel during these types of economic conditions. They're traveling more for the cultural or the experience or the relationship to Hawaii and are less impacted by these economic fluctuations. To maximize tourism economic contribution to Hawaii, we are following two strategies. First is marketing to that audience I mentioned of the higher level spenders, mindful travelers, those who are doing, that are seeking out the experience of Hawaii that we offer as a unique destination. The other strategy that we're looking at is promoting the tourism products and increasing awareness of what's available, what's new in our destination. And that increases visitor activity, which in turn increases the visitor spending, such as going on more guided tours, which employs more people, eating at local restaurants, which supports the made in Hawaii, local grown food products, increasing multiple island visitations so that the distribution of wealth happens on all islands. And the way we do it is through destination marketing, which is not only what many of you seen as consumer direct advertising and public creation efforts, but it also is about developing that relationship with travel agents and wholesalers, keeping them aware of what's open, making sure that they put on top of their list of destinations for the year to promote would be Hawaii, Maui, and our other islands. We've budgeted $37 million, or about 53% of our total budget request, is into that marketing and marketing support. And in particular, our US and Canada market, our strategy is to show how we're different, differentiate ourselves from other competitive destinations, showing the richness of the culture. You know, many of the questions previously last year were about what's still open, where can we go? There's hesitation just because it is a disaster that had happened. People are unsure if they should be able to visit or will they have the same experience. So a lot of the promotions and information that we're pushing out to the travel agents is to ensure them that, yes, our destination is open for visitors, both Maui as well as the rest of the state, and there are many, many experiences that you can participate in, enjoy. Though certain areas are restricted and they're being redeveloped, but there are many more options. In our Asia Pacific region, it's a slightly different strategy. Many of the travelers are still slow to return to the international travel, going outbound out of their country. So what we're going to show is that Hawaii is the top destination they should go first if they're going to do an international travel. One of our campaigns is Yapari Hawaii. So that because we are safe, high quality, well experienced, there's strong relationships in our markets, such as China and Korea. So the wholesalers and travel agents can guarantee a quality product, and we can meet or exceed their expectations. In the longer term efforts, it's a 5-year plan or so of actually shifting to regenerative tourism. We know you have seen conventional tourism, which is many large, maybe bargain visitors in the past, just coming for sun and sea, was not sustainable. We've seen that in 2019, and also some of that revenge tourism that happened after COVID, when we reopened after COVID. Regenerative tourism, on the other hand, we're looking to move towards those that have less impact types of visitation, more cultural experiences, going on guided tours so that we're employing people that work with and they can tell them where to go, where not to go, keep them safe, as well as ensuring that the visitor understands the local cultures, the biodiversity, the sustainability components, and that'll attract those types of higher spending visitors. Going hand in hand with that is our other side, where we spend about 17 million we budgeted, or 24% of our budget, is looking at what we call destination stewardship. It comes in 2 parts that we kind of classify. One is destination management, which many of you have heard before, about addressing the hot spots, those places that need additional infrastructure. We'll work with other departments and counties to identify those places that the residents have told us have been problematic. Working on overcrowding. The other is diverting, using apps, other reservation systems to divert crowds to places that can accommodate visitors. Our other side is what we call destination stewardship. And that, I'm sorry, I forgot the other destination managers. In our budget request is additional 5 personnel to actually manage those destination areas on each island. One for Kauai, Oahu, Molokai, Maui, and Hawaii Island. Currently, we contract those positions through the Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau. Those are our destination managers working on what you've heard many times, DMAPs. We would like to bring it in-house to be state employees because we know there'd be better control, as well as the relationship with the counties and other state agencies. It really helps if it's a state employee doing the negotiations and working with the organizations. I mentioned the other half of destination management, destination stewardship, is that regenerative component, shifting to different types of tourism. And we do that through many of you have seen the contract for support services for destination stewardship, which we've contracted with the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. They go through we reference it as Kilohana, is their new for-profit tourism-centered component of their organization. And we do that through, as had mentioned before, from Deputy talking about innovation, creating the system and structure. So they will identify various community groups, organizations that have some kind of tour, or maybe they are taking care of areas, or they want to expand of what they're retailing. And we'll give them technical assistance on how to get into the visitor industry with a completely different distribution system of wholesalers and awareness. And that's being trained. We will provide funding through our community funding program, signature event programs as well. And many of those are the types in the creative industries and social cultural activities that were identified by the economists as our base growth industries. So we know there are challenges ahead, and the state really must shoulder some of this burden in the years to support Maui recovery. And we have aligned our short-term, medium, and long to work towards starting with Maui recovery and then ensuring that tourism is sustainable and supportive through some of the difficult economic conditions that we're looking going forward. And that's kind of the overview that I have for tourism. I hope I covered some of your questions.
Yeah, that was the longest answer to one question.
I wanted to make sure that it was all out there before the meeting.
Yeah, when we get to bills, the answer's got to be real short.
Short.
Yeah, Representative Cochran, you can continue. You want to ask?
Yeah, and thank you for your efforts. And, it was a big cry, no tourism, in particular Lahaina. But it did, I think, eke in slowly enough to where people are, okay. And, of course, it got people back in work and some normality back to our lives. So appreciate those efforts. I know it's not easy on all levels to take care of. So, but I know the rest of the island is ramping up, and it's good. And people, I have to give props to the volunteerism type aspect, and hopefully you folks are going to look into, or if maybe you can answer, if you
Yes.
can.
We actually,
focus in on that.
we have actually shifted, if you go to our website now and our Maui toolkit, we feature new volunteer tourism activities on Maui and the other islands. Because we know many of the visitors that have told us when they want to come to Maui, they do want to contribute to the recovery. So we vetted through programs because we wanted to make sure that those programs can accommodate visitors at all times and efforts, and we put them in contact with our visitor industry.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, so Representative Cochran, I just wanted to share this part to answer part of your question. In October 8th, when the governor made the announcement to open Maui, it was very, very well thought out. We checked with all of the hotels to see what their reservations were going to be, because we knew how sensitive that issue was. But we also knew from the employees of the ILWU that many of them wanted to go back to work. They wanted some normalcy in their lives. And I know at the time it was very controversial, but you just had one of the biggest events on your island this past weekend, and everybody that we've spoken to and HTA and DBED has heard from was very impressed with the Century Tournament on Maui and all of the money that they gave back, because they gave back a tremendous amount of money to the community. And a lot of the players themselves privately gave monies to the organization. So just wanted you to understand that the thoughtfulness of opening on October 8th was discussed for many weeks before the governor made this decision, and I just wanted to make sure that we explained that to you and the committee as well.
And excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Here, that's all for now.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Chair Hope.
For the deputy director, you mentioned that, as part of diversifying the economy, one of the main ways we do it is through tax credits and incentives. And you mentioned that, it's to scale up the industry and then to wean it off. So, what time frame would you think is appropriate for these industries to receive these tax credits?
I don't have the exact time frame right now. We would do that when we look at the plan and what it would take. We have to go with data and maybe going back to our research economic analysis division. And I don't have the exact answer right now. I apologize. I'll get back.
We have some tax credits that's on the books for over 20 years and are actually increasing and not decreasing. So I was just, wondering about that. Specifically about the film tax credit. And also, maybe I just couldn't find it, but I can't find any annual reports from the film office since 2018. So maybe just wondering, if we're spending $50 million a year and we haven't had a report for over 5 years, it's a little bit tough for us to justify to continue to spend the money. And there's been requests to uncap the tax credit. So going forward, I just don't know how we can justify spending so much money when we can't even get a report back to the legislature.
Thank you for the question, Chair Holt and committee members. We have delivered all reports this year from 2019 to 2023. We'll make sure that the committee gets copies of those reports. They were done individually rather than as a group. It's critical for us to report to you because you need to know where the money's going, how tightly we're managing this fund, and to your point about how long and the life cycle of perhaps just the film tax credit, I can't really speak to others. But I do feel that this is a competitive environment for the state, so we have to amp up the portions that are really focused on workforce development and other areas where those contributions are going back directly into our community. And so now I'd like to introduce at least one of our members of our team. We have a new tax credit management team in place, which the legislature provided us the positions for. We needed this actually at the beginning of the credit cycle, but now that we have it in place, David Kaylee-Iholokai, who's not with us today, our accountant and auditor, Brent Onbay, who's here, who's our program specialist, and then also introduce our branch manager for the Arts and Culture branch, Rick Manayan. So to answer your question, for the film tax credit, I think the life cycle currently is 2034.
Well, when I go into the DBED reports and annual reports, there's, for all the attached agencies, there's listed and we have reports from every year. There's not even a slot for the film office. So just wondering, is it, why that is? And, it's pretty much unacceptable that we haven't had a report for 5 years for how much money we're putting in.
Correct.
I don't really need to know why it didn't happen, but to come back and to ask for more money when the reporting is not being done is kind of irresponsible, if you ask me. So we need to make sure we're on this. $50 million is a lot of money. I know this is kind of off topic, but in contrast, OHA only receives $21 million a year. $21 million. It's not even half of what the film tax credit gets. So how do I justify to all the Hawaiian people out there that we're giving money away to the producers in Hollywood, and the reporting coming back from DBED's own reports, a lot of the local talent are extras. So I don't know. It's just frustrating for me with such a big push to increase this industry when we're not really getting back what we expect. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Well, what we'd like to do is correct that and do perhaps a separate briefing that dives into it. We do have some other slides that'll give you exactly what you're asking for, but I agree with you 100%. I think that the inability to have the documentation in front of you, and I do have it, I can leave it with the committee clerk and they can provide it to the entire body here. You're welcome.
Wait, so just a little bit more. I mean, Deputy Director, I know your presentation about emerging markets had film on every island. Is that was that demand there before the tax credit started, or does it only continue to remain the market because we have this gigantic tax credit that we're giving? And would any market, would it be the same if that was like any other market? So I'm trying to figure out if Hawaii is the reason, or it's because we have this tax credit, and is that investment in an industry, a different industry, more valuable?
So to the latter part, is it the investment to a different industry more valuable? That is a policy call. In fact, the emerging sectors are determined by administrative and legislative incentive. So where we focus policy, where we focus incentives, we're saying this is where the state wants to expand and grow the economy. So when we put in our plan is based off of current data, what the current incentives are, what the current policies favor. If the body decides that's not where we want to invest in, that would be a policy call. We're driven right now based off of incentives and policy. So for film, because we do have those policies and incentives in place, working with the neighbor island economic offices, they're starting to bring forth potential film studios as well.
Correct.
I'd also just add that we do understand when you do an incentive, if we don't have the workforce, who is filling in? And in the slide deck, I mentioned when we look at our students and we tell them, when you graduate, here's what options we have for you, we're identifying that gap and cliff. And if we really want to do the content creator and build more, so above the line jobs, then our ask is not just the film studio, but the innovation facility for them to incubate.
I mean, yeah, but that's like a mismatch, right? Like the legislature is saying DOE offer these classes, and then because we're like investing we're investing in the industry. So it's like, where do we start? Like, I guess it's like, where should we start? Like, do you have an analysis, like in a vacuum, what is the best emerging industry that any state would, be wanting to get into at this point?
It would be, well, I don't have a list of what the best would be. It would be to our strengths. If we have assets, like let's look at what's happening with the aerospace or the naval shipyard. How do we leverage those assets here? And you're right, the mismatch between industry and curriculum. So we are meeting with DOE, we are meeting with UH. We're gonna actually enter into a memorandum of agreement of what the responsibility is. It's not education, DOE's responsibility to go from curriculum all the way to the industry.
It's ours.
DBED's responsibility in using the data to say what industries we are gonna invest in, talking to the industries on what skill sets are needed, and taking that information back to UH and DOE. And there's the handoff there. So you absolutely do bring forth what the gaps are in the curriculum to career, and we are working on that, and we will have a draft agreement with DOE and UH.
So like, what does our hospitality business management program look like at the DOE? Because I mean, I can see Waikiki, like that's our industry, tourism. Like, what does that look like in DOE?
Yeah, and it's within the career and technical education
Okay.
pathway. And also for the film pathway, that is something, Creative Industries is in charge of the job development and the overall management of the Good Jobs Hawaii program for the creative sectors. So as Deputy Director said, you have to, and it's our biggest frustration too, so I totally understand. Coming from the industry myself, being a Maui resident for 44 years, sorry. It was my primary goal when I started in jobs on Maui and certainly here at the state. How do we connect our students to these industries, and is the curriculum aligning? That is our job right now. We've done a lot of deep dive on that, so we'll be able to get back to you with some reports on it.
Okay.
Representative, you mentioned the travel industry management and the pipeline down to the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Can I bring up HTA? There is a pathway and a scholarship program in place right now that he could share some information on.
Okay, sure.
Similar to our other industries, we have pathways and academies that are in the school for hospitality as well as tourism management. And tied into that, there's a Ho'olina scholarship program, which provides scholarships through the university at Tim School, but it also allows internships during the program and information they can participate in. We've had great success. I'll send to the committee some of our graduates and where they have ended up. We are also working with DLIR and HLTA itself, the hospitality industry, as well as other sectors, to look at additional areas to expand that's needed in the tourism industry, such as aircraft maintenance technicians and those other areas, as well as the technical side in social media development, accounting, and all of the back of the house programs that actually have a strong need for a workforce.
In the state, you're talking about
In the state, yes.
So aircraft maintenance in the state.
Correct.
Okay. So I mean, if the legislature is looking to phase out this tax credit, I guess I go back to my earlier question, like where is similar dollars better spent to give us a bigger economic return?
We are working on that.
Okay.
That is what this plan starts to do, is focus on which emerging sectors or which ones may not work for us.
Okay, thank you. And then just following up on table 15, that's your CIP request table. I see the convention center roof repairs are still on there. Like, what is happening with this?
So, last session, we were given a cash CIP of $64 million for the roof repair. However, in the Maui recovery, the need to have additional resources, the BNF took back the cash CIP. So we are asking in our budget request for this year is a general obligation bond for the 64 million for the roof repair.
Okay, maybe this was a question for Louis. So they took back the money and spent it somewhere else, and now you guys are coming and asking for more money?
It hasn't been spent yet, but because of the shortfall, Budget and Finance went through all the departments and clawed back some of the money and put up geo bonds for the projects that those cash CIPs are supposed to pay for. So we can't tell you what it was spent on yet, because it hasn't been, but they just needed the money back in reserves. The Council on Revenue Forecast helped us understand that there is more money available than what was available a month ago or 3 weeks ago, but that's helpful. But it's still the position of Budget and Finance to hold back that money and go with the bond financing method.
Okay, sorry, Chair, maybe I don't understand the process, but if the legislature puts the money for the roof repairs and we keep doing this and it keeps getting put somewhere else, what is the check that, so the public doesn't make it seem like the legislature is not the one paying for R&M or repairing?
It's not you, and I don't think
Okay.
myself or Budget and Finance or the governor would ever say that it was on the legislature because you
Okay.
appropriated the money. And I will say that publicly right now, the legislature appropriated the money. We thought the hit to the economy was going to be a lot worse than it was, but the economy is rebounding, positively, surprisingly. So, we're going to have to revisit that and look at the method of funding. But it is a priority for the convention center, for DBED and the governor to fix that roof because it's problematic.
Okay, and then is the 64 million an accurate number given where we are in time now, or is it more expensive already now to do the repair?
Well, when we went out to bid, the company that won the bid, they're still held to that number.
Okay, how long is that locked in for, their bid number?
So we're still going through the process to do the final identification, and the construction contract RFP will come out in July after the fiscal year.
Okay, so the RFP hasn't come out, so it could be more expensive than 64.
We anticipate that it shouldn't be because the people who did the estimates recently did it estimate recently. So
Okay.
they're going through architectural design and such to make more details before the bid goes out.
Understood. Okay. I guess the last set of questions. And sorry, I know you're the interim CEO, but is the search underway for the full-time CEO position? It's not on the vacancy list, that's why. So I'm just asking about the position.
Well, I think as a board member, part of the discussion was to do a search, but to get an indication from the legislature, either before session ends or after session ends, on if there is going to be funding from the legislature, the House and the Senate, to be assured that whoever the new CEO is that we hire, or the board hires, that the position is and the expenses for the position and the authority is funded.
I see. Okay. And then my last set of questions are about the stadium project.
Representative, if I can just add to that.
Sure.
We will still be going through the process of the search.
Okay.
But the hiring part, that's the part that, we're going to take indicators from what happens here.
I understand. Thank you. And I guess my question is, I've seen some information that the stadium development is not it is not falling under the procurement code, so it's exempt from 103D and some of the other procurement rules. Can you explain how that's possible?
Sure. First of all, good morning, Chair, good morning, members. Ryan Andrews from the Stadium Authority. And you are correct, we are doing a procurement outside of 103D. And part of that is because it is a lease of the property, which falls outside that code. We are doing what's called a progressive procurement, which is fairly new to the state. The idea behind it is that it's going to be a little bit less risk for the teams that would be bidding on this, as well as hopefully a more rapid process with less risk.
Okay, so I mean, just explain to me how, under what rules that we do this under.
To get into the specifics, I'm gonna have to get back to you on that, because I don't know exactly the parameters we use to go outside of 103D. So I can get that information to you.
Okay, so you're saying if it's on leased property, there's no procurement for that? Okay, please get back to me,
I need
because
to get back to you on that.
this doesn't sound right to me. Okay.
I will get back to you on that.
And then I guess just as far as the risk component, never mind. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, under 103D, they still have to kind of follow the intent of 103D, even when we exempt people from 103D. But anyway, thank you, and we'll move on to further questions. Just so that to your earlier comments, when the governor moves money around, we do give the governor does have that emergency power to move money around, and just keep in mind that there are benefits that our state has where other states' governors don't have that power. So the bond raters kind of like consider that something where we can manage better than others. The only concern that I had was that they're supposed to inform us, but I would prefer, and I made this comment in an earlier committee meeting, that even though they have that power to move money, they should still consult us. So I that's my only comment on that. Okay, we'll move on to other questions. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question regarding the convention center. I understand the financing mechanism behind the switch from cash to GEO, but what are some other longer-term CIP needs for the convention center itself beyond the roof?
Good morning, Isaac Choi, Hawaii Tourism Authority. We do represent, as to your questions, we do have a 6-year CIP plan that's presented on a monthly basis. And of course, we do publish it to the Money Committee, so they do have that particular schedule. I can give you that particular schedule. The convention center itself is a very old facility. So everything is breaking on it, from escalators to dishwashers to everything. So we do have a very, very detailed plan that we could give to you. Or, Chair, did you save a copy of our monthly CIP plan? Did you save a copy of that?
No.
Okay. Okay. So
Of course you did.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. Yeah.
Well, could you just share some just general numbers so we can just get a sense of the magnitude of the need going forward?
I think, excluding the roof, we probably have another $50 to $100 million.
Okay.
Because when you talk about escalators, elevators, painting, tile work, right, plumbing, it's all, it's time.
Okay, well, I look forward to looking at the 6-year plan for that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Choi.
you.
Guess this is for Director. When we had UHERO and the State Economists come earlier, they talked about just how surprised they were at how quickly we recovered after COVID, after the Maui wildfire. And a lot of the surprise, I guess, was just kind of the visitor mix now. And it's really been visitors from the continent that have made up the shortfall because, international travelers just aren't coming to Hawaii. And I know you guys are doing the best you can to try to get the message out there. And there's also, the impact of things like currency on travel. But what do we need to do more as a state to bring back those kind of higher spending international travelers?
Okay, so the governor and I were in Japan in November. And what we found out is in Japan, and I will just speak to Japan because I think there's other things we can do with guidance on China and Korea. But in Japan, the business leaders, the government leaders were very giving and respectful of what happened on Maui, to the extent that in Haneda Airport, from the time we were there in November to the next 5 months, they're going to be sending 5,000 of their employees as an incentive to Hawaii. And, they're deciding which island they go to. They'll try to go to Maui. But that was their way of showing us the affection that they have for Hawaii and wanting to work with Hawaii. That was just one agency. But we had 13 different visits, and 5 of them said the same thing. you know, we do incentives for our employees. Not always is it travel. Sometimes it's money, but they felt like this is the best way that they could give back. So the governor and I have written a letter to send to the companies, like whether it's Toyota or all the big companies in Japan, requesting that they come to Hawaii. So that is one marketing strategy. And if you're talking about 5,000 employees, that's a lot of people. I think it was JAL, or JTB, I'm sorry, that is doing the same thing. Less people. That one was 500. There was another one of the companies that are sending 1,000 people. But they're spreading the word that the best thing for them to do is to send their people to Hawaii. And the companies, although the yen is weak, some of the companies are doing very well, and this is their way of sharing their affection for Hawaii. So that's specifically in Japan. I know at HTA there was money appropriated for the emergency proclamation from the governor, and I'm not sure if Daniel or Kalani want to share the specifics on that information.
Yeah, that'd be great to hear.
Is that okay, Chair?
Yes, absolutely.
So as mentioned, that we have identified that international market recovery is very important in the near term. So we've actually, as the board, has approved $2.5 million in incremental funding for 2024, part in the first half of this year, and then additional in the second half in fiscal year 25, and you'll see that as part of our budget ask. So part of the promotions, as mentioned, is focusing on developing those existing relationships in order to encourage business travelers, incentive travelers to start the process and moving over to Hawaii, which then they'll spread through the consumer networks. We're also working with co-ops, with airlines and travel agents in terms of partnering at a 50-50 share. So they partner as part of our programs. They work with maybe packaging that features Hawaii, and they'll be part of our ads. And you've seen some ads where they have the name of the airline at the end or something in a special section. So that's a co-op program like that. We're also focusing a lot more on the Made in Hawaii type of product promotions to bring awareness because it's very popular right now, not just in the pop-up that we've had at Haneda, that was very successful, but also branding in different major things like a McDonald's or some of the other chains that feature Hawaii products and also department store Hawaii products. It brings additional awareness besides the direct advertising that we're doing.
Okay, thank you. And excuse my ignorance on this, but I know there were plans before to try to help on basically a pre-clearance program for customs where they could basically clear at their departing airport. Is that in effect, or is that still being considered?
Not in effect, but I would say half of the meetings that we went to with Governor Green was focused on that program all the way up to the White House. So the governor's team and the White House are working out scenarios and plans for that. Julian and Cameron in the governor's office did a lot of research on that, comparing what happens in Canada, because there was issues with the Japanese customs. They didn't want security agents having guns at their border patrol. But for the United States, the position was that they needed to have that. But in Canada, they don't have it. They didn't have it. So we're just trying to work out that. But it is a very, very big push from the governor, and a big push because if Japanese tourists are allowed to go through customs here, do the customs in Japan and just go through like a regular domestic passenger here, it would help them when they travel to the mainland. So instead of going to California first, they would come here. That is the plan, and we are all in support, all hands on deck on trying to make this program work. So it's still rolling. We're still moving it, trying to move it.
And it's been a high priority for the Hawaii Tourism Authority. And we're very optimistic because this year the U.S. and Japan have signed a relationship agreement to increase visitors between the U.S. and Japan. So we're hoping that it's at that federal level, higher awareness for this year.
And I think many of you went to the Sister City-State conference. And, you know, Japanese people love Hawaii. There's no doubt about that. The yen is weak, but I can just say that the governor at all of the meetings was very, very, very convincing to ask people to come. So I'm enthusiastic that it's going to happen. People are going to move, but we'll measure it, and we can tell by the daily arrivals that Dr. Tian's office tracks. And, you know, I can say all I want right now, but if the numbers don't match to what I say, but we will track it. And as you can see from the reports now, the numbers are bouncing back faster than we thought they would for the Japanese market and the Asian market, I should add.
Thank you, Director. Thank you both.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Next, Chair Quinlan, followed by Chair Lowen.
Unless anybody had any further questions for HTA, go ahead, in deference to the Finance Committee.
Oh, HTA?
No. Does anyone else have any further questions for HTA on the
Yeah.
committee? Oh, please.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity, Rep. Quinlan, and thank you. So I wanted to touch upon if you are talking about search and rescue type of efforts. I mean, at least, you know, educating our visitors about the do's and don'ts, you know, where to go, what to look out for, and things of that nature.
So we have two main areas of our programs. One we call our pre-arrival. We work through our marketing partners in market to provide information about what's appropriate to do while traveling here in Hawaii, the sensitivity to various environmental conditions, where to get information once you arrive here, important contact numbers. Those are all available on the website, as well as information that we push out to travel agents and other wholesalers. Once they arrive, as you've seen, there's a lot of information in the airport, the advertising, when you're waiting for the carousel, you have that information. We also provide additional information in room with the hotels, and also develop toolkits that the industry can use in their properties, not only hotels and vacation rentals, but also restaurants and other venues where we have interaction. We provide that kind of collateral and information for them.
Thanks. Thank you.
So I just had some questions about the contracts that we're managing right now. How many contracts total is HTA managing, and/or how many RFPs are we issuing on average in a given year?
So for last year, we issued 6 of the larger contracts, ranging from mainly they're the marketing ones. We had about 5 contracts in the marketing area, totaling about $71 million. Those are multi-year contracts spread over a calendar year. Destination management, we had the large contract for destination management.
But then what about on the cultural side? How many RFPs or how many contracts?
So last year we
Or
didn't.
cultural/destination stewardship management.
Oh, okay, so we didn't issue. We had continued contracts from the year before, but typically we have about 3 of those kind of cultural contracts. But within those contracts that we have the grants and awards program. So
Right.
we're not actually contracting directly with the recipients, but we do oversee and are part of the decision making in those awards.
So how many grants and awards would we issue or award in a given year?
Total numbers. Why don't I send that back to you with
Sure.
the
Okay,
details?
but it's-
We're going to be awarding this later this week.
Okay.
Actually, next week with the most recent 2024 calendar year awards.
How many applicants were there this year?
In the various programs, the large ones had 220 or so.
That's okay. So 220 people come in. You might issue or grant 80, 100, more than 100 awards potentially. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we have we have 6 actual programs that we look at.
And so a lot of these awards are, in the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 range. They're not necessarily all big ticket items. Is that correct?
Right. Most of those are community-based or community-level type of events, or say a food tour or something like that. It's very small. Our larger ones we call signature. Those are large sports or such things as Aloha festivals, Kamehameha festivals, etc. The large ones.
So when you have this number of applicants and this number of grants and awards that you're trying to manage, I imagine that that takes up quite a bit of staff time. It becomes a capacity issue and we only have 19 live bodies. Is that fair to say, to some extent? Because we've been having some contract management issues over the past couple of years.
Yes, so one of the things that we have asked in our budget request is the fact that it was identified during the auditor's report, the legislative auditor's report, that we need additional bodies or processes in place for both contract management and then quality assurance. So adding that extra layer and check to ensure that many of these contracts that we have are compliant, are paid on a regular basis, are moving along to meet their objectives and goals. So we requested there a compliance officer, a contract manager, 3 additional accounting and fiscal. And then on the program side, where the actual grants or programs actually occur, we're asking for additional administrative assistance.
Okay. What do you, I mean, ballpark, what do you think the total value of all the grants and awards that could be considered either destination stewardship or cultural support might be in a given year? Do you think it's closer to 5 million, closer to 10 million?
It'd be easier if I ask Kalani about that. Okay. For calendar year 24, $7.5 million.
But that could be split up into potentially 100 plus recipients, right? When you cut up all the different pots,
Right.
you know, whether it's a grant, a contract, an award, right?
They're small, some are 10,000, but many, we look at their need and we always ask for, matching funds so that we understand that it's sustainable in their programs as well. And then we also, in the evaluation process, we look at ensuring that they do make progress on becoming sustainable, developing, as I mentioned before, we have training and technical assistance so that we can provide additional funds for next year for new programs that may be coming up.
I mean, and the reason I ask, and you know the reason why I'm asking, is because, I went through the list of all the grants and awards with my Senate counterpart recently, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. And there's stuff that I think absolutely the state should do, and it's our Kuleana to fund it, and it's really important. My concern is that I don't know if the Tourism Authority is the right place to house all these grants and to expend these monies. I guess that's sort of my concern. That the nexus to tourism is tenuous for some of them, or in some cases may not really exist at all.
I think another point going to that is that they could be housed in other programs in other departments. However, we have seen that these programs and projects are very high priority and critical in the visitor industry. It may be low priority process in some of the other departments, but we know that it has to happen in order to ensure the safety or a quality experience for our visitors, and that's why we step in to do some of this funding.
Can you talk about, for example, your relationship with DLNR and how things might be low on the list for them but high for you guys? Could you give me an example of that?
Okay, a good example is Kahalu'u Bay. It's a small beach, so it's low priority for DLNR itself. We've seen some of the issues with the surf awarding and things. But for us, it's a primary visitor destination in the Kona district. It's located right there. It has perfect for visitors to go swimming and at the coral. So we support them because we don't want to have impact on the coral, so that there's always live corals for the visitors to do snorkeling and such. But it's very low priority for DLNR. And so that's why we have to step in to ensure that that experience continues. Yeah, so that's a good example. It's just a small one, but
No,
good
that's
example, I think.
Good example. I want to talk a little bit about the big ticket RFPs that we issued last year. So they're both, one to HVCB and one to CNHA. And as I understand it, they are both 2-year contracts. So can you give me a breakdown of both fiscal years and sort of just briefly what's expected of each contract in each of those 2 fiscal years?
So first, there's the contract that went to Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau for U.S. brand management and marketing. It's about a 2.5-year contract.
Okay.
The first year, because we had the remainder of 2023, was $8.5 million. calendar year 2024 would be 14.3, and calendar year 2025 is 16, for a total of 38.5 million. The other large one was support services for destination stewardship, which I mentioned before went to the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement through their Kilohana division. Runs from August of 23 to May of 26. 17 million in the first term and 10 million in the second term.
So, I mean, I imagine that the key performance indicators for HVCB for that contract would probably be a little easier, more cut and dried to come up with than the CNHA contract. Is that fair to say? Because that's just a marketing contract, and the KPI is, did we get the right kind of visitor? What was the average daily spend, and how many visitors did we get, right?
They both have their both quantitative and qualitative KPIs. For what we do in the leisure and marketing side, we have very straightforward, metrics, media metrics, and things like that we're all familiar with. But we also hold them accountable to continue to grow awareness of seeing and hearing information of not only the destination itself, but some of the things we mentioned about being able to understand the safety and responsible travel measures. And we actually have surveys working with READ, DBED READ, on doing that kind of study. On the stewardship, it's more about, because we have multiple programs in the destination management action plans themselves, we've identified specific target actions that need to be implemented. So many of the KPIs are ensuring that they get done without impact to the community, that they're done on time. Many of those are qualitative in terms of on time. Also, understanding measurements of improving resident awareness of tourism, and as I mentioned, satisfaction with tourism and the sentiment of the visitors, so that the visitor industry doesn't impact their community areas.
And have you split up in that contract, in that destination stewardship and capacity building contract, are they doing essentially the same things both years, or do they have different tasks in each year of the contract? Are there different KPIs, or are they the same?
So in the first year, we've identified, particularly in technical assistance, is one of the areas where it'll start to shift. Technical assistance and development, or like we're talking about innovation here as part of DBED, economic development. In the first year, we're doing studies to identify what are the needs for many of the small businesses and community groups that want to get more involved in tourism or utilize tourism as an avenue to increase their business capacity. So the first year would be more developmental. In the second and third year, it's more of actual training and technical assistance to get them prepared to go into market. For us, into market is more being able to go to an international trade show and work with a wholesaler in order to show their ware, ensure that the quality of the experience is at our level that we expect as a world-class destination. So it started to shift after a couple of years, and we have those kinds of programs aligned.
Okay. Freshman asked some great questions, so I crossed a few things out here. That's basically it for me. I just wanted to say really mahalo to everybody at the Tourism Authority for sticking with us and weathering this storm with us.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair Quinlan. Really quick, I think, part of what he brings up is something that I think this committee will be looking into more and more, is that, right, and DBED has a lot of them, by the way, not only in HTA, is you're giving out grants, and I'm kind of okay with purchase of services, but once it's kind of a grant area, then it's a 42F, and that's a different section of law. So I think eventually you should kind of keep in mind that there is a difference. So at some point we may audit and take a deeper dive into how the different divisions in DBED and other departments too, by the way, if they are abusing 42F. So just heads up. Okay, Chair Lowen.
Thanks. For the Energy Office. So first I had a couple questions about the budget. So the first two budget adjustments you require are authorizing expenditures from the Energy Security Special Fund. Would those be 100% federally reimbursed, or is there a part of it that's a match?
Yeah, I mean, it does require a match, the $750,000 and the 250. Those are match requirements, cost share requirements.
Okay, because it wasn't clear in the testimony, it says the funds would be federally reimbursed if it was money that would then come back to the Energy Security Special Fund or not.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would then get reimbursement for, for those funds, but we have to actually expend them first. So that's what the funding was for.
So presumably, there would be no net loss after the reimbursement came through, or not loss, but
No, that's
expenditure.
correct.
And then can you explain the funds for the payroll shortage? I know that's been an ongoing thing, and I'm still not quite clear on how maybe there's a better way to fix that situation. I know that in 2019, we took out that provision that you could use energy security special funds for employees purposefully. So I just want to better understand what that situation is.
Yes, Chair and Committee and Representative Lowe. And of course, you are intimately involved in the whole changeover in 2019 of the office. So when that position was removed, essentially you had an administrator. At that time, it was an energy administrator position, which was a civil service position. So that person remained, but not in that same position. So unfortunately, the agency didn't have the ability to start with an equivalent priced position. So they found another position which wasn't equivalently priced. And I was not there, 2019, I just have been here for a year. And so I really can't explain why the agency was unsuccessful in working with the legislature on correcting the differential in the position they found. But essentially, that priced position, which is roughly 80,000, the 97,000 is needed to actually meet the
Which position is it specifically?
it's the chief energy officer position. So to meet the amount that the governor had offered, that number is what's necessary to do that. But again, as I'm explaining, that actually has been the case since 2019. There's been a differential.
Is a better way to fix it just to adjust that in the budget?
I mean, that would make sense to price it properly, and then there wouldn't be a need to attempt to use other means which are not appropriate, really. Other current expenses and certainly salary savings, which I know have been done in the past.
And then a couple other questions. Just from the initial testimony, which I was watching upstairs in my office, one thing was mentioned, because I know a lot of the projects in RFP 1 and 2 still are not online, right? It's really just one or two. And there was mention of establishing an interagency task force to monitor, similar maybe to the Powering Past Coal Task Force that we had for a while. Would that same kind of function be served if the statute to establish a Hawaii Energy Reliability Administrator was enacted, or was effectuated? Would that take care of the same kind of concern?
The Energy Reliability Administrator is a position that would reside within the Public Utilities Commission. There was a law passed for the commission to be able to establish that position. I believe that was passed in 2012, 2013, and that hasn't been done. It was originally, I think, designed to deal with integration of renewable resources, interconnection issues, but it certainly could be drawn broadly enough to handle timely sort of monitoring of energy projects to make sure that they're online and that their approvals going through the commission take place timely.
Which do you think would be like a more efficient way to address it? Like, clearly, I think there's an issue. It helps to have that oversight. Do you think that would be better served by having it done through using that, HERA and moving that forward, or an interagency task force. And a task force, I mean, the Powering Past Coal Task Force was not subject to sunshine for, reasons that there's confidentiality issues with the utility projects sometimes and things like that, but it does, there is a lot of, for better or worse, things with sunshine law that can kind of slow some of that process down or make it more challenging to keep an eye on these things.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could be done. Would that be the best route? It would take time to establish the reliability administrator role, and it would cost, it would actually be a pretty costly endeavor. We're able to set up task force, and frankly, the Powering Past Task Force is no longer really active, so we've set up essentially ad hoc activities, and we've set up a priority to accelerate permitting and approval processes, which are extremely complex and right now could average more than 5 years. And we think that just simply making those processes more efficient and having us coordinate and work with the counties and with the state agencies could yield quicker results. So we're setting that up now.
And then moving on to another question, if that's okay, Chair. There's mention of the decarbonization study and things, key points taken out of that Energy Office is focusing on, which I think had to do with what we just discussed and, ensuring utility scale projects are moving forward, et cetera. But a huge part of, every scenario that was looked at under the decarbonization report included, pushing to the maximum on energy efficiency, as well as looking at the transportation transition, especially for light duty vehicles. I think those are two kind of short-term opportunities where you can see a lot of decarbonization. So on that subject, in 2022, I believe, we passed the bill to require energy efficiency efforts be undertaken by all state agencies who hadn't done so. In I think since 2010, I don't know, I have to look at the bill, but I think that the date for that process to be underway was January 1st of this year. Has that been met? Has there been any progress?
Well, there certainly has been a big focus since I came on last year on improving the relationship and the activities. We haven't gone as far as I would like to have gotten in identifying funds that we could use for investment-grade audits that would help us with energy savings performance contracts, for example, which would be enormously beneficial to pursue. When I was administrator before, in each of those 5 years, we led the country in per capita energy savings performance contracts. And that essentially takes the savings and allows that to finance the improvements. So I want to see a return to that, more aggressively pursue that. And that's taking some time to, we also have applications with our Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant that would allow us to pay for that. So we build that into the budget, and I hope to pursue that once we get approval for those EECGB formula funds later this year.
So I appreciate that, but to be clear, like the answer to the question is no.
Well, there have been energy savings improvements, and I think we had presented to the Majority Committee earlier those improvements. So there have been improvements. It's just not, it hasn't been so strong that it's made, it essentially has netted out in the way that I think the objectives that you set forth in legislation had met. So clearly we're not there yet, honestly.
And then just similar question, because the light duty vehicle transition is such a big part of the short-term decarbonization efforts. What kind of progress has been made on the state fleet transition?
So there have been significant improvements and investments in charging infrastructure. We have secured funds and working closely with Department of Transportation and particularly state fleet conversions, they have proceeded well in a number of agencies. There are 3 or 4 agencies that have lagged, and I think we've pointed out those, and that we have been asked by DAGS, which is responsible for approving and pushing forth those projects, to work closer with them, particularly since there are now, there's a intermediary that actually can help finance and manage those projects and do it under lease agreements as well. And so we're making that clear. We have only begun, because we just worked out this agreement with DAGS, to be able to assist them in reviewing those waiver requests. And hopefully that will be helpful this year to stem the tide in a few departments.
So that's actually now happening.
It's now happening, yes.
And then on the slim hole well drilling,
Yes.
what was the ask again for that, the dollar amount?
Well, through the legislature, and again, this is something that will hopefully come from other places in the legislature. It's not going to be part of the administration package. But the legislation that we had designed, since each slim hole well is roughly $5 million, we wanted to do 3 of those through this legislation, so that'd be $15 million. And again, the idea was to look at a source like the energy, the barrel tax.
Okay, and then, but that would be barrel tax redirected out of general fund, presumably?
Yes, I mean, currently there's $1.05, and I believe there's 55 cents or 50 cents that may be going to non-general fund. So there's, maybe less now.
And then the testimony specifically mentions Maui. If you had those 3, if it was fully funded and you had funding for 3, which would they all be Maui, or where would the 3 be? And if you got partial funding, like which would be, what's the priority order?
Excellent question. We feel very strongly that we have to, there has been 0 movement on geothermal production. And we do have resources here, although there haven't been recent studies or recent investments to show exactly where drillers ought to drill. And drillers or developers are highly reluctant in Hawaii to come to a location where they have no clear sense of where that resource is. So the slim hole well is meant to identify that. We also believe, and I think it's important to explain to the committee, that we believe that effort needs to be concurrently done with community consultation, because communities need to be consulted about where are appropriate places where you could even consider doing this. But we have to look at where fault lines exist and where there is potential. Clearly, it's well understood that the greatest potential would be on Hawaii Island. So we think that it makes a lot of sense to have one of the wells probably on the Saddle Road, somewhere outside of Puna District, where there is community concern about that. We think that Maui makes a lot of sense. There are a very active rift zone, potentially from previous studies along Haleakala. And of course, there have been some studies that suggest there's some level of heat potentially on Oahu where the greatest need is. And we've, all been hearing about the firm power sort of issues on Oahu. So, but I must say that would be the most risky investment. So, but it might lead to at least enough heat to do heat and power, heat pumps and other technologies. So that still would not be a wasted effort. It just might not get you utility scale. So those are the 3 islands. And I must say that the governor also provided out of coronavirus funds that were targeted towards that actually were triggered by the Maui and Hawaii wildfires. That's causing us to look at the most likely benefit of a drilling effort to do one of those slim hole wells this year, and most likely to do that on Hawaii Island, although we're also considering Maui.
Glad to see effort from the energy office going into looking into that as well. I also had some question for
Please.
HGIA if Gwen is here. Oh, there she is. Sorry, and then I'll try to keep it quick. This is not necessarily related to your testimony, but I think it's an important subject for everyone to hear about that I have questions about too. Post the Maui fires, with the situation of the electric utility, there's a lot of talk about like securitization as, you know, one way to kind of stabilize their financial situation. And I don't know if there's a way to look at working with HGIA to structure that so that we could keep more of that, you know, interest or whatever in the state's economy instead of letting that go to the mainland. What do you think?
I think there are legs to securitized bonds. So with the, I'll just kind of explain the GEMS bond, because that's a securitized bond with paid back by the HECO ratepayers. Following the wildfires, Moody's, Fitch, and S&P, of course, had a lot of questions for us because they were reassessing our bond rating along with the utilities. And after, it took a while because our bond, the securitization, the way it was done by the legislature, the state, and the PUC is unique in the country. So following them understanding how our bond works, S&P reaffirmed our AAA rating. So that just reaffirms or reconfirms the strength of that financing mechanism. So definitely something that we could be open to looking at
And that's
and
something
working with.
HGIA could take on managing.
We could, yeah.
Okay, we'll talk more, but thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Chair Lund, apologies for the presentation and not putting all of the divisions in, otherwise it would have been very, very long. So, thank you for asking the questions.
Understood. Okay, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And let's see, I just wanted to touch on, I think it's with OPSD. I'm looking at the final page of the wildfire meetings. There's been virtual meetings with OPSD in relation to land use permitting, in particular for the Olowalu landfill, and what sort of role and, you know, that you folks play in that decision making, and maybe also the final destination of that debris, if any. I'm just noticed you had a couple meetings in reference to that.
We'll call Mary Alice Evans up. I'm not sure she knows where the final destination of the debris will be going, because I'm not sure the county knows, but I think she can assist in some of the other questions.
Thank you, Representative. So the emergency proclamation provided DLNR and the county.
Yeah, you have to talk into the mic, please.
With the
Mary Ellen.
microphone close.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's for the
It's for the TV, the YouTube.
Video.
The ability to expedite the selection and MOU between DLNR and the county for the Olowalu landfill. At the time that that was initially discussed, it wasn't considered to be a temporary site. I believe that was a decision of the mayor and Maui County Council. However, there was a urgent need to get a landfill for the Lahaina debris, as you know. So what happens in the future in terms of selecting a permanent site will be a matter that probably gets discussed, I would guess, in the next year or two, but not in the next couple of months.
Okay, and Chair, follow up, just preliminary discussions with county entities, they have a site in mind. They're in the process of purchase and what have you. As I understand, though, I mean, I know so much talk, and this is the chosen solution at this time, but I know FEMA will help, with this this portion of it, but that second move of all this tons and tons of debris to this next permanent site will not be covered by FEMA. And that will all fall upon county and state and whoever to take care of that entire move. I just feel like if there's any way that anybody can have some type of say to expedite that purchase of the land, which is in central Maui near the landfill, current landfills, to just do it once, one move and be done. I mean, that, because in the end, it's gonna cost so much. So I mean, I'm just putting it out there. I know you don't have the answer
But
for
I
that.
will take that into consideration in my discussions. Thank you very much, Representative.
And thank you for your efforts too. And the other, Chair, pathways, job pathways, I mean, I've been hearing so much talk in our community because of the loss of businesses and what have you, and diversification, obviously, of jobs and industries and what have you. So I know you mentioned, you know, film, space, and things for Maui and value added, but healthcare, you know, is that being discussed? Healthcare pathways. I know we have a great nursing program trying to get West Maui Hospital up and going. That is, like, for me, a critical piece of infrastructure at this time because we lost all medical facilities basically in West Maui or Lahaina.
For healthcare that popped up on our slide deck, we're looking at what's going on Oahu with the Jackson Cancer Research Center. Nothing on the neighbor islands yet.
Okay, yeah.
Be open to folding that in and having that discussion.
Yeah, that would be, I think, super helpful for the jobs diversification and highlighting, hopefully, the West Maui Hospital getting up and built, which is a matter of life or death. So, appreciate that. And I think, and last, sorry.
We understand that workforce development, even outside of our 17 agencies, is important. So, you know, we're trying to figure out, maybe going forward, how we can assist with that, because if it's healthcare, it's still connected to economic development. So that is a discussion that the deputy and myself have had with some of our agencies, and we are trying to put together a plan where we can get somebody to just focus on workforce development.
Great, thank you. And lastly, Chair, and I don't know where this goes, but there was an article about trying to search names that are affiliated with businesses on your folks' website, where you have to like purchase $1,000 monthly subscription in order to access this type of information. It's just really, you know, challenging to look things up.
That may be DCCA.
Oh, sorry, was that, oh, okay.
Or the other D.
Wrong department. Oh, you're the other D, sorry, that was a question on my notepad for last people. Okay, I'll ask them another time,
When
sorry.
you said that, I was like, who's doing that?
Sorry, Director Tokioka.
We don't know.
You
who's
might
doing
have the answer though, but anyways, okay. Sorry, Chair, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Morcal.
Thank you. My question is geared for ADC because ADC is newly embedded into your department. And there's a lot of things happening on Kauai. I'm happy to see there's a lot of money put there because I believe that Kauai is a great potential for producing food for the state. So I'd just like to hear a little more from you. Wendy, yeah. Okay, thank you. And then I'd also like to know how your relationship with the Department of Ag is going, if there are any conflicts or if you need any help there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm Wendy Gady. I'm the new Executive Director with the Agribusiness Development Corp. And it's so fortuitous that you would ask this question when we were there yesterday and spent the entire day visiting a variety of properties. And I think it's exciting to know that we have over 25 applications for the remaining barely 3,000 acres of ADC land available. And the admin committee is going to review those applications on Tuesday of next week to start determining, you know, the hierarchy of how we might go about that. But it brings up the question of the need is so great. And our phone is ringing off the hook with people that are desperate for land, are losing leases, need the assurance that ADC can provide by having anywhere from 10, 20, 30 plus year leases. It's the difference between what they plant for the week. My phone rings with people that I personally know who are asking, what should I plant? can I plant banana or papaya when I'm on a month-to-month lease right now? And I said, please don't. We don't know what the future holds. That is not our land, but it's people that have applied for our land that are extremely concerned about their lease status and losing that. And those are people that are providing local food. You ask in regards to the Department of Ag, I think it's really becoming a very good partnership. And one of the places that we visited was Port Allen that we're looking at as a potential new site for commercialization, and we recognize that is so not a short-term option. But in looking at that, one of the things becomes very, very clear is the critical component for the Department of Ag to set up an invasive species, receiving area so that that can really be vetted. And in making my rounds, talking to the senators, talking to the deputy director, and the director chair also knows that's a big concern, especially when, we're setting with 12,000 acres on the west side, total of about 18,000 acres Kauai-wide, next to 54,000 acres of Gay and Robinson land. This is land that is like the Garden of Eden / the food bowl for Hawaii, because it still holds records for sugar production. It has water. We have hydropower plants. We have a microgrid. We have tremendously fertile soil, and we cannot lose that ability to continue to grow whatever we can, barring invasive species. Does that answer your question, or do you have a follow-up question?
Does, no, but I'm concerned because there is some property that is being put up for sale. And if we have any water resources that run through those properties and we don't have the ability to acquire them, what could happen if the new owner decides to shut down those waterways?
That was one of the topics of discussion. There are actually 2 separate property owners that we are in some initial private discussion, and within the parcels that are being put up for sale, ADC has identified in the case of one, there's 3 TMKs that are ride or die. Basically, if we don't get that, we will lose access to our water. There is the issue where if someone comes in and buys any one of those 3, we will no longer be able to traverse up into the mountain to access our water sources, fix our hydropower plants. In the case of one of the other options, it is land that is adjacent to our land. It is detrimental to our farmers actively farming because one of our water sources does sit on that land. It also houses a number of small disadvantaged farmers, which it is in our statute to support. Does that answer your question?
So are you coming in for budgeting for that acquisition, or at least to figure out how much we would need to to spend to get that land?
That one? Go ahead.
So Representative, when we were on Kauai yesterday, we presented a strategic framework for the West Kauai Kekaha lands. We'd like to share that with you. But part of that, Wendy started doing the due diligence on those. It's not in the supplemental budget, but it is in the slide deck. If something to consider as we move through this session, if there's funds and the legislature's interested in supporting that. But we could share those details with that strategic vision for the Kekaha.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you. I just wanted to follow up. We had a meeting previously, and did you have a chance to discuss, ag production and what have you on Maui?
This just happened, and I did not plan it this way, but our staff and 1 or 2 of our board members are flying to Maui tomorrow, and we are looking at 6 different projects. And we've been waiting for an invitation from the community to let us know what you would like help with. It's really not the board's wish to basically come from a staff or even from the board to say, here we are and this is what we want to do for you. We want to take kind of a one-man down and ask for the representatives and the senators to invite us into the community because they understand the community at a level we don't and can intimately share with us these are critical components that we need ADC's help with in the next, year or 2 years. And I do want to honor the fact that we currently do not have any footprint on Maui, And we very much would like to fulfill our statute of being statewide, and we are looking for projects with the legislative leaders on where we can help.
Okay, and a follow-up. So are you folks meeting, or you said people are flying in tomorrow for the weekend?
It
there?
was an invitation from Senator McKelvey, and we
All
are
right.
just, we have been waiting for the formalized agenda of where we're going. I would be more than happy to share with that when that's
Yeah,
finalized.
I can reach out to his office too. And IAL lands, are you folks focusing on those properties at all, or in particular?
We have two maps that we've created so far. One is a map of all the designated IAL, and then there's a separate map, which is all the lands that are currently in production, which is overwhelmingly large in comparison to IAL. But again, we're waiting to see what Senator and yourself would like us to engage with.
Okay.
So we are flexible.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the members? Okay, I had questions, but I'll just make statements because we're going to be running a little long. Okay, so thank you very much for coming today. I think there's a couple of things that was discussed that I really appreciate. I appreciate your slide 12, by the way, going from curriculum, career, infrastructure, facilities, policy changes, and then capital formation. So you listened to my discussion. Very good. Okay, so the only thing I would add is that when we talk about and it was discussed with the film credit and some other things like that, and even the solar credits and things. My thing has always been that perpetuity is what I have a problem with, and the industry always kind of wants that. They always come back with something, and even escalating credits to compete with other states and things like that. In general, I think where I'd like to shift the state's way of thinking is right. The tax code is to collect money, and we're using it to incentivize. And I would prefer if we actually target a purpose and actually set up a fund and actually grant out, more deliberate with criteria and expectation and all those different things. Because most of the abuses, and I learned this from the former tax director, and when he was when he was the tax review commission guy. Anyway, most of the abuses come through tax credits, and I would prefer. Like even like we have tax credits to kind of help people, the Alice families, the poor, and things like that. I would like to like one of the things that I'm going to be proposing is increasing the standard deduction over time, kind of coinciding with the increase in minimum wage, and then also adjusting at the same time the different brackets and moving it up, because eventually if we don't adjust that, then even people that are making minimum wage will be paying a very, very high amount of taxation. So we have to adjust that up. Even on the top end, I think it's a little low to be 11%. California is like $1 million when you hit 11%. We should scale that up also as we move the different things, because when we tax people on the high end, it encourages them to export their income, and that's not a good thing either. We prefer them to keep it here, and so all those different things that I think would be as far as policies that could help us from an economic perspective, just keeping money in people's pockets so they have money to spend instead of taxing them, right? And then there's another mechanism to how we're gonna adjust for that. But anyway, as far as you talked about your future plans to expand infrastructure in film in on the west side, west Oahu, which I'm okay with. But I think you should look at other options instead of purchasing land. I think I understand proximity, but there are opportunities in that area. On the Mauka side, University of Hawaii still has that land up there, which, by the way, was supposed to go where West Oahu was supposed to go, and that was the requirement by Campo State. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But so there is land up there that that is under the state's purview that could be used for those types of, instead of purchasing, right? And so I would prefer, as we kind of look for opportunities to expand, we kind of go with what's in our portfolio first before we start purchasing. That's just my thought for you. I think in general, there's a couple other things, but we can talk more about it. We meet on a regular basis, and by the way, I appreciate that. And having those meetings where we discuss things. Before I forget, I'd like to also thank you, Director, and your team for everything you did during the wildfire and all the work you put in. And I know that was a Herculean effort. So thank you very much for that. I'll continue talking to you in the future. There's some other things that I want to talk about, but everybody has to eat lunch. So we'd like to conclude, and if you have any closing remarks at this time.
No, thank you, Chair. And we already went to WAM, and this is our final informational budget briefing. But most of all, Deputy Director and I would like to thank your staff and the representatives and our team for their presence and their work. We spent a lot of time working on this proposal. We spent a lot of time working on direction, and it's a tribute to Deputy and all of the agencies. So thank you for allowing us to be here and not beating us up too bad.
All right, thank you very much. We look forward again to working with you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance and continue our budget briefings. Next up is the Office of the Attorney General. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Chair and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Ann Lopez, the Attorney General. With me today is Brendan Kinoshita, my ASM, Matt Devanch, my First Deputy, David Day, my Special Assistant, Tony Schwartz, a recent addition to our department as the PIO. We were able to steal her from PSD. From the Child Support Enforcement Agency, Lynette Lau and Sherry Wang. From the Crime Prevention and Justice Assistance Program, Julia Bato. And from the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center is Phil Higdon and Susan Unimura. Attached to our department is the Hawaii Corrections Oversight Commission. So here with us also is Kristen Johnson, the Executive Director of the Commission. I thought that if it's okay with you, I would just start with a few of the highlights and challenges of the last year, and then I'll jump into the budget briefing.
Thank you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Well, the first obvious challenge has been the Maui wildfires. Our department has been deeply involved from August 8th through the present, and we anticipate continuing into the future. That involvement has included commencing our investigation into the basically the performance of city or of county and state officials with respect to the emergency. We have been working on the emergency proclamations. That has involved working with both the county and all the executive departments that have provisions within their statutes that have been suspended. We have been working in particular areas, including the Tax and Charities Division. Over the last several months, the issue of charities fraud has been foremost on many people's minds, and our investigators and Charities Division have been working, both investigating as well as getting out into the public on radio, TV, and print to talk to people about what they should be aware of when they're going to donate money. Our investigations division and criminal justice have been involved with investigating allegations of unlicensed practice of law, which has been important with respect to the wildfires. As we all know, there are a lot of attorneys came from the mainland who I think have preyed on the victims of the Maui wildfire. And so we've been taking those complaints seriously, as well as landlord-tenant complaints. Since the wildfires, I did not get an update. As of right now, we have 69 lawsuits filed against the state related to the Maui wildfires. The second challenge that we've had is in early July, Steve Alm, the Honolulu prosecutor, informed me that as of October 1st, he would no longer prosecute cases arising out of citations and arrests from state law enforcement. That includes sheriffs, DoCare, harbors, and airport police, as well as NED. He was unchanging in that decision, and so beginning October 1st, we started that work. Our criminal justice division in particular has been very busy trying to manage those cases. Recently, we were also informed by Steve that they would no longer pursue bail forfeitures. So our civil recoveries division has also taken on that work. You'll see in my budget highlights, I'm not asking for any money for that, and the reason is the Department of Law Enforcement stood up on January 1st, and so we're going to spend the next 9 months looking at what the work really is involved. We're going to collect our statistics, and if necessary, I'll be back next year requesting money for resources. But if I do so, I will have the data and the statistics to support any additional needs that we have at that time. One highlight, I said this last year, and I'm going to probably keep repeating this. 2 years ago, the legislature appropriated additional monies to give raises to our deputies. That has been a game changer for our department, not just in filling vacancies and hiring deputies, but keeping deputies. And this last year, we were able to once again raise some salaries so that people are now working with competitive salaries. And by competitive, I mean with other government agencies, not private practice. But it's made a huge difference. And I, again, want to thank you for that, because without it, we would be having a difficult time. We still have a number of vacancies within our civil service group. We have been trying to hire those positions, but as you've probably heard from every single department, it's very difficult to hire people. For us, our biggest focus is legal secretaries, legal assistants, and legal clerks. We have some ideas about how we can try and improve those, our recruiting efforts, and we're working with DHERD on those things. We have also internally started trying to work on how we can look at classifications, look at jobs. So if we have a department with 20 vacancies, perhaps we can change the classifications, change the job descriptions to give people more responsibility and higher pay to do more work. And perhaps we can do the same work with 16 employees instead of 20, and we can reduce vacancies that way. That's kind of basically my highlights. I can jump into my budget highlights, which is very, very fast. My first is when DLE, when the law was passed for DLE, that DLE, 3 of our positions, our chief investigator, our deputy investigator, and our secretary, were moved from our department to DLE, as were 20 of our investigators. We still have 20 investigators, and we need a chief, a deputy, and a secretary. So I'm asking for those positions and salaries. In the meantime, we've created a temporary special project so that we could put people into those positions and ensure that the division is operating smoothly. The second is to add monies to our fiscal year 25 budget for the Career Criminal and Victim Witness Fund. Those monies are mostly a pass-through. A portion of it comes to our department for our victim witness employee, and the remainder is passed through to counties for their programs. And the third is our attached agency, the Hawaii Oversight Corrections Commission. Kristen Johnson is here, and she'll be able to answer any of your questions. But briefly, she's looking for positions and salaries. Last legislative session, she was budgeted for only this 1 year, and so she's looking for funds so that she can continue into the next year, and I think grow a couple of positions. Brendan, have I covered all of our key points? No?
Yes. I guess just to clarify the last point regarding the Oversight Commission, they were moving through the budget process, and at the end, what had happened was the worksheets had said that the legislature concurs, but there was no actual appropriation for positions and funding. So the legislature did appropriate that money to the governor, kind of discretionary money to use where he needed to fill gaps. And so for this fiscal year, the governor did transfer some funds to fund 4 positions for the Oversight Commission and some basic operations. But this year's request is to enfold them formally into AG's budget.
Thank you very much.
I'm available, or we're all available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Members, we'll open up to questions. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Attorney General, for being here. You started off talking about the Maui investigation. Can you share with us the timeline to completion for that?
Certainly. In fact, I met with some of my folks today on that. I was hoping that the phase 1 would take 3 months. That was an optimistic projection. We are now I think, as everybody knows, I've needed to issue subpoenas to get documents as well as interview people. And our investigators believe that we will have everything and the report issued by March. I'm hopeful that we can move things forward because my original goal was to be able to come to the legislature before your 2025 session with the results of that investigation and recommendations from our experts about best practices on where perhaps policy and money should move forward to protect the state going forward.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned that there's currently 69 lawsuits against the state.
Correct.
Without going through each of those, can you just tell us some of the allegations that are contained there?
They're
Not allegations, but
they're a combination of the tort and property claims. So families of the deceased, people who have been injured, and the property damages related to the fire.
And then regarding the, I guess for lack of a better term, the victims fund that the governor has talked about.
Right.
Is there any concern that the state voluntarily contributing this fund gives the impression that we assume some kind of liability for our role in this, in the fire?
No. And the reason I say that is that every settlement is like that. Part of the reason we enter into settlements is to end the litigation. And every settlement is always based on the idea that neither side, no defendants or no parties are going to admit to any wrongdoing or causing any injuries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Elkos.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. Some people in my constituents was saying that we soften crime. What are we doing to make crime more stronger? What kind of programs you have that is working right now to help our police officers? Because I've been hearing that our police officers arrest these guys and they put right back on the street. How are we protecting and having more safety for our community?
There's a couple of different ways to look at that. The police are from the city and county, and they do not fall under my purview. But having said that, the prosecutors in my department do prosecute some of those cases. We have 2 years ago, the legislature allowed us to create the Special Investigations and Prosecution Division, and they have been standing up, and their focus is on public integrity, white-collar crime activities, and then our Criminal Justice Division also prosecutes. I think that with respect to what kinds of safety programs are currently in place, in our program, and Julia Bato can speak to some of that, we do more on the side of prevention. And in fact, I met with Representative Keela in West Hawaii to talk about some of the crime there. Our department, I can only speak to our department has beefed up its prosecution staff substantially over the last year. Matt Devant, my first deputy, who can also speak to some of this. We are setting expectations, and we are looking more closely at the way our prosecutors are determining whether to do a plea deal or to take a case to trial. And my philosophy is that we need to, every case that we can make and try, we need to do that, and we need to do so aggressively. I don't think that totally answers your question, but that is what we're doing here in my department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question? Representative Takinuchi.
Hi, I think this is a question for the Oversight Commission. Christian. So we just had public Department of Public Safety here the other day talking about the conversation about the relocation and rebuilding of OCCC. I know that there were questions about the timeline of it and having to start all over. Has PSD been working with the commission and the board more closely? Because I seem to recall, and I wasn't elected yet, so I wasn't privy to the actual conversations, but I know the other year there was a big red flag that was raised by the commission that kind of halted that RFP process at the time. So just wanted to see, has there been more, I guess, collaboration with your office and the commissioners this time around?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I will say that Director Tommy Johnson has definitely been very open with the commission about the process as far as jail planning and what his future visions are and what he's planning. So we're very grateful for that. The biggest concern that the commission had was the size of the facility. The commission feels strongly that there are many people who are incarcerated who don't necessarily need to be, because that's not the best place for them. We know that, in some ways, we talked about crime prevention. We know that when we talk about crime prevention, that can look like housing or food stability or having a full-time job. And, so the commission is very interested in seeing the department collectively work with the commission to look at more diversion efforts to lower that jail population. But my understanding with the jail process is that, it is kind of on a pause at this point. I know that they've been working closely with UH to do a lot of community outreach. The commission is very happy about that. That was another one of the commission's concerns, that the community wasn't being included in the process. And so UH has been a huge part in ensuring that the community is more involved. So I'd say overall, yes, there's been more collaboration as a whole.
Great. So I guess as the way it's going, hopefully we don't need to restart as they're working on their plans. It's a better working collaboration between you two.
I think so. Ultimately, the commission can't force the department to change their plans or to, take in the recommendations that the commission makes. But we're hopeful, and, with more communication, we think we'll get there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Ayu, followed by John.
I have some questions about your department's involvement, like with other departments' procurement protests. It's my understanding that AGs do review protests that come in to specific departments. So, can you kind of just explain the involvement in advising the departments in their response?
Typically, what's happened is that if there is first of all, I'll say most departments provide us the RFP in advance so that we've reviewed it for any legal concerns we might have. Okay. If there is a protest and the department, the division that represents that department will usually get the protest. They'll review it with the client and look at everything from, is there real validity to the protest, that we did something wrong, or was everything done correctly, and talk with the directors generally about our assessment of the legal basis of the protest.
Okay, because there was some discussion with other agencies that departments are responding late to protests in violation of some amendments to 701 that the legislature made. So does your department advise, or I'm not saying you guys are the reason for the delay, but I'm just trying to figure out how you guys are involved in the process so that it's not being unnecessarily delayed throughout the process.
We encourage our clients to let us know about any protest as soon as it happens. We're obviously, I think from a legal perspective, keenly aware of those kinds of deadlines.
Okay.
I will say that over the last year in particular, since August, all of the departments, especially DHS and DOH and HIEMA and DOT, the exponential amount of work that these departments are involved in may have made it more difficult to meet some of those deadlines. Not that that's an excuse, but I'm just aware that the workload has increased substantially.
When you say workload, you mean like the effort to put out a procurement, like the size of the procurement?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean that if we take whatever their normal work is and add to DHS their effort to build 7,000 homes for people, it's just that the additional work related to the wildfire with the same number of employees.
Okay,
basically.
so do you have, now that we're talking about employees, do you have sufficient like employees for that? I know there's open positions, but like based on what you have currently, is that?
With our deputies, we are always in a constant recruitment. We have a large number of deputies who are retiring between now and over the next 3 years. One of them joked that she was hired by Warren Price, if any of you remember who Warren Price was, but he was the Attorney General
Andrew, do you know?
a while ago. I'm sure there was no age-related thing there. So we have a large number of deputies retiring. We've also had, I have to say, 7 of our deputies have accepted positions as deputies in other executive branch departments. But again, because of the appropriation for our increased salaries, I feel like our hiring rate, it could always be better, but I'm pretty satisfied with where it's at right now.
I mean, on table 11, you have a lot of positions that you look like you're going to fill by March 1st, 2024. Is that realistic, or is that kind of like a placeholder at this point?
I'm gonna let.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Brendan answer that
Sure.
because he has repeatedly explained it to me, but
Okay.
he explains it better.
I mean, I assume you have a lot of people in the pipeline to fill these by March 1st. It's like a month and a half away from now, so.
Yeah, so I guess to answer that question, Representative, I mean, so we have a total of 113 vacancies, on table 11. We put March 1st, 2024. It is in part a placeholder. I mean, the department's objective is always to fill vacancies as soon as possible. The way that we kind of come up with that is, of course, by the next quarter, we want to fill as many of these as possible. And, from a practical standpoint, to go through each position line by line and target a specific start date for each position is kind of unrealistic. As the Attorney General alluded to, filling of our Deputy Attorney General positions is a lot faster, of course, because those are exempt positions. With respect to civil service, of course, there's a process. We always first post for internal recruitment to see if anybody within the department is interested and eligible. That makes it a little bit faster if there's internal applicants. If not, they go through the external application process via DHERD. And of course, that's where you have DHERD will qualify the individuals, they'll send the list out to the departments, and then, we interview. I think the challenge with that, of course, sometimes is you have departments competing for the same pool of applicants. So let's say, for example, you'll notice a lot of those vacancies are titled office assistants or things of that nature. The list will go out, but it's not only the Department of the Attorney General that will get a list of qualified office assistants. It's going to go to other executive departments, and then the applicant will respond to where they want to get interviewed. So what I will say with respect to our vacancies is Table 11, as of November 30th, had 137.5. I pulled updated numbers, so we've filled 14 positions since then. One of them is pending a start date. I guess I should say 2 because we did interview yesterday for a different position. And with that transfer of investigators to DLE, 9 of those vacancies are no longer our vacancies. So as of January 8th, we've brought our vacancies down to 113.5. And so if you look at that across the department's total number of authorized positions, we have about a 15% vacancy rate right now.
Okay. And then can you just comment on some of these 89-day hires? I see you have like 14 times as a 89-day hire in a position. Any like interest to make those permanent or?
Yeah, so on table 11, there's some of them, I'm not too sure if yours are in color, but there are some highlighted ones,
Yeah,
and
not
most.
those. I know you transferred those.
Okay.
So I'm talking about the other ones.
So some of these other positions, I'd say when it comes to investigators, there's a particular challenge with those in that, most of the applicants who qualify for those positions are retired law enforcement. And so when these retired law enforcement applicants, come in for the position, they don't want to mess up their
I
pensions.
see.
And
I got
so,
it. Okay.
they can't double dip in ERS.
Okay.
With respect to non-investigator positions that are 89-day hire, all of our 89-day hire applicants, it's disclosed to them that technically that position is still vacant. And it remains in active recruitment even though they're temporarily performing the duties. So when we get a list from DHERD of qualified applicants, we will go through the process of scheduling an interview, making a job offer, and if they qualify, we will offer them the job, and the 89-day individual will have to vacate. I think here we have a issue of volume where, we might get the DHERD list for one position, but you have 12 office assistants. From an operational standpoint, I would prefer to have work product and work output, but all while still trying to recruit and permanently fill those.
Perfect, thank you. And then AJ, I want to go back to your comments on, you briefly brought up landlord-tenant code. There was a lot of discussion about that this morning. So what is your involvement, I guess, in the landlord-tenant code or enforcement?
With respect to the Maui wildfires in particular, there is, and I have Craig Eha here, who I think I failed to introduce. He's a supervising deputy attorney general, and he has been the person taking point on all of the emergency proclamations related to the wildfires. Craig, would you like to come up and?
Yeah, so Representative Ayu, the emergency proclamations do a couple of things. With respect to landlord-tenant code, there are some suspensions that, for example, will prevent landlords from evicting, wildfire survivors that, or anyone actually in the county of Maui, so that, they're not exacerbating the housing crisis that's going on. There are other parts of the emergency proclamation that affirmatively invoke certain kinds of price controls. So there's, for example, a rent freeze and things like that. So our office is involved in kind of formulating those suspensions and rules. We also have a Commerce and Economic Development Division that advises the State Office of Consumer Protection. And that division is very involved in investigating complaints of violations. They go over those with the Office of Consumer Protection that, oftentimes does take enforcement action civilly. And of course, as the Attorney General said, there are potential criminal violations that state investigators would look into.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my last set of questioning is, does your office handle like any civil lawsuits the state might want to pursue?
Yes, we handle all, my department is tasked with representing the state in all civil and criminal lawsuits. And some of those are cases that we bring against others, and some of those we're the defendant in.
Okay, and then so as far as your budget is concerned, is any of your budget based on like recoveries for civil prosecutions that you initiate? Sorry.
Good question. I think Brendan's going to need to answer some of that, because some of the litigation we're involved in is multi-state litigation where there's a lot of states suing an industry, let's say the opioid industry.
Okay.
So I'll let.
And I have no problem with you guys going after the opioid industry, but my discussion earlier with DCCA and DBED was on, you know, we're trying to pursue new industries, and if we're creating these lawsuits, I think that's just swaying businesses from making an investment in Hawaii or wanting to come and invest here. And so if your budget is tied to that, then, you know, I think you might be more incentivized to go after whoever.
Our budget is not tied
Okay,
to that at
okay,
all.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Chan.
I have a question for the Prison Oversight Commission.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Considering your role is fairly new, could you just share with the committee some of the positive changes you've been able to make with the department?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So in the past year, we are extremely proud of our work. One of the things that we prioritized was ensuring that the commissioners had gone to every facility. And so with that, after our public meeting, we've done tours at every facility, and then we've done facility-specific reports that have come out with recommendations based on what we've seen during that tour. And so to date, we've had 55 recommendations sent to the Department of Public Safety. They have implemented quite a few. I don't have the exact count now. We did give them all of our jail recommendations. We haven't given them the prison recommendations yet because we wanted to give them a couple months so that they can prepare their responses or try to make changes and then respond. But I will say the department has taken our work very seriously, which we're very grateful for. A couple of the brief changes I'll highlight is, as an example, at OCCC, the commission had noticed that the suicide watch cells were very, very damaged. They had graffiti all over them. It was very clearly a stressful environment, especially for somebody who was in a mental crisis. So the commission recommended fix that up. And they did. They repainted the entire space. The officers were happier because there was less tension. The people in custody were happier because it was a better space for them to be during that time. We've also made recommendations at KCCC, where we realized that all of the men's housing had some type of outdoor space. All of the men's housing that, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's they're almost like trailers on the outside. And so they had a lanai connected to the trailer, but the women didn't. And the reason for that is because the women are a little more overcrowded in that space, and so they actually had to close in the lanai for housing. And so, we brought up, hey, if the men are going to have this space, the women should too. They should have some type of outdoor space. The department actually built a lanai, on their unit. And so there's many, many other examples of that that may sometimes feel like small changes, but it makes huge, huge impacts for the people in custody who live there and also for the staff who work there as it lowers tensions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know you've requested positions, so could you just share how that would help your work?
Yes. So as Brendan had mentioned, previously, instead of a supplemental budget request, we have our entire budget request coming in front of you. And so our budget request includes a total of 4 positions. We tried to be very lean in our requests in respect for Maui. And so our positions would include mine, our special assistant, our reentry oversight specialist. Those 3 are currently working now. In addition to that, we would hire a jail oversight specialist who would be an investigator. And so they would be the ones really looking into all the complaints that we're getting that we can't currently really dive into. In addition to that, that would include interstate travel and out-of-state travel, general office supplies, and then memberships and conferences. And so that comes out, our request is a total of $462,134. And I just want to reiterate, the impact that we can make, in the past year, like I said, we've done over 50 recommendations. We've also done over 35 facility visits. And so even though the commissioners visit the facilities monthly, the staff are consistently in the facilities. We've also published 23 public reports. That includes our monthly reports, our facility-specific reports, 2 strategic plans, and also a year in review that kind of highlighted the difference for the commission the year of me coming on board, frankly, for them to have staff. And then we've also hosted 16 public meetings. And so part of that is we're mandated to have quarterly meetings. We go above that mandate. We have monthly meetings, but we've also had community talk stories. We've also had facility-specific meetings where we can dive into, facility-specific issues. So all of that work would continue, all of that. In addition to that, we're also really going to focus on reentry. With us being able to hire our reentry oversight specialists, we can really dive into 353H, which is the entire reentry bill. We are mandated to oversee that bill and make sure that everything in there is actually being completed. So this year, in addition to everything else we've done, we would dive into reentry, and then if we get our investigator, we can start working on those backlog complaints.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any further, Representative Garrett?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Representative Morikawa, cutting in line here.
Sorry.
Regarding Table 19, your administrative package bills, you have two listed here, one for claims against the state, the other regarding the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund. I know the governor's been very outspoken in his support of legalizing cannabis for adult recreational use. Can we expect a bill from the AG's office this year on that?
At my confirmation last year, I promised that if the legislature's will was to pass a legalization of adult use marijuana, that our department would prepare a bill that we would consider sort of the best practices with respect to public health and law enforcement and regulation. We did that last Friday. We issued a 317-page bill and report to key senators and members of the House, Chair Tarnas, who have been focused on this issue. To be clear, because I think there was some confusion, my department doesn't actually support legalizing marijuana, but my belief is our job is to enforce the laws of the state, and if you're going to pass the law, we should have one that we can enforce. I think that that the bill that we produced, David Day over here took point on that. It was a huge lift, and I think it's the best marijuana bill in the United States. I think it is robust, and it covers a lot of areas, and I think it's available everywhere. Dave? Yeah. But I'm happy to send a copy if you like.
Thank you for the update. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Morikawa.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure how to approach this, but I am getting inquiries about you retaining a contract with Morgan Lewis and Bockius, but that's under the Department of Transportation to deal with that environmental court case.
Correct, the Navahini case.
Yeah, so I guess there was an article that came up about the reputation of the company. Can you comment on that?
Well, let me first say the article was clearly biased, and I disagree with absolutely everything that the reporter said about both the conduct of my department and the conduct of MLB. We engaged MLB, who has represented DOT in other environmental matters. It's an area of their expertise. Lawyers represent unsavory characters all the time as part of our job. It doesn't mean that we agree necessarily with the perspectives that what our clients say. And I think that some of the references in the article were really inflammatory. But MLB represents a lot of different clients, including a lot of really good clients, like the state of Hawaii and the Department of Transportation.
Thank you for that. It was important that I at least ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay,
On this
Representative
questioning, I don't see them on your chart. So you retain them after the chart was produced?
The chart that we have is our contracts. It does not include our special deputies. So the SDAGs are called the Special Deputies Attorney General, and those are not on this.
Okay. For like attorney-client reasons, or just because it's not a contract?
Did we provide it to only, I thought it was requested, but only from the Senate side?
So I think in the past, Representative, with respect to the special, we call them SDAG, Special Deputy Attorney General Agreements, it's been produced upon request. The department enters into any number of special deputy agreements depending on the cases. So some of those contracts are, the shelf life of them are basically until resolution of the case. So I don't know the exact number of SDAG contracts that we have. On the legal perspective, I'd have to defer to AG with respect to whether or not some of those are withheld due to an attorney-client privilege, status. But, I mean, it is information that we can get available for you, but, I mean, I know that that list is extensive because it depends on the case. Like, that will determine whether or not we have to enter into an SDAG contract.
Okay, I mean, I guess my question is more on the budget side, like where the money comes from, how much money we're spending on these outside attorneys, and
So with respect, I can speak in general, not necessarily to the Navahine one. The line item budget for the department with respect to litigation is $2 million. It was $1.53 million. Last year, the legislature provided an additional $470,000 to round it up to $2 million. And that covers just general litigation. The way that our litigation contracts are set up are the contractors submit an invoice to us monthly. And so we're only paying and they're only billing us on a monthly basis for services actually rendered during that period. So, the contracts are written, they have a cap, but we don't front load and pay any particular contractor all that money up front. Just for information purposes, of this year's $2 million litigation budget, as of November 30th, we've expended $953,250.36. And that's across all litigation that the state may be involved with, excluding those that, for Maui that are funded from something else.
okay.
But let me just say clearly, I'm happy to produce that list of contracts.
Sure.
And part of, for instance, the longevity of the contracts, when I was a special assistant 12 years ago to David Louie, we filed a lawsuit against Bristol Squibb Myers and for the drug Plavix. And we just had final arguments in the trial on that about 2 months ago. And so the contract's been in existence for 12 years. So that's why you see some that have lasted a
No,
long
I
time.
understand. It's just impossible for us to know what we're spending or to figure out like why we can't use our own AGs or, whatever to fund litigation expenses and how much we have to pay for outside counsel to do some of these things if we don't know.
There's a combination of reasons for that. Sometimes it's because the issue is really novel or very highly complex, and we just simply don't have that kind of expertise in our department. Sometimes, for example, with this Navahine litigation, the amount of discovery was pretty substantial. And while we might have lawyers in our tort litigation division, we're always running low on paralegals and legal clerks, so we simply can't manage the number of documents. On some litigation, it is clearly related to the specialized nature of the case. And our job is to protect the state fisc and the taxpayers. And so when it's appropriate, I'm going to hire the law firm that can provide that protection for us.
Do you have to go through procurement to hire these? Does it go through a public procurement?
These fall under the professional services procurement. And in our office, before any firm is hired, a group of deputies are pulled together, a diverse group, to look at the law firms that may have the qualifications that we're looking for. They interview those law firms, and then they will rank the law firms from 1 to whatever, and then they make a recommendation to me
Okay.
about which law firm to hire.
Is there any consideration to like Hawaii law firms versus like out-of-state law firms? I mean, Representative Keela yesterday was talking about keeping money within the state. Like, if we're gonna spend money on other attorneys, is there consideration to that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For our 69 tort cases, we've hired the Case Lombardi firm, which is local, to provide all of our local counsel.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Any further questions? Okay. Yesterday, when the Department of Law came before us, they talked about that they're going to be taking over certain facilities at the airports and harbors on the neighbor islands where we didn't have presence before. With that discussion, it came up that, with the question of, okay, it becomes our jurisdiction, then are we going to now have to adjudicate those types of things? And then they brought up that the city and county will no longer prosecute the cases for the state. How is that going to affect you?
Well, this is what I touched on earlier. So this is just for the city and county of Honolulu, not the neighbor islands.
Yeah, but now that we're picking up those facilities, is that potential impact also?
I'm not sure the number of facilities is going to make the difference because there's always been airport, harbors, and sheriffs, and so they still exist, but they will take.
Well, before the enforcement was also done by their police department, and now it's going to be under the Department of Law.
Right. There's definitely going to be an increase in the amount of work that we have to do. Again, because it's unclear what that's going to look like. Our deputies have committed to doing that work and getting it done over the next year. I anticipate that I will return next year with a request for resources to pick up some of this work.
Okay, they told us that, I said, when did that start? And they said in October of last year. So
Correct.
you are incurring that cost as we speak?
Yes.
Okay, and you're okay this year?
We are. I'm not going to, sugarcoat it. It is a lot more work for us to do. Again, because we've been able to hire a number of prosecutors. We've been able to bolster the size of our criminal justice division where our prosecutors are. And I think we're fully staffed in that division now.
Okay, if you had to put a number on what's the impact of you having to take that over?
Wow, because it also includes now the bail forfeitures. I'd be kind of afraid to say a number.
You can get back to us on that.
I could get back
to
to
us
you on
again.
that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Chair, we can try to get a number for you. I guess for context, the Criminal Justice Division right now is made up of 19 deputies. 3 of those, though, are for the Medicaid fraud unit, so they only deal with Medicaid fraud investigations and prosecutions. And then, of course, there's a supervisor. What we have seen, I guess, as the immediate impact of this decision is our deputies are having to travel more frequently to neighbor islands to do the prosecutions in those counties.
I'm going to jump in. Actually, they're traveling more to the rural courts on Oahu, so Waianae, Kaneohe, and places, because prosecutors have a prosecutor at every single one of those district courts every day that the court is open, and our department has not. So what that means is we now have deputies traveling to those
If we
rural
can,
areas.
break that out by who it affects and how.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be helpful for us. Okay, another question. So, under 127A, emergency powers, or under state of emergency, specifically 127A-9, immunity. When the Lieutenant Governor signed the emergency proclamation, what level, because she signed it before anybody died, what level of protection does that give the state? Or does it?
I'm going to call Craig Eha back, who has been out sick with a terrible cough, so.
Well, Chair, 12789 gives, the state officers, emergency responders, immunity from civil liability. And I apologize, I don't have it in front of me to read it exactly, but, except in cases of, willful misconduct and things like that. So, it's hard, I think, to apply that statute to perhaps specific claims that are out there and the 69 lawsuits. Suffice it to say, the protections on their face are fairly strong. But I think it would be difficult for me to apply it to this specific event just off the top of my head. But if you have any other, perhaps more general questions about the way it works, I could try to answer those.
No, I'm just kind of curious because somebody told me I should read that, but okay. All right. Okay. Anybody else have any other questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Attorney General's office, for being here. I'm just wondering, there's been talk about fraud, the Lahaina wildfires, and in reference to startup nonprofits and just think people sort of, under the guise of helping, getting monies and what have you. So has your office been, taking a look at those types of possible issues?
Absolutely, and we have encouraged people to contact our office with any of their concerns. We have a number of investigations going on for every single complaint we get. We look into it seriously. We've had a few situations where people who want to be good neighbors have started raising money, but they've done so without following the correct procedures, so we've contacted them. Told them that their fundraising is not following the regulations and is not legal, and they have immediately done the paperwork that they need to do to make sure they're following all of the laws. We do have a number of investigations ongoing based on some of those complaints, none of which I can go into details about.
Of course. And I had an incident where I was threatened. I had some hostile things occur at a hub that I had started, not as a representative, we'll put that on record right now, but as a community member. But then I just was wondering where that line was between having some type of protection as a representative who needs to be out in the community with public and all that. And I just never, the response with, sergeants here was they only focus on protection of a representative or elected official in this building. So for me, it's like, what about when I go home, outside of this building and have these types of interactions or things being said via social media or, just no physical attacks per se, but, it just was a very uncomfortable. I've had to install cameras around my home and things of that nature just due to the fact that I do feel threatened.
This fire and even before that has the rise in the number, in the kinds of harassment and the level of harassment and the level of anger that we see in social media has just grown in a stunning way. And the wildfires has made it even more so, in my thought. And let me just say, I'm just disgusted by a lot of what happens. What we need to do in each of these instances, and I would encourage anybody to contact our office if they feel threatened or harassed. When something is a criminal act and harassment, there's very clear sort of guidance on when that's triggered. Unfortunately, there's a lot of harassment that doesn't fall into that category. I am aware of the events that you are referring to, and I would be more than happy to meet with you separately to talk about those particular things. But, you know, I listen to the phone calls that the governor gets, and I look at what people see on social media, and frankly, much of it doesn't quite rise to the level of criminal harassment. But certainly working with people to talk about how to keep yourself safe is something we can do as well.
I appreciate that outreach to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayu.
One more follow-up. So I know, like, at the start of the fires, there was a really big Instagram campaign. You know, I think they raised $3 million plus. Is there anything your office is doing to make sure the monies get to the individuals or the organizations that they're supposed to be getting to?
Certainly, whenever there is a concern about whether or not a charity is valid or not, we look at all of those, we investigate all of those situations, and part of that investigation is to ensure that the monies that are being raised actually are going to the Maui victims.
Yeah, you said concern. So does that mean someone needs to actually come to your office, or is your office doing this? Sorry to use this legal jargon, like sua sponte or whatever.
Oh, yeah, we get emails.
Okay. No, I'm saying, does someone have to email your office, or are you already doing this as part of?
We do have a charities division
Okay.
who is responsible for sort of the oversight of charities, and as soon as the fire started and charities started, we did start paying close attention to social media to see how people are raising money.
Okay.
I do want to say the GoFundMe campaigns were of great concern initially because they raised a lot of money. And our charities folks met with the GoFundMe folks and reviewed their policies. And I think we were all very pleased with the way that they enforce their policies and procedures with respect to GoFundMe campaigns.
Okay. Have you met with any of the other fundraising organizations, or was it primarily GoFundMe?
We've met with several, Hawaii Community Foundation.
I'm not worried about them, actually.
Well, I mean, but not even to be worried. I'm not going to tell you anybody I'm worried about, but what I am going to say is they got a ton of money coming in.
Right.
And they have reached out to us to say, how can we make sure we do this the right way? And so they're actively working with our deputies in how they're doing their grants and so forth. And we've all been very impressed with the efforts they've put forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, we'd like to thank you for coming in. We look forward to working with you. Any closing remarks?
Thank you very much. I just appreciate all you do. I can't believe a year has gone by. And I really want to say, I like the way you've redecorated the room. Before, it was such a long U, it was difficult to talk to everybody, so.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Okay, thank you. We're in recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings. Next, we have the Department of Human Resource Development.
Hi, good afternoon and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. My name is Brenna Hashimoto, Director of the Department of Human Resources Development. Behind me, I have members of our team, our ASO, Mark Togashi, our Deputy Director, Ryan Yamane, our Labor Relations Division Administrator, Eric Nita, our Training Manager, Patty McDonald, our intern liaison is Diane Oda. Our administrator of our Employee Relations Division is Raynell Yee. Behind her is, in the back row, I see Joy Inouye, who's our compensation manager. I see Heather Ching Mandano. She's from our staffing division, administrator, as well as Doreen Kuroda, who's our benefits manager.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are they all sitting on this side so
I
that
know,
if
I'm
something
not sure
goes
what
wrong,
that
they
means.
can run away?
They can make a quick exit. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share with you our budget requests for this supplemental biennium budget. We have 5 primary supplemental budget requests. So the first one is for HRD 102. We're asking for an additional $79,896 for FY25 to provide full year funding for 2 positions within our classification team. Those 2 positions were authorized 2 years ago, but only partially funded. It was a half-year funding. So we're asking for the remaining 6 months of funding. Both positions are currently filled, and they're a valuable part of our team. Secondly, also in HRD 102, we're asking for an additional $33,900 in FY25 to fully fund a Human Resources Specialist 5 position. This position is a little unique. It was, you may recall, last year, Act 146 transferred the responsibility to manage workers' compensation claims for the library system to DHERD. We had been doing it for many, many years. However, we were doing it through a side agreement, and they were providing temporary staffing. So we've taken on that responsibility full-time now, in perpetuity, and they've also provided a position. However, the position that was transferred to DHERD was only, the funds that were transferred with it was only $37,116. So the additional funds is to fully fund that professional position to provide claims management for the caseload that was transferred with the library's position. Thirdly, we're asking for the addition of 5 permanent FTE, Human Resources Specialist 5s, within our staffing division, as well as $730,080 to bolster the state's recruitment program. And I can go into further detail. I'm sure you have lots of questions about recruitment. So basically, the breakdown of that $730,080 is that $355,080 is for the 5 positions, and $375,000 is for a continuation of many of the recruitment initiatives that we're working on now and are in progress. Fourth, we're asking for 1 permanent position count, which is a Human Resources Specialist 5, and $71,016 to assist in our employee benefits program, which also oversees the state's telework program. I know there's been a lot of interest from the legislature in telework, and how do we maximize the telework initiative, and how do we get the most benefit, as well as monitor and make sure that employees who are teleworking are productive. So this additional position will help not only with the telework issues, but will also ensure that we have adequate resources to capitalize on any pre-tax benefit programs that are available to our employees. That translates into salary savings or savings for the state. Currently, as of this year, we realize about $10 million worth of savings just through those benefit programs. So to the extent that we can make sure that we're utilizing all of the options that are available, that position would be a tremendous help in that area. And then lastly, we're asking for an addition of $25,000 to provide training opportunities and memberships for DHERD staff. Currently, we don't have any budgeted funds for training and professional development for our department. Our staff is really looked upon as the experts and in not only benefits and compensation and recruitment, and we feel like we need to invest in our staff. We have a lot of new staff, a lot of individuals who are new to HR, and we feel like we need to make sure that they're adequately trained in best practices. And this is just a small amount to be able to fund training opportunities for our team. As well as one of the issues that's come up recently is that we really lack compensation data as a state. Joy, our compensation manager, and her team participate in a number of salary surveys that are conducted locally and nationally here. And we get some of those survey results. However, when we need specialized salary survey data in order to determine whether the state is competitive in a particular field, we don't have a mechanism for gathering that data. And so we would like to be able to purchase or procure services so that we can have a more robust salary compensation data. And that will help us too with recruitment so that we make sure that our salary schedules are competitive. I know you've heard from a number of my colleagues and other directors who are concerned about salaries, concerned about the rates, but in order to make sure that we make informed decisions and use our state dollars properly, we need to be able to have some data around what that market looks like. And so that $25,000 is just a small step in the right direction in order to make sure we have the right data. Lastly, as a footnote here, we're also requesting the deletion of 2 unfunded positions from HRD 191 that were not funded last year. Those are all of our budget requests. I'm sure you have questions about DHERD. Our name seems to be coming up quite often in these briefings, so I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
It's like a swear word in this room. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to questions. Members, Representative Garrett.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. You talked a little bit about whether salaries or compensation is competitive and having the data to back that up. Do you look at primarily salary, or do you look at the entire compensation package, including benefits, in making that determination?
We look at both. The state has a rather generous benefit package in comparison to many other employers, not all employers. I think we've heard sort of the trend lately as the private sector is tending to catch up with us. But that's not true in every case. And so we do consider all of that. Joy could probably explain it in greater detail. She's many decades of experience in this area. But the bottom line is, a lot of times applicants look at the salary first. The benefits, they assume that a state job comes with good benefits. And so when they're comparing, a lot of times, especially in this market where inflation is what it is, housing costs are where they are, the benefits don't pay the rent necessarily, right? So the salaries are a tremendously important aspect in recruiting. And so we feel like if we can get our heads around the salary information, then we would be able to make more informed decisions about where we need to place our tax dollars.
Okay, thank you. Regarding your request for the 5 permanent positions for ESD, you talk about, it's basically a 50-50 split between the staffing costs as well as recruitment, advertising, marketing, and promotion funds. I know in the past you've talked about, the state's always been reliant on the post and pray method to get applicants to apply. Can you talk about how you intend to use that $375,000?
Sure. So we've actually embarked on some of these projects already. I think last year when I spoke to you, we had some monies, some ARPA monies. So we've used that to get rolling on some of these initiatives. We have 5 positions that are helping to brand the state as an employer of choice. We're doing a lot of job fairs. I think this past year we did upwards of 20 different job fairs. We're also looking at procuring LinkedIn. So we're working with the procurement office now to finalize a contract and get rolling on that. The LinkedIn contract will be upwards of around $130,000 a year for all of the features that we intend to use. That will enable us to have a presence on LinkedIn and to also reach out to candidates who have the sort of credentials that we're looking for certain specialized jobs. We're also, I think I shared with the members, our efforts to advertise in the consolidated theaters. So we've been running ads. We plan to do that seasonally, as well as advertise on the bus. We like that option because then hopefully folks that ride the bus don't need parking, which is sometimes a deterrent to filling jobs. So that's an attractive applicant pool. We're also looking to do some more neighbor island outreach. We did a couple of job fairs this year on Maui, trying to especially impact or reach those folks who may have been impacted by the wildfires, and do some advertising at the neighbor island malls. We've also, the ARPA team has also been working on making improvements to our website. We want it to be more interactive, so that if somebody comes in, they don't know what to apply for. We have a lot of jobs listed, and it can be somewhat overwhelming to sort of give them some prompts. If you're interested in a certain line of work, what does that look like, and where do you go from here? One of the most exciting things that I'm enthused about is we're working on a partnership with the Federal Department of Defense to become an employer, recognized employer with their Skill Bridge program. And that's somewhat like an internship for military members who are exiting the Department of Defense from the armed forces, and the military will continue to pay their salary for the last 6 months to a year while they work for an approved employer. So they would somewhat intern with us for that period, and hopefully we can make them a regular employee. And we're going to first focus on IT professionals and add to that as we move along. It comes with some requirements around training. We luckily have a fabulous trainer in Patty McDonald, and so there's some hoops that we need to jump through to make sure that we can be an employer. But I'm excited about that. According to their statistics, there's 3,000 to 5,000 military members exiting the military every year in Hawaii, and we'd hope that some of them would stay and become state employees.
Okay, thank you. From other departments that have come before us during these informational briefings, I think the one common thread that we hear is just frustrations with how long it takes to get a list from DHERD that's certified. I know you're requesting 5.0 positions for ESD. Do you think that's sufficient, or would you benefit from more?
That's where we'd like to start with 5. When I look back at the statistics from when we started using NeoGov, which is our platform for recruitment, and every year the staffing division takes a snapshot of how many recruitments were posted, how many applications we screened, and how long it takes. Up until about 2019, we had about 20 positions in that group doing a review of applications. Today, we have 13. And you can see the result of that lack of staffing with how much longer it takes for us to review applications. So it would be greedy of me to ask for more than that. I think if we can get the 5 and we can see where that positions us, we're trying to do some other things as well, some work on the minimum qualification requirements to make sure that it's easier to screen. For some classes of work, it's very technical. We have a lot of different variations of experience and education, and I'll throw this out there now for everybody. Most of our jobs do not require a degree. We always allow for experience to substitute for the degree. But because there are so many different combinations of credentials that can qualify an applicant, it's time consuming for our staff to screen each one. And we've done some other things on the back end. We removed there was a pilot program instituted a few years ago to accept just resumes. And we thought, okay, that's kind of the modern way to recruit. That sounds good. Let's do that. However, the result of that was that applicants didn't provide sufficient detail in a resume to allow us to screen it. So it actually created more work for DHERD and slowed the process down rather than speeding it up. So there's lots of different things approaches that we're taking that we hope will speed up getting the lists out to departments.
Okay,
but the 5 positions will certainly help.
Thank you. Chair, just a few more questions, if that's okay. Workers' compensation,
Hmm?
coming from you. From my time at DHERD, several years ago, I know it's been very much a paper-based system. Have you
Yes.
make any inroads with incorporating technology into
Yes,
the
thank you
system?
for asking. 2 years ago, the legislature appropriated funds so that we could purchase a contract with a company to do electronic claims management. So we did sign the contract, and we are well on our way to implementing it. We have 4 of our ARPA project team members are dedicated to helping with that transition. And so I think the testing will begin in March or April, and then hopefully we'll be fully electronic shortly thereafter.
Okay, that's great news. Last question. When the governor was here, he mentioned that they did make an offer to fill the chief negotiator position. Do you have like an end date for yourself having to wear 2 hats for that? Have you been notified yet?
I believe it's within the next week or 2.
Okay, and then
Yes.
do you anticipate any impacts to your department in terms of maybe having to detail staff from your labor relations division to assist the chief negotiator?
Yes, well, that's part of our responsibility is helping in that function. So it's our team, our labor relations team, Eric is administrator. We've always staffed that function, even though the chief negotiator resides in the governor's office. It's something that our staff is prepared to assist with, and we'll be supporting that person when they come on board.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative, you.
Thank you, Director. Can you kind of just explain like the timeline for when an application comes in and the process, and then how long it takes to get to, on average, to the department, just so we understand like what your department is doing throughout the process?
Sure. So maybe I could back up just a wee bit. I think some of the other directors have mentioned that typically when a position becomes vacant, they do an internal recruitment first if they're ready to fill. Sometimes they need to redescribe, or they're doing a reorg, or they're just not ready. There's no funds. But once they're ready to recruit, they do an internal recruitment first. And it's only when they can't find somebody within their department, then they come to DHERD and they submit a requisition through our electronic system, NeoGov. And that triggers, if we have a list, say we've recruited for that class of work recently, and we have applicants that have already applied, we can send that list out to them within 48 hours.
Okay.
It turns around very quickly. If there's something unique about it, or we don't have a list, then that's when we have to put it in the queue to announce.
Okay.
And that's where it takes time. Because of our staffing levels.
Okay.
We have 3 individuals, which we call certifiers, which prep those announcements, get them out. Right now, the waiting period is about, I don't know, it's several weeks, actually, just to get it announced.
Okay.
Then it depends on how we're recruiting. Sometimes we
So
have
sorry, just to understand, like when you say it takes 3 weeks to announce because of like publishing, how long it takes to publish it in the newspaper or something?
No, it's just, it's electronic. It's
Okay.
on our website.
Okay.
But it's purely a function of the time that it takes our staff to get it.
Ready to go to be
because of the
public. Okay.
backlog.
Okay.
Right. They can only, because their job entails not only getting the announcements ready to be posted, but they're also the ones that are sending out the lists on the back end. And we have about 800 recruitments. We have 500 that are posted at any one time, but we're working upwards of 800 at any point in time, or more. That number may be a little light.
And sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I want you to keep going. But like, just to understand, like, how long does a department do internal recruitment for on average? Is there a timeline or?
I think most of the departments, they would post it for at least a couple of weeks.
Okay,
And
so
then,
like a month
Then
or
they
so,
kind of go
okay.
through the same process
Okay.
we do, where they have to screen, they have to make sure that their applicant qualifies, but it's a little easier because it's their own employees. And then they go through the interview selection process. So that in and of itself can easily take a couple of months, realistically.
Okay, so by the time you post it 3 weeks later, it's like
Yep.
almost a quarter of the year has gone by before
can
we
be.
just start recruiting for
Right.
the, okay.
Right,
Okay, I'll
it
let you
can
keep
be.
going. Okay.
Sure. And so then we post the job, and normally we keep it open at least 2 weeks, or you'll see on our website, a lot of times it'll say, we're accepting the first 25 applications. Some departments feel like we wait until we get the 25th one before we send it out. That's not the case. It's just that's the maximum that we want to accept. We had a situation recently, I'll share with you, where we had recruited for a cashier. We had one position, and we didn't place a limit on it, and we got like 90 applicants. And so that, that's too many to expect a manager to have to interview. So we try to be strategic and work with the department on how many applications realistically do they want to see. And so it can close quickly if we reach the maximum quickly, or we would try to look at it within a couple of weeks. Some of them have a closing date, and then it's absolutely closed. And then we screen. We look at each and every application. We determine whether they meet the posted minimum qualification requirements. And then once we've determined that applicant pool, then we send the list back through our electronic system to the HR office.
Okay, so by the time the list closes with enough applicants and the time you screen, that's like a month or so, or more?
It depends on the class of
Okay.
work. Some are very easy to screen, and we can get the list out quickly. But some of them, we have a backlog. Even today, we have a backlog of several months for certain jobs that we've posted.
Okay, and then it goes back to the department and they look at whoever they
Right.
need.
Then they contact the applicants to schedule interviews and take it from there.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking at table 7 on your chart. Can you kind of just explain to me what we're looking at on table 7 as far as how you were able to meet the restrictions with vacant positions?
So when I was appointed director a year ago, a little over a year ago, we had 90 positions and 30 vacancies. So we were a staff of 60. So we had a lot of salary savings in order to absorb the restrictions. And I believe that's where all the restrictions were placed. Today, we're a department of 85 and growing. So we've filled about 25 positions just in the last year.
Oh, okay.
So our salary savings is shrinking, which is a good thing.
I think you're the first department that's like explained that very clearly, that you can use the salaries that you haven't used to fund other salaries. But anyway, that's a totally separate issue. So some departments have come in and said they would be interested in being involved in the recruitment process that you were just explaining. Is that something that you guys are capable or exploring or allowing?
We've talked about it.
Okay.
And are interested in exploring that. It does. I believe we need to make sure that the folks are trained. The aspects of NeoGov that they see as a department using it is different than what our staff sees. So there is some training that needs to happen, and just to make sure that they're familiar with that case. With the class of work that they are screening for. But we've talked about allowing that as well.
And then say like a department's looking for like an investigator 5 or 4. If you get applications, do you ever say like, I've got these that only are that meet investigator 3, would you might be interested in these, or is that not allowed?
We do.
Okay.
It depends on the person doing the exam work, but I have seen it well. They'll reach out to the applicant and say, sorry, you don't qualify at the 5 level, but you should apply for the 4 because you do meet the MQs for that one.
Oh, no. But do you ever go back to the department and say, oh, I have these that are 3s and not 4s for the position you're looking at?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes. They when they submit the requisition, they let us know if they want to review lower levels.
And
so they'll tell us.
That happens often, or?
I believe so.
Okay.
I hear it often.
Okay. And then my last questions are on your telework policy. Like, can you explain what the telework policy is, or do you have like a department, or like a statewide telework policy?
We do.
Oh, separate folder. Okay.
So the telework policy, I don't know that I can, explain everything in as briefly as you'd like. It's like 18 pages plus a bunch of forms. But in general, we recognize that telework is an important tool for recruitment, for retention, for a lot of reasons. And so we want to make it available where it makes sense. So DHERD, under the prior director and deputy, negotiated our program guidelines. And so it went into place last February. So we've just about had a year of the first year working with the current policy. And basically it allows departments and managers, supervisors to determine when telework is appropriate, to work with their employees on identifying what kind of productivity measures are appropriate. It's pretty comprehensive. There was a lot of thought that went into it. I feel like it covers everything that it should. Although, I understand there are concerns, and so we're willing to look at it and see where there might need to be clarification.
And maybe you can send that to the chair and he can send it to the committee, because I think there's been a lot of questions about inconsistent applications of the policy or interpretations of the policy.
So all the documents related to telework, the guidelines, the MOU, all links to the training, it's all posted on the DHERD website.
perfect.
There's a telework link, so everything is there. We've, it does require training, so employees that participate and supervisors that manage teleworkers are required to attend our training. There's an overview, there's an employee module where they learn how to be a good teleworker, and then there's another module for supervisors to help them manage teleworkers.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Garrett, followed by Keela, followed by Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Director, I have a question. So OHAG had come before us a couple days ago and had expressed that they were able to fill the vacancies that they have by amending some of the job title language descriptions to include or relevant work experience. Is OHA subject to the same recruitment efforts under DHERD, or are those positions exempt?
Yeah, no, they're not. They're separate from us, and I believe they're exempt, although I'm not familiar with.
So is it hard to do that for other positions?
It's not hard, but it is a labor intensive, and there's a lot of thought that goes into it. So we don't do things, just rash. But there's a lot of work that's going into reviewing all of our MQs. Our classification team is currently reviewing the MQs, and we have a number of classes of work that we're focused on making changes to.
To the removal of MQs for other positions, the minimum quals? Under your leadership, have you been able to remove some of the barrier for minimum qualifications on positions?
We've made adjustments to, I believe, 21 different classes just in the last 6 months.
Because I think at some point, I don't want to say beggars can't be choosers, but we're in the position now where now the worker has the floating of the workforce. But I'm not against the state of Hawaii being training wheels, especially in these entry-level positions or even sub-entry above, to do that. And I just want to know, can the departments, how do they go about looking for the revisiting of job descriptions? And
so a department, actually, a lot of this work percolates up from the departments. They identify where either there's a mismatch between the MQs and what they expect from applicants, and so they will propose changes to us, and that's normally how it works. And then there are occasions where we identify, based on our experience, where changes need to be made as well.
And have you felt like the departments have been cooperative in that process?
They're not uncooperative.
Okay.
I think, their workload, they're struggling just like us in terms of trying to keep up with the requirements. So they probably would like to see more changes, and so would we.
And in a perfect world, what would those changes look like?
I can't tell you exactly a specific class. I know one of the classes that we're particularly focused on right now is looking at how we can address the number of office assistants. The state has nearly 500 office assistant vacancies, and I think realistically, we probably won't find 500 office assistants. So I think we need to simplify things so that we can get applicants into those jobs. We've been looking at how to restructure. So normally, I'll try to not to get too technical on you, but
No, let's get technical.
For office assistants, there's a series. So with most classes of work or most jobs, there's an entry level, then there's a journey level, and then there's a higher levels. So it's a series. We call that a series, and it's kind of a way in the door, and then you move up that way. With office assistants, there's like 4 levels, and we're not sure that we actually need 4 levels of office office assistants. So we've been talking amongst ourselves about how we can simplify it and perhaps make it just 3 levels. And that would also address some of our concerns about the low pay.
And I think then when you're talking about the low pay, has there ever been the conversation when you, I don't want to say deduct office assistants, but is there a way for office assistant positions to almost do double duty for whether it's a relatively same area, agency, or division? Right, because if all these departments are looking for office assistants as a whole, has it ever been the idea to just house a group of office assistants that remotely, I mean, or roguely go between every department to do certain jobs?
No, not that I know of.
I mean, obviously in the same wheelhouse, right? Like I wouldn't put a DOA office assistant in DOT, but if DOA and DLNR have cross-reference of needing office assistants and they almost similarly do the same work, or cross-train that they have 2 agency understanding, thus double pay, has it ever been? Or that has to be led by the department?
Not to my knowledge. That would be interesting, though. A lot of departments
Like I'm
use
thinking
that.
like cross-training, like at Cracker Barrel. I used to work at Cracker Barrel when I was at college.
Okay.
You can train for several different positions within the company, and based on every level of training, you then accumulate a different step of pay. But because
Okay.
you can transfer between the different job titles and within the one organization, and the organization is the state of Hawaii, and an office clerk here does the same thing,
So we do allow the transfers between departments and promotional opportunities between departments, but I'd have to think about how we could figure that one out in terms of sharing. I'm not sure that departments would want to share if they find somebody and
Right. Yeah.
that
And I
would be
wouldn't
the
ask you like
challenge.
Cracker Barrel, the food's okay, but I think that structure is interesting when you think about if we as a state serve as one overarching organization, how can several employees do the same job that's across the entire departments and almost increase their pay because of the cross training? Without having to dissolve positions.
Right.
And then last question. So when we're looking at some of the minimum qualifications, especially around degrees, are those minimum quals matching the pay that it took to get the degree?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know how to answer that. Pay is negotiable. So some of it is a reflection of negotiations and what we can afford. So I don't know that I can answer that question. I think we try to provide structure around what the expectations are. And in terms of the degree requirements, I think I mentioned earlier, we don't really focus so much on which ones require degrees because nearly every job, there is not necessarily a degree requirement. There's more like an experience or degree requirement. So there's many different pathways for an applicant to qualify for a job. So we try not to focus on the degree, we focus on what the duties and responsibilities are of that job. So in that context, there is a compensation plan, and that's why the classifications of positions is so important in civil service, is because that correlates to the pay that's associated with it.
But then in that way, right, if we're asking for somebody who has maybe 10 years of relevant experience without the degree, are they still able to be compensated the same way as somebody with 1 year in a degree?
Yes,
Okay.
very good question. So one of the pay programs that we have, which we have a number of pay programs, so not everybody who's hired starts at the entry rate. So if you have somebody like that example that has this excess professional experience, we would attribute a certain amount just to meeting the minimum qualification requirements for that job. But then everything in addition to that, say the job requires 3 years of experience and this person has 10, that extra 7 years, the department can decide to put them on a higher step that correlates with that 7 years extra of experience. So they can recognize and pay for that extra experience.
So ultimately then for the public that's watching, would you encourage them that although on paper they don't meet the minimum qual of a degree but have the experience, would you encourage them to apply?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, we're trying to do some education around that specific topic on our website. We have a mock-up of what it will look like. We're just trying to build it out and hopefully to educate the public about the
Because I think we have very
qualifications.
akamai people, right? Very smart people, but they just don't correlate or transfer into that relatively 4-year Western degree structure, but can do a phenomenal in the workplace. And I just think I want that beckon and call to come from DHERD, that although we don't want 90 applications for a cashier, but it shows that people are willing to want to work, even if the pay is not adequate for them. They want to work for the state. So thank you for
Absolutely.
that, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Representative Lamusao, followed by Ayu.
To Rep Keela's point, I thought about this a few months ago as we were having these workforce development type of issues and also discussions. And have you guys ever thought of are you folks working with UH to align with some of their programs, for example, like their public administration programs, to see if some of their students would qualify for some of the jobs after they graduate? And it doesn't have to be exclusive to that program, but I'm just thinking, like, for all the different vacancies that we have across the state, is that something you folks have looked into?
Yes, so our ARPA project team, our recruiters, that's exactly their focus, is to build those relationships and to do the outreach. So they've been building those partnerships, and we have invitations to a number of UH colleges to do job fairs. I think we're working on with engineering now, certainly with public health and with social work. I have an interest in collaborating and getting exposure with them.
Follow up to that then. I guess from those recruitment fairs and then those relationships that you folks have with the college, do you have any data as to how many students have been recruited from the programs that work in the state?
Not yet.
Okay.
Our ARPA project is pretty new. We just were able to fill the positions last fall, so they're just getting rolling now. But that's part of their mission is to.
Are you able to get
work
us
on that.
those numbers and then provide it to the chair if you do have any?
I can
Or
check to
would-
see if we have. Yeah.
If not, then if after the program is over, I guess, because ARPA is from our COVID time, correct?
Right.
So it's ending of this year. So if you do get those numbers at the end of this year, then I would like to see them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Lamasao, other questions? Yeah, Representative Ayu.
I want to follow up on some of this line of questioning. So I know you said you're advertising on the bus and at movie theaters. Are you doing any outreach at high schools? And do you have a set of like positions that a high school graduate could immediately fill?
We have done in the past, and it wasn't terribly successful. We didn't have applicants. We've been trying to steer the high schoolers toward the Department of Labor's intern program to try to get them with a little bit of experience and placed in state departments. And then actually Diane Oda is from the Department of Labor, but she's housed in DHERD, and she's our point person to try to assist those interns in getting them into state jobs. We feel like office assistant is an easy one to sort of get them into the state system, and from there they can progress into a lot of different career groups, as well as we'd like to also look at library assistants.
Okay, so that they go into an office assistant internship program and then they fill a full-time position, or it's just like an internship program that fills into the office?
Yeah, it's
assistant
separate. The internship program is through the Department of Labor and paid through the Department of Labor.
Okay.
So we're trying to tap into that population who are already working for state departments as interns and trying to get them into state jobs.
Because I think our high school students are more and more capable every year, as we, and so if we had a set of positions that just a high school graduate could fill into, then we tap into a whole new market of people that are available to work. So is there any thoughts about, reclassifying some positions that just a high school student with no experience could fill?
It's part of that, what I mentioned earlier about
Right.
making changes to the office assistant. Right now,
Okay.
to qualify at the 3 level, which is sort of the journey level, it's 1 year of experience. So we've talked with Senator Dela Cruz about working with DOE and UH to offer a course, a curriculum that would be the equivalent of 6 months of experience, and then they do 2 internship rotations, and then they would be qualified as an OA3.
Okay, are they gonna get paid during that internship?
Yes,
Okay.
Department of Labor does pay
Okay,
them.
perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ayu. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Earlier, Director, you talked about the value of telework as a recruitment and retention tool, which I 100% agree with. But I think another piece that serves as a powerful retention tool is professional development, that state employees feel that their employer is investing in their continued growth. Can you talk about some of the programs you have in place regarding professional development?
So Patty's our trainer. We have a learning management system, which is our electronic on-demand platform. And so Patty and her team manage that. They procure training, they offer training, they produce training that gets put up there. They also provide a number of training courses that are offered through DHERT. Do you want to come up, Patty? She can talk about the courses. She's our lead trainer. Turn it over to her.
Yeah, so thank you. We do provide, as Brenna's mentioned, courses around leadership and professional development, and we kind of have them in 3 buckets. So there's the first bucket for emerging leaders or new supervisors, or supervisors who need or want to revisit some basic fundamentals. After you take that, it moves on to experienced leaders and so forth. So there's some key classes that focus around communication, just general leadership concepts, responsibilities and things like that. And that's supplemented, I mean, it's a classroom training that's supplemented with the on-demand, as Brenna said. So we do the facilitation of those classes and monitor, try to work with the departments to see if any behavior changes are as a result of it, and then supplement with the on-demand training on our learning management system to support that.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, Chair Matayoshi.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions for you, but I wanted to start off with your description of the internal recruitment process. Like you said, before the departments come to you, they normally go through an internal recruitment process to fill a vacant position. In that recruitment process, is the department reviewing the minimum qualifications for that internal applicant to make sure that they meet the new minimum qualifications for the vacant position?
Yes, that's part of their responsibility.
Okay, so departments already have the training to review minimum qualifications for vacant positions before they even give them to you. Is that correct?
Yes, typically for the classes that they have in their department, they're familiar with the MQs and able to screen. It's a little easier though when you're screening your own employees because you know their background, you know how much experience they have in the classes of work within your department. It's a little more challenging when you're dealing with the general public and trying to translate, for example, experience outside the state or private sector or jobs that we may not be familiar with. So
No,
it is a little more complex.
Understandable, but I think my point is that the departments do seem already to be capable of and are actively reviewing minimum qualifications for their job vacancies already. So it would not be, I don't think, too much of a stretch for them to review minimum qualifications from outside applicants for those same positions, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That actually goes to another question. I assume that the HR departments are the ones reviewing the minimum qualifications for the internal candidates?
Yes.
How much training would it take for a non-HR person within the department to how much training would they need to review the minimum qualifications for a job posting within their department? Is it a module? Is it a...
No, the individuals that do the screening work are HR professionals. So they have years of experience in this field. It's not considered just clerical work where you're adding things up. This is professional level work. So it would not be appropriate for just anyone to be doing this work.
Is there anything in the law that requires them to have a certain degree or licensure in order to do this work?
No.
Okay, so they could be trained.
They could be.
Okay.
But
Could you give me an
typically takes
estimate?
years of training.
About how long do you think it would take? I mean, this isn't training them to become a full HR professional. This is just training them to review minimum qualifications and compare them to an application. I mean, how long do you think it would take for someone to get up to speed on that?
It depends on the class of work.
Okay, I mean, consider that the person is, the division head for this particular job and already has the expertise for this line of work. I mean, we're really trying to just train them on making comparables. Do you think that you could create a module to give them the adequate training just to do the minimum qualification check?
Perhaps. I mean, we haven't considered it, training outside professionals, so I don't know for sure what that would entail, but.
And again, this is a pretty minimum, a pretty narrow scope, I think. But if you could consider that and get back to us, I'd appreciate that. I don't want to put you on the spot right here, but it's something we're looking into. If I could switch gears a little bit. Where do I want to go? Under the Hawaii administrative rules, so one of the complaints I've been getting from a lot of departments, which will remain anonymous, is the complaint that they have to call every single applicant back, ask them the exact same questions in the exact same tone of voice, can't really do any follow-up questions. It seems very tedious. The other complaint is that they need to call every single applicant on the list when they do eventually get them back, and that can also be very tedious. It looks like in the HAR, I'm talking 14-3.02-4, that you are permitted to, I guess they don't have to call all of the applicants back. They could potentially call, say, their top 3 back, and if they get a hit, then stop and not have to call 12 back. It could save them significant time. Honestly, it could save your people significant time as well. Has that been considered, or what are the things preventing this?
So there is no requirement that they call everybody. They just have to be consistent and fair about how they cull the list. So if they have certain criteria that they're looking for, and they can document that and they can justify it, they can start with individuals who meet that culling criteria, and they can reach out to those individuals first. So there is no requirement that they call everybody on the list.
So when they get let's say they get 12 people back from you, they can create a separate criteria to further cull those applicants down to top 3, top 2, top whatever, and then just call those back?
Yes.
I hope other departments are listening to this. If you could spread that word, I'd appreciate that too. I think it's generally accepted to be the other way, that it's a requirement to call everyone back from what I've been hearing. It might not just be public knowledge, but if you are okay with them doing that, I think a lot of them would be pleased for that. A couple of the questions. What is there a requirement that they need to ask the same questions, no follow-up, same tone of voice? I mean, that's also...
No, that's not a stated requirement anywhere. When you can, I'm assuming you're talking about when you're conducting an interview.
Yes.
I mean, typically, we try to ask the same questions so that we're comparing the same information between candidates, but that doesn't preclude individuals from asking follow-up or asking clarifying questions, or getting to know the applicant. As long as it's not discriminatory line of questioning, they can engage with the applicant and determine whether they're a good fit and whether we're a good fit for them.
Okay, no, that's really good news. I received an email yesterday from a department complaining about this, so I think there might be a disconnect between DHERD and other departments. If you, I think maybe it might be easiest to send out a quick memo to everyone about these points. I've just been hearing it over and over again. It seems like you guys are on the same page on what's required, though, or are in agreement of that this stuff should not be required. So if you could help circulate that word, I think that might help ease some animosity, as it were. How did the mass hiring for IT professionals go?
We conducted a job fair. You're referring to the recent job fair at the convention center. We think it was hugely successful. We actually piloted screening applicants on the spot and offering interviews. So I think it was around 15 applicants that chose to use our computers that were set up in a separate room to apply for state jobs. And there were a total of 13 or 14 interviews conducted. There were only 2 departments that participated in that as our pilot. It was the DBED and Department of Health. And I think they were very satisfied with how it went as well. We hope to use what we learned from that exercise and replicate it in other job fairs.
Okay, that's great. No, I'm glad. I'm sorry, did I?
Wait.
For your NeoGov, I know we've talked about this before, and I've suggested that NeoGov is far more powerful than is being used right now, that it has updated modules and things like that that you may or may not have access to. NeoGov, I would assume, if it's anything like LexisNexis or Westlaw, would be happy to send out trainers to train your personnel on using NeoGov because they want you to stick with it and they want it to be useful to you. Have you reached out to NeoGov yet to either get access to certain modules on a trial basis that might be more powerful for you to use, or to ask them to send down trainers, or to maybe even train on Zoom for different modules that you currently have access to?
Yeah, so not yet, but that's on our to-do list. We plan to reach out to them, and they've offered to do a business process review for us, and then we'll go from there to see what other features might be appropriate and we can capitalize on.
Oh, so I'm sorry, so you have reached out to them or you have not reached out to them?
We had a preliminary discussion middle of last year, but we haven't followed up yet. But we're very close to getting going on that.
Okay, I'm surprised their salespeople aren't knocking down your door, actually. Okay, yeah, if you could, again, it just seems like a very powerful tool that we're not using enough. And when we're talking about recruiting and the troubles that the state's having, I feel like if we need every tool we can get. I have one more question on workers' compensation. I've been talking to providers, I've been talking to other state departments. It seems like everyone has the same complaint about the reviewing company that you have for workers' compensation called IMS. They seem to be rejecting applications for workers' compensation for sometimes very novel reasons, and sometimes reasons that come up kind of out of the blue with no statutory basis. I'm wondering whether, well, I'd love your comment on it kind of more generally, but also I'd like to know when the contract is coming up to get a new reviewer for workers' comp applications.
So IMS, you're talking about our bill reviewer. So the bills, workers' comp bills go through IMS, and
yes.
they determine what the appropriate reimbursement is, and then advise us to pay or not pay. Unfortunately, our workers' comp administrator wasn't able to be here today, so I don't know that I have a specific, a very detailed response to your question. But if there are specific issues that are coming up with providers, we can always take a look at it. We haven't, as far as I know, we haven't received any specific complaints about their services. In general, they save the state millions of dollars in fees that otherwise our staff doesn't have the resources to go in and scrutinize every bill and figure out what the appropriate amount is. So I think in general, we're very satisfied with the services they provide. Whether they're perfect, I don't know. I haven't heard any specific complaints come to me, but I can certainly follow up and get back to you.
I'm a little surprised, actually, just in the veracity of the complaints that I've been hearing against this company. I'll encourage at least the state departments to reach out to you that have been complaining to me about them. But the fact that there's, I mean,
the state departments are complaining?
Certain individuals in, well, I'll just say DLIR, are critical of this, I think. I'll talk to them and put you in touch. But I'd like to at least propose that the reason that they're saving us so much money is that they may be rejecting complaints that, or claims that are valid too. I mean, if they're over rejecting, it's hurting workers too, because it's not getting them the medical care. I mean, the whole point of workers' comp is that we're supposed to be getting these workers, back on their feet and get them adequate medical care. If there's a clog in the system and our workers, our state workers, are not getting the medical care they need to get back to work, that's another reason why we have vacancies. That's another reason why we're so short-staffed. So I'd like to at least look at that, or I'd like you folks to kind of take another look and see if we're not being a little too harsh on that stance. It does seem like from the complaints from medical providers that things are being rejected either unnecessarily or for reasons that are not based in statute.
Okay, well, I like I said, I don't have the information in front of me. I can certainly, if you share that information with us, we can certainly look into those specific cases to see that they've been properly reviewed and payment has been made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Okay, Director, thank you very much. I think what would be helpful in general, I think, some of the recommendations that Chair Matayoshi made, informing the department or HR people of, some of the things that they need to know. If, as you disseminate that information, if you could CC both committees so that we know this is being done. And right at the end of the day, it's a lot of times it's just communication. So I think if everybody is in the loop and everybody sees the same thing, and then we can, move forward, right?
Sure.
So yeah, we can do that. Okay, so when you talk about offset or experience versus a degree, right? Experience is how do you measure that? Because if it's only based on time, I would argue time doesn't sometimes matter, right?
No, we look at the quality of the experience as well.
Okay.
So if we're
so when you give the department some, you say, okay, they need X amount of months and things like that before to count for experience. Explain it to me. Go ahead.
So when we look at experience, we could consider the quality of the experience as well. So not all job experience is necessarily qualifying to satisfy the minimum qualification requirements. So typically when in any recruitment announcement, it will specify what kind of experience qualifies. And then so that's part of the professional work that is involved in recruitment, is assessing, does that experience satisfy that professional level requirement? Or is it general in nature? Or is it specialized? Is it general? Is it clerical? Is it technical? So a lot of times, and that's why it's difficult to train folks who aren't familiar with all of the aspects of a job, because they are not necessarily trained or sensitized to the different levels. And sometimes it requires going back and asking the candidate to explain what you did at that job. And then we have to try to translate that. Does that qualify as professional? Or is it more technical? Or is it clerical?
So you make that decision, not
Yes.
the department?
Well, they would do it for the jobs when they're doing internal recruitment. They're making the same assessments.
People that are coming in, new people. So you would make that determination.
The recruitment staff who are
As far as experience goes?
Yes.
Okay, what about if it's not within the administration, but it's coming from a different branch?
Typically, if somebody's applying from another jurisdiction, from another branch of government, then they come through DHERD as an external candidate.
Okay. And then you would make the decision on experience.
It's a little easier when they're coming from government because we're generally familiar with a lot of those jobs, and they're part of our system, so to speak, and so we're able to assess that much easier than, say, a private sector.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So I would argue that the type of training, the type of the level of the hours that they put in a short 5-month period, the finance budget analysts are trained far beyond many other employees. Mm-hmm. Yet when they go and apply, they didn't put enough time.
So
because they're a session worker.
Right.
They're hired during session. They're here from December to the beginning of May.
So they
how
would
that
get
work?
Basically that, whatever, 5 months of experience, depending upon how many months they're employed.
But sometimes there's a 6-month threshold, and
Right.
they
Yes.
miss it.
Yes.
Right, but they miss it. But I would argue that the time they put in here, sometimes 7 days a week, sometimes late at night, if you just count hours, it far
Right.
exceeds 6 months.
So we only count full-time as 40 hours or whatever is considered full-time, if it's 37 and a half hours or 40 hours.
Well,
We don't really
that's
count
my argument
overtime.
of that it's not
Right.
created equal, right, when you count that. And so I just think that there needs some flexibility on that or some acknowledgement of that.
Yeah, that's part of the civil service
I understand,
system,
but
right?
I'm just
It's
saying
that
that
it's
it
very-
just doesn't make
it's very
sense to me when we have
specific.
workforce shortage.
Right. So one of the things that we've done to try to address that is if somebody's only lacking a month, we try to hire them temporarily to give them that extra month of service. Especially if it takes longer to get them on board anyway, let's pick them up as an 89-day hire, give them, that month or two that they're
that's what
short,
they're doing.
and then they qualify, and then they're, they can apply.
I understand that that's what they're doing, but I'm just saying that, there should be some exceptions or some thought as to
The
how that could
difficulty
work.
with that, honestly, the difficulty is where do you draw the line? Is it 5 months? Is it 5.5 months? Is it, if we
Yeah,
start
so
getting
that's why I
gray,
said it shouldn't
gets,
be just time, it should be some other considerations, right? So I would appreciate if you kind of looked into those options, because I think our rigid way of doing things that it's done equally is problematic. The example I give people that's come up before, and maybe they're not doing a good job of explaining it to you, but the Department of Education, right? We kind of saw in the news the lapses on the CIP projects, and part of that is because their inability, or not the inability, but their challenges to move projects through, and part of that is because of workforce shortages, because we cannot pay project managers or construction managers enough to compete with the private sector. They don't come and work for us, so we end up paying consultants to do that work. So we have project managers overseeing construction managers who are both consultants, who sometimes contractors, which is kind of sometimes their peers, all doing this, overseeing each other, right? And because we are hiring consultants, we're paying a premium, which is way more than if we just paid them more in the first place, right? And then when they do that, they actually pay with CIP money, which is bond money. So we are paying interest on labor that is, for the year that they worked, where the job is being paid off 20 years later, right? So that's some financial inefficiencies there. But, I think all those types of things, and, when I asked the department, why don't you explain it to DHER that you need to just pay them more because of all of these things, and, they say that you say that, well, you got to be fair to everybody, so the classifications that of those similar jobs all across kind of got to be the same, right? And maybe it's the classification is the same, but the situation is different, right? We are this is a big department with huge challenges that is using a method that is costing the state large amounts of money, right? That we don't have. And is causing inefficiencies. I would argue that the University of Hawaii that is the model that I was kind of look at, where they actually got rid of all their consultants and brought them all in-house, paid them more, but they are exempt. Oh well, they have autonomy, so they are able to do this, on their own, and they will be able and because they did those things, they have better outcomes, right? So these are some of the things that I think we need to be looking at, because it's costing us more money. If the idea is to be fair, okay, I get that, but also we got to consider what it's costing the state. And by paying consultants at a premium, which is sometimes double or more, and paying interest on it, which makes no sense to me. It's just bad policy, right? So we are forcing a situation that where if you just paid them more, or at least got closer to being able to pay like the private sector in those situations, right?
So I appreciate everything you've said and understand where you're coming from. And I can tell you that we do have a number of what we call pay programs that do allow departments some flexibility in the salaries that they offer.
I'm sure you have it, but I think that the problem is it's not getting to the departments that they can do something about it. Or the communication is not happening, or whatever it is, right? The problem is not being solved, is my point. And then it goes to my, we just got to get better at, if there are solutions out there, everybody kind of needs to know it, and everybody needs to kind of be working together. My argument has always been that where it should be happening, because you guys are all in a room all the time, is the cabinet meetings upstairs.
I was just going to say, I have had this discussion and a specific training early on these things with the cabinet members. And I've done the same presentation for the HR officers as well. So we'll revisit it.
Okay. So we can, well, like I said, if you can, like, if there is correspondence or anything like that, if you could, like, CC the committee, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay. Any further?
Hi,
Yes,
sorry,
Representative
Chair.
Cochran.
Sorry, tardiness, but I was watching from the office. I had a question in regards to how you go about picking your applicants and taking them to the next, first round of interviews or the next step after you receive an application. How do you vet through that application form? Is there a type of program that sort of searches, the input on that application, which then you choose to move, to the next level?
So, no, there is not. You're talking about some kind of AI that could, no, we don't have.
Keywords being searched thing.
No, it's all staff that reviews each and every application, and we compare it against the minimum qualification requirements for the specific job.
Okay.
And determines whether they meet the criteria or not.
Okay. It was just brought to my attention that was a possible program or something that you folks utilize.
No.
Okay.
Not currently.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yep, we appreciate you coming in, and we are in recess. We're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefing. Next is Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, as well as members of the committee. I guess it's been a really long day. Most of you guys have kind of disappeared, but hopefully they're watching on the whatever.
It's not because of lack of interest. Some aren't feeling well. So.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm encouraged. Well, you have my testimony. I can go through it, or I can, just give you kind of a summary, and then maybe respond to specific areas that you might have concerns or questions about. Basically, and what I'd like to kind of focus in is the projects that we're doing under Act 279.
Okay.
Which if
Maybe
you take
what
a
you
look,
could do is, go over those highlights, but maybe before that, you kind of introduce your team.
Oh, okay. Let's see, I got a pretty good large team here, so we wanted to be very thorough and have all the backup people. This is my deputy, Katie Ducat. Then maybe I'll have my staff just introduce themselves.
Brian Ferruto, Administrative Services Officer.
Richard Holt, I'm the Executive Assistant, and I'm working on.
I'm in Badajoz Public Information Officer.
Aloha, Stuart Matsunaga, and the Administrator for Land Development Division.
So we have submitted our testimony that I think is pretty straightforward with the supplemental budget. We've identified the four, I guess, basic sufficient budget issues with respect to the four different areas under Article 12, Section 1 of the state constitution, which I guess mandates the legislature to fund basically our operation and some of the other expenses. And that is pretty straightforward. But what I'd really like to do is, focus in on, and I've attached as our attachment number 1 is the 28 projects that we have on tap moving forward in the use of the $600 million. We were able to, I guess, identify other projects by putting out some requests for proposals. In fact, we issued 3 of them. And as a result of those requests, we identified as well as considered different projects that either did a combo of offered land as well as the development of it, and in the alternative, land. And so when we went through and compared it to our original strategic plan that was submitted last year involving about 20 projects, we made, I guess, decisions based on the evaluation of all these different projects. And so we came up as a net result of that with these 28 projects. And what we also did was we identified the number of lots that we could develop under these 28 projects, which basically totaled over 6,000. And in those 6,000 units, we decided to phase the project. In phase 1, the idea is to use the $600 million and use it for primarily infrastructure costs and other things associated with the development of those projects. And in addition to that, what we also did was we did a phase 2 with the net number of units that were left over from specific projects so that you could see exactly what we were doing regarding the phasing. But in addition to that, what we did was a column 4. If you look at the matrix on the last column, the yellow, it basically identifies the money that we would need in order to complete that. I don't know if that was handed out. We hand those out.
Yeah, that was a sheet. I think the members can pull it up.
Yeah. Okay. But did we provide hard copies?
They can pull it up on the computer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in any event, what we did is provided not only the, I guess, approach that we're using regarding the use of the initial 600 million, but when you add into the mix the phase two, then you have a situation where not only do we have specific projects identifying the lots, but also shows the amount of money that would be needed in order to complete phase two. And so that actually totaled over 600 million. So basically, to do a total of over 6,000 lots and take people off the wait list, we're going to need to, ask for additional funds. And so what I also wanted to do was, in identifying the specific projects, if you'll note that in phase one, what we've done is increase the number of units developed upfront. A good example, if you look at project 19 in the list, which involves our major project on this island in East Kapolei, we actually have a total of 700 units we want to do. But in the first phase, we're going to do 450, and then that will involve a little over 144 million. To do the second phase, which involves parcel 2F, involving 250 units, we would need an additional 60 million to complete that. But one of the things that we are also doing, though, is even though phase two is not going to be done until later, what we are going to do, though, is issue undivided lease awards to those individuals so that they'll have something in hand. They can identify the project that they can, as well as the area, as well as look at the models that are going to be built in the first phase, but they also can have the assurance that they'll have a lease, and that should the unfortunate situation arise, which has happened quite a bit per the Kalima case, they at least have the opportunity for the successor to take. And so that was one of the things that we were really kind of pushing in recognizing that the past problems of the department was kind of an encumbrance in a sense of not only where we weren't developing units in a more effective as well as a larger scale in numbers, but also just overall we've been taking too long. In fact, when you look at the history of the program, in over the 100 years, we have about 10,000. That's about 100 per year, which is not very impressive. So it's we're trying to turn that around. And in addition to the 6,000, primarily single-family residential, we're also looking at supplementing that and having or implementing an aggressive ADU or accessory dwelling unit projects, which at the present time we have about a little over around 8,500 existing lessees. So all of these existing lessees have the opportunity to put an ADU. In addition to that, with the new construction, we're having the developers design the units where there's expandability, as well as in the construction to add an ADU or the option of adding an ADU. So that not only creates an opportunity for the homesteader to expand relative to as his family grows, but also an opportunity to get into the business of renting out to other Native Hawaiian families a unit. So that in part would not only provide a source of income, but it disperses the affordable housing rentals into the community. The community will take, have a vested interest as well as take on the responsibility of managing these units spread out in the homesteading area. In addition to that, for the first time, in fact, this month, we're going to also approach and use, in partnership with Lunulilo Trust, which is kupuna housing. In addition to that, a combination of transitional housing and addressing the elderly on our wait lists, where close to 60% are over 62 years in age. So clearly there's a need whereby we need to service a lot of the people on our waiting lists that might not have the desire of purchasing a 3-4 bedroom home, but rather would prefer becoming a part of a community for kupuna. Lunalilo Homes will be administering, providing programs. We'll also have the other service organizations that can provide services that would address the issue of preparing certain individuals that need help in order to qualify for a loan or just get a job or what have you. So in addition to the Lunalilo, we'll be working with some of the service providers like Hawaii Community Assets as well as CNHA that provide either counseling on financing or possible job employment. So one of the things that we're looking at doing are developing more of these type of kupuna housing, transitional housing projects. We have about 10 sites. In addition to that, we are looking to expand the development of our unused lands. So our land management division has been tasked with and has identified several or approximately 20 sites where we want to get active in the development of our industrial and commercial lands, as well as looking at, expanding into existing lands that involve pastoral as well as agricultural development. So while I was on Kauai, I had the opportunity to talk with several of the community members as well as other entities that are interested in not only developing the hydroelectric system in Kekaha, but also in developing the agricultural lands that we could grow blueberries as well as olives that are very lucrative crops. And so we're looking at not only fixing the infrastructure regarding the water systems there that would then allow us to irrigate our lands and start to use our lands. That particular area, in talking to Alex Alun, is very, very excellent lands because they have sun a lot more times during the year in which to grow crops. So that's an area that we're looking at. I'd have to say that that's one of the reasons why it's been a real challenge for us in that our existing staff, there's a large percentage of unfilled positions. And in our application or our budget submittal, we've kind of addressed that to a certain extent. We are looking at trying to add up 22 additional positions to build up our staff, especially on the outer islands. And we're also looking at funding for 19 of the authorized positions to be funded. So we're not asking for a lot. The additional 22, we're looking at 1.2 million. And then the funding of the 19 existing staff would also be about 1.2 million. But I think the bigger ask, obviously, is us trying to address the people on the waiting list, which you guys have tasked with us to address that. And the only way we're going to do it is we need more funds. Now, if you're talking about eliminating the waiting list, we're going to need about $5 billion, which I don't think you guys have. But at the same time, I think, we have positioned our existing funding that you've provided where we can leverage it. We're working with the HHFDC, we're working with the developers, and we're requiring them to, provide or obtain or partner with entities that know how to do low-income housing tax credit approaches, knowing how to use and go after the rental housing revolving funds, knowing how to go after Tier 2 funding that you guys might make available. We're also looking at implementing and using our bonding authority. And maybe with the development of some of our commercial and industrial lands, we can use those sources of revenue to finance bonds that we as a department are authorized to issue, independent of the HHFDC, the private activity bonds, which amount to about $360 million a year. So by doing that, I think we can not only access and leverage some of the money, but we can, more importantly, address the use of funds for some of the infrastructure that we need to complete in order to get the job done. In addition to that, we've brought on staff to go after federal funding, because I think that's a huge source of funding. The Senator Schatz and congressional delegation in recent years have stepped up the funding, especially our NAHAZA funding. You know, the last couple of years, we've gotten about $22.3 million a year. And then this third year, we're looking at the same source. And so we've used those funds in emphasizing the development of our kupuna housing, as well as counseling and what have you. So overall, it's kind of a really nice situation regarding the funding, especially with you folks giving us $600 million. That's allowed us to move forward with these 28 projects. And then more importantly, with the federal government as well as the county starting to get active in the use of their private activities funds or bonds, we can partner up with them. The city and county of Honolulu, first time ever, has set aside $20 million in funding that we can use for our infrastructure costs for DHHL. On Maui County, their particular county council recently authorized the use of their GET revenues for our projects. So setting aside about 20 or 30% of those revenues for our projects. So they're kind of stepping up. We are looking to do partnerships with them. We're going after infrastructure monies jointly. They are willing to take on the management of that. And so, one of the things that is real important is to have a good working relationship with the counties which we're developing. The permitting process, which has always been a trouble or problem in the development area, we brought on some staff to address that issue. We do have the capacity and authority under the law to issue our own leases, but what we're trying to do is up front work with the different counties to get them to issue the permits in a more timely fashion, giving us priority because we are going to be doing a lot of construction. So that's something that we've met with all the different counties, and they're very receptive. And I got to say that all the different mayors that I've met with have been very, very supportive of our program, as well as the different councils. So moving forward, I think we got a lot going on, but I do have to say that we're going to need more money, and in justifying that, that's why we did this matrix. So you can take a look at it. You can see that we're not just asking for $600 million with no justification, or specific projects with specific numbers and lots we're going to develop, as well as specific costs. So you can take a look at that, and you can see obviously, we've done our homework. We've deferred some of the projects in prioritizing some that we think we can move a lot quicker on, especially the large ones. And so the idea is to approach it in a more efficient, effective, then hopefully the net result by going this route is the per unit costs will go down, and so these units can be more affordable. We've also kind of tweaked the approach in that we're working with all the different affiliates with the Habitat for Humanity. So all the large lots or development projects, we're requiring the developer to set aside so many lots for habitat, so many lots for owner-builders, guys that want to build their own house, so many lots for the LIHTC or rent-to-own program, as well as so many lots for turnkey, as well as lots that we can provide assistance with different subsidies. In addition to the funds we have, we're working with the different banks as well as some of the CDFIs to leverage our funds. We're matching funds. So, there's a lot of things going on that I think, is a recognition of that the department just can't do it by itself. And so that's why, in starting the process off, we've put out RFQs for some of the major projects in inviting the different developers to come forward and identify and basically lay out their capacity to build at this larger level. But more importantly, they have the bonding capacity, they have the expertise, the workforce, the relationships that they can get the job done quickly. And so, it's important we get the right developers. So we're trying to give it to the local developers. We're also working regarding our scattered lots throughout the state, these abandoned homes that are just sitting vacant, that are eyesores in our community. So I brought on somebody to kind of focus in on that. So there's about 360 of those types of lots that either have abandoned lot or just vacant, or have houses that are falling into disrepair. So one of the things that we want to do is collect them together. And if you look at the matrix, we've set aside 200 units, which we're going to treat as a project. And so we're in the process of working with several developers where they'll go in and they'll take so many units, thereby making it worthwhile for them to do the project. But more importantly, have the expertise to build the kind of units that we could sell to our beneficiaries. So by doing it that way, I think it more effectively deals with the scattered lots that are just sitting all throughout our homesteading communities that are, in some cases, inviting for the homeless as well as bad situations. So we've had to recently deal with some of these abandoned units that the druggies are trying to take over or set up gambling houses. And so we've addressed that. One of the other things in our budget is the idea of expanding our enforcement program and having staff on the different islands that can respond more quickly. Right now, all of our enforcement personnel are on this island. So when we have a problem on the outer islands, it takes time for them to fly over to the different islands. So we want to change that. And that's part of our request for funding, is to not only have enforcement land managers on the different islands, but also to address, because we're kind of cranking up our developments, our staff on the outer islands also are understaffed. And so part of our ask is to allow us to add to our staff on the outer islands to address the processing of applications, loans, as well as issuance of leases. The only way we're going to do that is to have additional staff, to partner up with some of the outside CDFIs, banks, and what have you. So a lot of things are happening with the department, and it's an exciting time, but it's also a challenging time. And that's why we can't do it by ourselves. We don't have sufficient staff. We're doing the best we can. We've brought on a little over 40 additional staff. We've brought on people that specialize in major development. So while we have headed in the right direction, and we do have 28 projects ready to go, it's still, the job is not done, because we have over 29,000 people waiting for homesteads. Then when you add it into the 47,000 that we have, when you start to include the agriculture as well as the pastoral wait list, it's a big challenge. And I think we're going to make a dent in it, but we still need more help. We need more funds. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. So we're open to questions. I have staff that can address specific issues or whatever you have.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, members? Okay, Representative Kila, followed by Ayu. Yeah. You guys want to pick?
Oh, we go at the same time.
You guys going to double team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for being here, Director. I know you've only been in this position for a short time. Have you delivered any units while you've been director already?
Yeah, we've made some subsistence ag lots available in Panieva. We've done some the Kuleana program in Kahiki Nui on Maui. Both are actually kind of the initial. Those were kind of in moving forward even before I came on. Those are kind of like different approaches in a sense that the Panieva subsistence ag lots, which involved half acres, I believe there was 24 of those. It's kind of a different approach where you give them a half acre and they basically basically grow their own crops as well as animals, raise their animals, and to support themselves as well as maybe their neighbors. And it's on an ag lot, a half acre. We can go up to 3 acres. And so the idea is they also have the option of building a house. And so with a bigger lot, you can build a bigger house for more of your ohana. So that's a new one. I really like that one. I think that's going to be very, very popular. If you look at our wait list, it shows that there's a big demand for ag lots. We're kind of getting away from the awards of the larger lots like we did on Molokai, 40 acres. And so the result of that one is you got these large unused areas. So in part of the transitioning, we're actually taking some of those back and breaking them up in smaller units, more usable units. But let me also say that one of the things we do want to do with the larger acreage, especially on the Big Island, is to look at maybe these community pastoral approaches, where you will have 7,000 acres that would kind of be awarded as a community pasture and managed by a co-op of homesteaders. And so by getting that status, they can access a lot of federal funding and other funding sources to manage it. But also what we're trying to do is look at some of the existing facilities in the state and start tying in our enterprise with them. As an example, we're looking at the slaughterhouse out at Kalailoa, and there's also a slaughterhouse on the Big Island. So we want to integrate our processing of the, what do you call it, cattle in a more, to me, a more viable way. Right now, a lot of the cattle are raised to calf level and then shipped to the mainland and fed on grains and then slaughtered. Well, as we all know, grass-grown or grass-fed cattle is a lot more nutritional, a lot more healthy, and a lot more marketable. And so we want to start to use our lands. We're also talking with some of the bigger landowners, see if we can partner up and collectively work together to take advantage of these large acreages, create paddocks where you can kind of rotate your cattle and then use them in a more efficient way, more productive, but also address the, these wildfires. I mean, part of the answer is to use the land. And so that because we have over 200,000 acres and the majority of our lands are in that type of areas, we want to start to get the lands out. One of the things I, as a director, want to do is have all this land in the department's inventory rather than distributing it and using it and giving it to the beneficiaries. So that's one of the things that our land management division is going to be working on. We're also talking to individuals in the private sector. We've had some contacts with the business enterprise tied in with what's his name, Vandersloot. And so that's a pretty, I think, promising approach for the department to kind of work with these kind of private investors, businessmen that have the expertise in the marketing as well as financial capacity to bring a lot more to the table. So with respect to, again, getting back to your question, I have to say we're just in the process of starting to make the awards.
I mean, I love that you're doing this multi-pronged approach, but at the end of the day, we got to deliver to the wait list, right? We got to start delivering units. And so
agree.
I just want to, I guess my follow-up question is, what is the timeline for delivery do you have a timeline for delivery of lots this year, or when can we expect like a good chunk of lots to be delivered?
Well, if you look at the projects that we've listed, I guess the big one is the one on Oahu involving 700 units in Kapolei. We've combined the 4 different parcels, C, D, E, and F, and we're going to do C, D, and E in the first phase involving 450. But we already put out our RFQ. We've made an award. We're in the process of negotiating a developer agreement, so that's pretty close to being finished. And what we'll do is like I said, we'll, in the developer agreement, basically have in this case, we've awarded to Gentry, you'd be tasked, or the entity will be tasked with building 700 units. The first phase, we have funding from the 600 million, so that's a done.
So what's the build time on those first phase units? When can
Well, you know, that, again, one of the things, in fact, I had a meeting with Gentry just the other day, in the design, they do good work. I mean, they did our Kanahili project and some of the other units surrounding in the 4 different homestead communities we have in Kapolei. And so, you know, that's one of the issues. You know, as you probably know, the labor force has always been a challenge. So one of the things they're doing is looking at mass production using the SIPS approach, the structural insulated paneling, creating you know, expandable units where they're a lot easier to build. By using that SIPS approach, they can put up the units a lot quicker. Again, you know, it's a industry issue, in which I'm sure familiar with, that the labor force is very finite. And so when you're dealing with a limited workforce, you have to look at the manufacturing process. So that's something that we ourselves are looking at and trying to move that along. We're trying to standardize not only the models, so that when we approach the different developers, we have these pre-approved models that they can, you know, fast track through the permitting process, but also designed in a way that addresses some of the issues. Expandability, you know, we have families, you know, a young couple won't need a 4-bedroom home, but they would like to move into and buy a home that they can expand as their families grow. So that's the design of we're requiring the developers to use, in addition to adding an ADU, whether it's, you know, partitioning of the upper floor from the down, or expanding or doing an attachment or standalone. So these parcels about 7,500 square feet. So it's big enough where we can accommodate that approach. But again, you know, it's if they can use that SIPS approach, and I believe they're working with the unions, and so they're kind of on board, because there's I guess, a universal recognition on the workforce and the limitations. So they got to improve their construction approach, which they're doing, which is, you know, exciting. But I think we have to be part of that. And so I'm having some staff fly up to the mainland, look at, because we have these standardized specifications, you know, regarding the window sizes, the doors, and, you know, everything, where you can order in bulk and get the per unit costs down. That will have an impact. We're also looking at providing construction loans at no interest to the developers, and that will save our homesteaders about $17,000 through the savings that the developer accrues by having a construction loan where they don't have to pay a commercial interest rate on it. And so those are some of the things that we're trying to do in order to bring down not only the cost of materials, cost of financing, but also construction costs, because it takes less labor if they can use these prefab approach in constructing the units, as well as putting them up a lot quicker.
Sorry, Director, I don't mean to press you, but like, when's the date? Like, do we have an estimated date for these? Like,
yeah, what we can do is,
okay.
yeah, like this particular one, like I said, we have that already in negotiation. We've already chosen the developer. So that one is going to be moving. We're actually under construction already on the unit or parcel C.
Okay.
Dillingham is already in construction, because obviously you got to build that before you can build your housing. We do have, with the project on Maui, the what do you call it, the Pu'uhona project of 161 units that was awarded a while back. The infrastructure is going to be completed probably in June or July. So the vertical construction will start then right after that. We have put out a...
Sorry, Director. I'm really just trying to figure out, when can we expect some units for this Kapolei one that you were talking about to get delivered?
Well, those, we already have units finished.
They're
You know,
so they're being
Unit B is already
delivered?
done. Yeah, those
Okay,
are already
okay.
being delivered. So these others, you know, like I'm saying, is...
C&D, right?
Yeah.
For Kulokai.
Okay.
Yeah, B is already done.
Okay, so C&D is gonna, what is our timeline for that? When do
Well,
we think we're gonna?
you know, again, we're requiring them to do, in phase one, do 450.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, I would assume you're going to deliver as they're built, right? You're not going to deliver 450
oh, yeah,
at
yeah.
one time.
Well, the reason why we're doing it that
Yeah.
way is as the infrastructure is put in, finished, bang, you can start your vertical rather than waiting for the whole thing to be done, which was an approach that we used in the past. So by combining the infrastructure with the vertical under one contractor, you can kind of phase it more efficiently.
So we're
which-
going to see a slow trickle of units this year for this phase, or?
Well, I wouldn't say they would be finished this year, but we will, well, actually, yeah, we might have some finished this year because we also have the scattered lots. And then even, I mean, Non-Inc. and Village 4 in Laopua, they're going to finish the infrastructure, I believe, in February. So we've already put out the RFQ to do 450 over there. And so that one, there's been a response, and we look to choose somebody in February. Similar to the Hanapepe project, the Kaupea in Kapolei, that one is 60 units. That's already been awarded. We're doing the developer agreement right now. So all of these projects are moving forward, but we also have a ton of other projects that we're going to put out RFQs. You know, it is a process. It also is a lot of negotiations, but we do have, like I said, 28 projects. We will encumber all of them, which are dependent on the developer agreements being reached before we can encumber. We will encumber them all before June 30th of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, so there's two things, Director. I think the first thing is our economist came in last week and talked about if we cleared the list, we would solve the housing problem in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second component is we give a lot of agencies money to do housing and they never deliver. And so it's hard to give them the second round of money. And so I know you're coming in with this request for more money. I think it's way easier to convince, the legislature after you deliver a substantial number of units or you're capable of delivering units. So
Sure.
I think touting that you're delivering or that they're going to be online this year, whenever, is what we're looking for the delivery of units. So that's all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. I guess
and
what
press
I'm
you
s-
on when the units are going to get delivered. 'Cause
Yeah.
I see you have all these projects in the pipeline and just
Right.
want you to or if you know when you're going to deliver, that's an awesome message that we can send to the people.
Yeah,
on the
we can give
waiting
you a
list that
deadline.
We're clearing the list.
But I can commit to, we will encumber per the Act 279 by a certain deadline, that we will encumber the 600 million, in fact, maybe 1 year in advance. We'd still like the third year because we do have some legislation in as a kind of a fallback safety mechanism. But my commitment is to try and encumber the entire 600, which is a reflection of these projects are moving forward. Because that means I have a developer in place, we have a contract, it's encumbered with funding, it details an actual cost that is committed that will be used and expended. Now, you can get the contract, you get the contractor going, but then he has to get his permits, he has to deal with his workforce. Like Gentry, they only can build so many houses because it's a year. They're not going to build, 450 in 1 year. There's just no way. They can't do it. So the reality is, we will encumber it. We'll get them committed to doing the 600, 700. But even the last phase or second phase, 250, that's going to be, and the developer agreement specifically says it's subject to funding. So if we don't get the 60 million that we're asking for that project for phase 2, then we're going to have to delay it. But one thing we won't delay is making the awards of the leases. So we'll have 250 advocates here at the legislature when they get their lease asking for that 60 million along with us.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when UHERO had came to us, and the concern we had told them is that at this point, DHHL is the only funding mechanism that we can legally discriminate housing for Hawaii residents, right?
Right.
And so no pressure to you on that part, but posing that to UHERO and even Governor, that we look at all the tax credits that we award to developers, which I'm not against, but at some point, those units then get turned over to the developer. We're almost in some way subsidizing those developments that are not coming back into our inventory, right? The inventory with
These are
DHHL
going out to the home centers.
stays
Yeah.
within DHHL. And
Sure.
so I think what Rep. IU, to his point, in a perfect world with the encumbrance of an appropriation of 600 million again, Now that you build out infrastructure, what would another 600 million look like for deliverable of units with the infrastructure that's been put in from the original 600 million?
Well, the second 600 million is mostly for infrastructure. With the first 600 million, we'll use a lot of it to do the backbone infrastructure. But when you get on the lots, there's certain other infrastructure you got to put in order to facilitate the construction of the vertical or the house. And so that's where the 60 million in the Ka'ulu-Okahai, the Kapolei project,
Because I
is
think in the
involved.
first 600 million, it was estimated about 3,000 units, right?
Well, if you look at the last page on that matrix, it'll show you that the first phase is about 2,180. The second phase is 3,659. I got to say, this a lot of the first phase is going into infrastructure, but it's been very, very expensive with the interest rates, the costs of materials, labor, and all that. So it's a lot more expensive than I would want to deal with, but unfortunately,
So is
that's
it
the
hope-
situation.
sorry, is it the hope of the HHL? Because I think what you said is things that Chair Yamashita and even Lieutenant Governor will appreciate, that you're trying to redevelop the same plan in Ka'ulu-Okahai on another parcel, right? Because you look at LG, who's originally appropriated $1 million for one classroom, but then after having the streamline of same, they're able to deliver it for 400,000.
Mhm.
So is that the hope that the 5-bedroom at Ka'ulu-Okahai will look like any other 5-bedroom across the state?
Well, the intent is to have these, master plan and master design template and models that we can count on, not only getting through the permit process, but also quicker, but also we're also looking at using that same template for all these other developments. So I think, especially if we have developers, and we have some developers that are doing more than one project, familiarity as well as a better construction process hopefully will expedite the construction. And we can do more of these projects. Because I look to work with some of the developers that have, major capacity as well as ability, but they also have their challenges. And so we're trying to help them on the permitting. We're trying to help them with the construction financing. We're trying to help them in the cost of materials by standardizing our units and the materials where they can, and that's why we're trying to work with the national suppliers to get the costs of materials down. These are all things that we're doing with the intent at the back end that the final cost of the unit is going to be a lot lower than it would otherwise be.
Well, then I think I would pose this one to you. With the Chapter 343 exemptions, has that played into any of the development for expediting development?
Well, we've been fortunate that a lot of these projects have already gone through that process, so which is really, really nice, and so that hasn't really been an encumbrance. Although we do want to, kind of tweak that. We do want to, and we proposed some legislation like there's certain exemptions to that 343 that we can, with the Department of Health, get approved. So some areas within the 343, we're looking to, not bypass, but where appropriate, exercise that exemption.
I guess I know you were talking about ADUs earlier, but how does the ADU get people off the wait list?
Oh, it doesn't.
Okay.
It in reality, it addresses a homeless situation. It also relieves the overcrowdingness that most of our homestead communities are plagued with. I mean, that's why we did the Nanakuli Village Center in Nanakuli. We built a 48-unit Halimakano Nanakuli using LIHTC credits and various fundings to lessen the overcrowdedness in the communities. It doesn't get them off the wait list, but the reality is, you got more than just wait listers. You got people that are suffering out there, and that's where the kupuna housing comes in. That's where the transitional housing comes in. Not everybody is ready to become a homeowner. So what do? Do we ignore them? No, we provide alternative housing, which is what we're doing.
Is the expectation of the ADUs to be rented though to homesteaders?
All rentals.
No, to homesteaders?
No, it has to be. Well, if they're a homesteader, they don't need an ADU, but it would be for people that are non-homesteaders that are native Hawaiian. Rentals.
So who's verifying that the person occupying the ADU does meet that criteria?
Well, we will work with the homesteaders, and there's different approaches. We can do an affidavit. We can, kind of, if they're on the wait list, then obviously they're pre-qualified. But there is a requirement, and our rules kind of lay it out, as well as our Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
Yeah. Can I ask you about the encumbrance of any military land or the land swaps that you had come before the committee last year to talk about? Has any of those initiated land swaps between some of the departments happened?
Land swaps.
And well, like you had expressed last year that you folks, sorry, not you, but there was the prior that had expressed that there was lands that you folks have that are not suit for development in the sense that they belong somewhere better in the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Well, I know the conservation, if you look at our table that is attached to our testimony, there's about, what do you call it? Yeah, we got some conservation, close to 30,000 acres that, personally, I don't think we should be hanging on to conservation, and that's something we're trying to, not necessarily swap, but transfer to DLNR for management. There are, like I said, those are the key ones. We do have some lands that we're looking to do some land exchanges with commitment schools, because they have lands that have their learning institutions on. So rather than just leasing them, they'd be okay with taking the fee. But in order to do this land exchange, we got to get the DOI approval, which we're looking at doing.
Can we talk about the cesspools?
Cesspools.
So from my perspective, with the mandate that's being put forward by the legislature for cesspool conversions, it's hard to assess to homestead lessees, right? Because technically they don't own the land. They own the house that sits upon the land. So has the department looked at pursuing federal monies for the mandates of the cesspool conversion so it's not put onto the homestead lessee?
That's a good question regarding how to finance this conversion. Typically, you're right, it is on the homesteader, but we're also trying to look at, in the, for example, Keokaha, there's an existing sewer system that's very outdated. I had the unpleasant opportunity to go visit it, and it was kind of mind-boggling at how in bad a shape that thing is. So it kind of requires, in order to do the conversion, that they have a sewer facility that can actually be hooked up to, which is really not the case. So in that particular situation, we're trying to maybe work with the county to get a updated, or in fact, maybe a new sewer system. So with respect to the conversion, we've brought on a consultant to identify all the different cesspools that need to be converted. And then on the financing of that, that's something that we're going to have to maybe go to the legislature. You folks have been gracious in funding some of the improvements for the cesspools, especially in Papakolea and some other areas. So regarding actually putting that cost on the homesteaders, I'd maybe ask the legislature to consider providing some funds to assist our homesteaders to do the conversion, because that's required.
Is there an appetite from the department to also pursue possible federal funds that may exist for it?
Yeah, we are looking at federal funds. We actually boosted up our personnel, and we're bringing on some people to actually do that, go after federal funds. And there's also new technology that we're kind of looking at, these package plants as well as other. They also have systems where you can kind of, it's kind of complicated, but anyway, there's systems that we can implement that won't be as expensive. Because one of the things we don't want to do is require they put in what do you call it?
Septic tank.
And then they got to take it, after paying 30,000 for a septic system, then they got to hook up. That's nuts. But again, it's also these deadlines that are being imposed. We do have time, so we're looking at not only putting in the more permanent approach first, rather than requiring our tenants or homesteaders to put in these septic systems as an interim measure, which are very expensive. So that's a challenge that we got to deal with, and we're trying to again maybe as an alternative to these individual septic tanks, you can do these community systems that they just tap into. They kind of feed into this system that then is it's portable, so you can move it around as well as expandable. So there's different approaches that we're looking at.
Question, Sheriff, that's okay. I want to, so when I was telling the committee the other day that in 2020, you could award a Plan E in the Kolokaha'i subdivision, 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 1,700 square feet at $384,000. I'm sure now at this point, when the next awardees come around, is the property is probably in the 400s.
Oh, easy, yeah.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
Are you folks able to do, I mean, this might be a good question for legal, like targeted development for lots, knowing that every person who has been awarded the lot can qualify for NAHASDA funding, that and thus the infrastructure costs can be brought down because those specific lots for those specific development are all NAHASDA qualified?
Well, you got to be 80% AMI and below in order to qualify for NAHASA. I'm not sure that all of them do qualify,
But
but
would you be able to award and target a development like say sub 20 lots, Kolokaha'i, you know that 20 of these lots have to go to NAHASDA as recipient ready?
Yeah, we could do
homes. Does that in some way bring down cost?
Oh, yeah. Well, one way we're doing it is to do a LIHTC rent-to-own, where you actually go in, and that's why we're requiring the developer to set aside a certain percentage that will use that approach. And some of them have had to bring in developers that specialize in LIHTC applications with HSFTC. And so by doing it that way, they don't even have to qualify for a loan. They just got to be a 60% AMI and below, which is nice. And so that's why we're requiring the developers to have that approach as part of their package of homes, because those individuals, they don't qualify for a mortgage. They just have to have a limited income. They can't exceed a income in order to be a tenant. And in those, we can also subsidize some of the rent. And then we're also looking at maybe changing the 15-year wait, where we'll issue an undivided homestead lease for the ground and separate the ground by CPR regarding the financing. And by separating the two, the individual, instead of waiting for 15 years to get his homestead, will get it up front. And then you obviate that problem with people dying before they, receive the homestead lease. That's something we were trying to avoid. Again, even on the phasing in, phase 2, we'll still award the leases, undivided interest, subject to funding. And then when it's funded, we can finish the houses. These people will get awarded, not awarded, but we'll amend their lease so we identify the specific lot. But they'll have a lease.
So are you able to award undivided interest this year based on?
We're going to do that, yeah.
Okay.
This year, yeah.
Good to know. Last question, Chair. So I know that it's not in the department want to do lease cancellations because no one ever wants to remove a homesteader. But I think if you traverse any homestead across the state, there are obviously folks who, one, are not just violating their leases, but even violating the law. Has the department looked at, or I know you folks don't have the full manpower, but has that also been looked at? Because I think from the outside looking in, there are many folks who would gladly follow their lease and occupy the home that exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
So has that kind of been a priority with, I don't want to say priority of you folks to cancel leases, but come down on compliance of lease?
That has always been a challenge for the department where people don't, build in a timely fashion. They get the lease and they got but 3 years or whatever to build and they don't. And so one of the, I think the challenges and I think inappropriately, challenge imposed upon the homesteader to, here's your lease, you go figure out what to do. We're changing that, and that's why I brought Kalani Fronda on board. So his tasked with going and approaching these individuals that have not built and offering not only the opportunity to have a contractor build it for them, but also offering them loans, like the Nahaza loans. That's very adjustable all the way down to 1%. In some cases, we're working with Habitat and the interest rate is 0. And so I don't like to cancel leases, and we're not going to cancel lease without first approaching that, whatever, the person that's in violation and asking them, what's the problem? Can we help you? Rather than starting with, hey, it's a contested case notice, and we're going to cancel your lease. I don't like that approach.
I don't want to cancel leases for folks who haven't built homes. I'm looking at lease cancellations for folks who violate the law.
Oh, those, yeah, we'll cancel those.
Cockfighting,
Yeah.
all of that.
That's a priority for me. The druggies, the cockfighting, the gambling houses, we'll do whatever we got to do to cancel those. That I can commit to you. And that's why we're kind of boosting up our enforcement units. In fact, I brought on somebody that is going to specialize and is taking the lead. We got him over from the federal side and brought him on. So he's taking the lead, and then he's also identifying people that he'll use in his team. And then if the legislature sees fit, we'd like to expand that group to the outer islands. So if we're asking for 1.2, maybe half of it is going to the enforcement. So if you do that, then we'll kind of get active on what you're talking about.
Thank you, Chair. And okay, I just want to clarify, I was asking about lease cancellations for folks who violate the law, not lease cancellations for
Right,
folks who
okay.
don't build the houses.
No.
For the record, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any further questions, Representative Elkos?
Thank you, Chair, Director. What is an average cost you're going to be selling the Hawaiian Homelands housing?
The average, I would say, again, it depends on the area, but it'd be over 400,000, maybe 430,000. That's my guesstimate.
Let's say 450, right?
Yeah.
So if you get 450 on the lot, who gets that money? You get the money after the sale?
No, that's used to pay for the house. It doesn't include the infrastructure. The department absorbs that, and that is maybe 220,000 per unit. So when you add the two, it's very expensive, but it's basically being subsidized by us paying for the infrastructure.
So how much does it cost for build a house? An average cost for the house?
About
labor-wise?
440,000.
So 440,000, but you got $600 million.
Yeah, most of that is going for infrastructure. The house cost is placed on the homesteader. They're unless it's a LIHTC rental.
So what would be the total cost with the infrastructure, with the house? How much you think would be about?
Close to 700,000.
Close to 700,000,
Yeah.
one infrastructure.
For one unit.
So there won't be any leverage of rent money or sales of the property that you could leverage on to develop more housing after?
The rent monies. What
Let's
do
say
you
if you're using rental.
Rental.
Is all sales or do you get rental as well?
Well, the 28 projects we have are for sale or participation in the LIHTC rental or owner builder or habitat project. So one of the things is we have all these different categories that depending on what your circumstances are, will fit you into that category. If you're kind of low income, maybe you do a rent to own because your income isn't that great. Or if you got sweat equity, you want to help build a house so you get the costs down, then maybe you'll participate in a Habitat for Humanity. But these will be choices that will evolve as we go through the list. And we're bringing in a third party to do that for us. And we got to do that kind of upfront pretty quick because that dictates how the developer is going to do his financing, his capital stack. If he's going to do a LIHTC rent to own, he's going to have to go into HHFTC in February and submit an application to get this funding through the Rental Housing Revolving Fund, the sale of tax credits, the bonds, and all of that. So this, the numbers are real key, but they're dependent upon, getting these people off the wait list that qualify for that particular approach. So we got to know that pretty quick, and that's why we have to help with the developers' capital stack and approach.
Sorry, a little bit, went over my head a little bit on that part, but with the state money and the sales of the home,
Right.
wouldn't have any extra money left to leverage or invest into other homes or projects.
Well, we're using all the money to invest in basically a little over 2,000 homes. But we're also putting infrastructure in for that second phase, some of it, not all of it. So there's no money that's going to be left from the 600 million when we get through.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're using it. We're not holding it or going to lose it because we don't encumber it in a timely fashion. That would be a bad thing on my part to allow that to happen. So if anything, my part is to come to you guys to ask for more money. And we're going to do that, and we're going to justify it by showing you guys we can do the job. And that's why when I come here and I show you these 28 projects we're doing, these are real projects. These are projects that we're starting to undertake already, and they're happening. And we're going to making the awards, both those that will be finished, but also those that we hope to finish in the future, assuming we get our funding.
Any further
Thank
questions?
you, Chair.
You're done?
I'm done.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Hello, Director. Quick question.
we're
I
done.
was wondering if you could provide us with an update on the former Bolodrome location. I know that in the past I've heard conversations about that being turned into housing for DHHL, but I couldn't find it on this list that you have on here. So I'm
Yeah,
just
that's a
wondering.
separate project.
Okay.
That's a LIHTC project.
Oh, okay.
That's the one where Stanford Carr went in. He got his funding, and I guess you guys helped him on his funding. That one is, I believe, 276 units. It's my understanding that he's gotten over that issue regarding the bonds being preferentially treated for in violation of certain things, and so he's gotten past that with HUD. So he's moving forward. I believe he hopes to maybe start construction this year. And then what we're doing is I've asked, and we've provided some legal research and guidance on the conversion of just rentals, which is what the project is designed for because it's funding. Well, when you use low-income housing tax credits and bonds, normally, especially on a condominium, there was a question as to whether you could have that sold with the option to purchase. So we did some research, and it's been done. The IRS has confirmed that that is permissible. So I've asked Stanford, in fact, I saw him this morning, that he do the same. And so that will probably be turned into a rent-to-own project. So we'll actually, once there's a conversion, people will be taken off the wait list. We're also looking at tweaking that in making it where the homesteader doesn't have, or the renter doesn't have to wait 15 years. So similar to what I was talking about, these award of a homestead lease for the ground portion, separate from the condo finance portion. And by doing that, again, not only do we obviate that 15-year wait, but we more importantly get the ownership as well as a homestead lease award, which can be conveyed to a successor should that person die, which if they died before the 15-year period, as it is now, the successor doesn't get unless they're 50% Hawaiian. So by doing it this way, even if they're 25%, they can succeed to the not only the lease, but more importantly, the equity that is being generated from the sales of the tax credits and all that good stuff that we've done on some other projects. Holy Malima, we did that in Kapolei with a 3-4 bedroom. Those families had to wait 15 years before they could get the homestead lease. And I think there was only one instance where there wasn't a transfer. But so anyway, we try to make adjustments to better address some of the issues, especially people dying, waiting for either homestead or on the LIHTC rental. And that was one of the criticisms and that's why it wasn't as popular. So if we can answer that and address that delay in the homestead award, then I think they'll kind of eliminate a lot of the problems.
Okay, great. Thanks for that update.
Any further questions? Okay, while you were talking about that bolodrome, it just made me think. So, they're using the LIHTC credit as a rent-to-own, and then they went to the IRS and asked if that was an allowable use. Did they, in that project, did they also use gap financing, the private activity bonds, any other?
Yeah, they have some bonding also
So then,
on that project.
because that's federal also, so that was
Right.
allowed?
That was the problem, whether that was a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
Okay, and it was allowed?
It's allowed.
Okay. Because the timing on that is different too, right?
When you do a bond thing, it takes longer, yeah,
That's
for
right.
sure.
So how does that work?
Well, he's already got his bond counsel, as well as, I believe he's already sold the bond, so he's in the position to close, but what was holding it up was this issue regarding the discrimination. So he's addressed that, so that's, I believe, I've been told that that's been addressed and taken care of.
Okay. Well, we can look into that further. Part of, there's a couple things. So one is, I want to talk about the GET that the county of Maui gave you, and it's about 20%, right? So
Right.
that authority. Now, the underlying law that we passed was that it had to be used for housing infrastructure specifically.
Same with us.
Yeah.
We got to use it for
Similarly-
infrastructure.
Similarly, and more specifically, it had to be used for sewer and water.
Right,
So,
right.
but I don't think the concept of what we were doing, everybody kind of gets it. It's supposed to be that this is like the intent was to give the county a kickstart into coming up with the money that they need to start a financing plan on how to build something of scale, right? So, and to come up with a strategic plan as far as clustering where development is, and not necessarily using the bonds as cash, but also maybe part of a financing plan that they could pay debt service with it, going on beyond 2030 when the law sunsets, right? So at 2030, they don't have that authority anymore, so the money goes away. So it was, I think that they need counseling on how to come up with some kind of long-term financing plan to build out a strategic plan of how they're going to build this infrastructure to encourage clustering of development and right, there's some level of efficiency by doing it that way.
Right.
And then, I don't mind them working with you to kind of, use, that 80 and 20 to come up with how that ties into a bigger plan. But if I feel that if it's only used specifically in your area, I don't know if it's going to have the same bang for the buck. That's all I'm getting at. So
They're just using a percentage. They're not using all of it for ours.
yeah,
Right.
It's 20%, but
Right.
it's only for a short period of time, right?
Right.
So if you were to do it, you would probably just use the cash. Versus, again, I would have preferred them coming up with some grander scheme and then using that authority to be a part of how they're going to pay debt service on a bigger project, building a sewer systems, locating water, whatever it may be, right?
Right.
And so as you're having conversations with them, I think that would be a better use for the money. It can be for a DHHS home, which I'm in full support of. But I think that you understanding the intent of what the legislature was trying to do when we gave them that authority, and they have a different authority from any other county. And it was mainly because when we were working with, working on the House Maui plan with Hawaii Community Foundation, and they identified that that kind of infrastructure, that kind of strategic planning is it's what's lacking on Maui, because Maui was and it's them identifying that it was the worst in the state as far as building housing. right? So that's why this plan is coming together. So one of the pieces of legislation that may be moving through the legislature is coming up with some kind of group specifically to talk about these kind of things, where they would be working on a interagency strategic plan, right? So that would include you, the counties, right?
Right.
Whoever it may be, and things like that. So this kind of discussion as far as how to use resources and then actually come up with a, and you know, good example of how that has turned out well, right? And I always kind of point to this, and the city and county has a 20-year plan, right, of how they're going to build out their urban core kind of infrastructure,
Sure.
right, how they're going to pay for it, and that was because of a lawsuit, right? So they were forced to come up with a plan of where they were going to build it, what it could serve, and more importantly, how they were going to pay for it, right? So
Right.
how they were going to finance it and things like that. And that's what I'm hoping that Maui would have done with the money to like help them get started and use it more strategically. So I just mentioned that so that.
Well, I think it's pretty strategic. They're giving us some of that because when
Yeah.
you look at the
But-
projects we're doing.
No, I understand, but
yeah,
I'm just saying that, you know, if they worked with you.
Yeah, they are.
In
They're
building
good.
something bigger, like.
Well, we're doing over 1,300 units in our projects on Maui.
Right.
We're spending close to 290 million of our 600 million on Maui.
Yeah.
So there's a commitment to really, move that particular housing development as well as address the wait list over there. We've made a commitment to Maui because of the tremendous need over there.
Right, so I understand that. I'm just saying that as far as using that money, and this is the important point I want to make, using that money to come up with a strategic financing plan of something, and I don't know what it has to be, right? And I'm not saying on how everybody can tie into this water source, right? Part of Maui's problem is that versus Honolulu, the water systems aren't interconnected. Right. So it creates problems, it creates water shortages here and there and things like that, right? Some kind of strategic plan to do all those types of things. That's what I'm, right? And then, because currently right now, it's the practice of all the counties to kind of make the developer pay. And when you make the developer pay, you end up with spot zoning, it's not strategic, it's things like that. So, but if the county starts building sewer and water infrastructure, right? And strategically designs it so that it interconnects with you and everybody else, right? And that's the point I'm trying to get across, that even though they gave you that authority, I think you should continue the conversation as far as using it for a grander scheme that ties into you.
Sure.
And I think that'll be a better bang for the buck long term. That's point number one. Yeah, and even the conversion of cesspools could be part of that plan, right? Building a system that the cesspools could tie into and all those different things.
Sure.
So I think that the other thing that I wanted to make sure was. You know what? I think I wrote it someplace, but I cannot find it. I think going forward, we want to work with. Okay, I know what it was. Okay, so yeah, okay. It was that the $600 million that we gave you was because it was part of a cycle, and that's kind of what I think you got to kind of work within that, where there are going to be times where the state is flushed with cash and flushed with resources, where we can are able to infuse money into things like what we did at that point in time, right? But then there will be cycles where the state's resources actually go down and then go up and things like that, right? So one of the things that we that I want to do in to help stabilize some of that cycling is And that's why I brought up the 2030 number and how that, and then it ends, right? The 0.5% going to the county, and they got to come up with a strategic plan on how they're going to continue paying for that. Because it's always been my belief that part of what's causing that is the appetite from out of state to invest, to buy property in our state, which is taking up supply and then driving up costs, right? So it's always been my belief that more of what needs to be paid for out of property tax, weighted to, and this is the important part, weighted to people, non-residents from out of state. Meaning you raise property to everybody, but then you also raise the homeowner exemption, right? So that you kind of protect the local people, right, that live and work here, because you're increasing the homeowner exemption. And then the people that are coming here and having a vacation home or, part-time resident or whatever it is, and yet, by the way, claiming income from another state, and so they're not really paying anything
Right.
into our system and all these kind of things, right? Taking up supply, and then they're the ones that have the ability to pay cash for these projects, which they're taking up supply and then driving up the cost of housing and things like that. So and that's why this 2030 target is kind of important, because what I want to do is when that sunset happens, is we, I believe, should take the 0.5% for state purposes, that we could continue helping you, right? And helping education, helping mental health services, helping universal pre-K, all the things that we want to do but don't have the resources to do. And then if we I know the county won't like this, but if we do that, then it kind of forces the county to do that practice of raising property and weighting it to the non-resident, right? And then by weighting it to the non-resident, hopefully one of two things will happen. One is they sell because they don't want to pay the higher property taxes, or two, they pay, which is fine too, right? So
Sure.
either way, in my mind, we win, right? It opens up supply, or they pay more taxes. So that's my hope, that we do this shift, and at the same time, so that we make non-residents whole, we will adjust the brackets in income tax to start to shift it away and kind of help the people on the low end. Everybody talks about the Alice's families. We've kind of shifted up higher so that they pay lower taxes and income, right? And then increase the standard deduction so they get more money in their pocket.
Yeah.
And so we have all these tax credits that kind of help people on the back end, but what happens is they cannot apply for these credits, or they don't have the wherewithal to know how to do it, so they don't get it. So my hope is that we just don't tax them in the first place, and we increase the standard deduction, we keep more money in their pocket, and then
That makes a lot of sense. I think the easier route, though, is to have developers that are familiar with the approach you're talking about, which is what we use under LIHTC, rent-to-owns. So they do a development of, typically about 110 units, and they do everything what you're saying, and the net benefit is the units are rented, and then with the option to purchase later.
Well,
that's how you can fund
and
it.
the example I always give people is the reason why I think this is the practice we need to do is because when you allow that to happen, you end up with spot zoning, right? And then on the back end, when you allow the developer to decide where development is, it's not, and I'll give you an example that I've given in this committee before. They develop way out here, which is something you got to think about, by the way, way out here, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to build this development here, and we need an elementary school because there's enough houses to justify an elementary school.
Right.
So I always ask DOE, do they consult you when they do that? And then they say, yeah. And I ask them, what do you tell them? And they tell them, yeah, we need one elementary school there. And I tell them, I think that's the wrong answer. I think the answer is, no, you're not supposed to build it way out here. Build it close to my high school and middle school so that, right,
When,
Yeah,
when they when they,
yeah, it
when they
makes
go
more
to high
sense.
school and middle school, it's closer to where they are, and then
Right.
it causes problems for us where we have to bus kids from far away to these schools and all this kind of stuff, right? And then even on the Big Island where they're giving like cheap housing for like and sometimes these people are economically challenged
Mhm.
and they need social services and stuff like that.
They were out in the boonies.
They
though.
were out in the
Yeah.
boonies. We spend more on vehicles in DHS to provide services for these people than any place else in the state because
Mhm.
they got to drive so far.
Yeah.
Right? Versus if you have a strategic plan on where you're building infrastructure, where sewer is, where water is, and everybody clusters,
Mhm.
then on the back end, it saves the state money because services, schools, right, all the things we pay for are
Right
clustered,
there, yeah.
right? So, and that's why I think a developer can do it, and they do that, and that's fine. But it's not strategic. It doesn't take into account the expenses that the state needs to pay for on the back end, and all those types of things. So I only bring that up because I believe that those discussions on the the interagency groups and those kind of
Mhm.
things, which don't happen in our state because we're such we're a different kind of state, right? Normally, schools, community hospital, jails, all these types of things are paid for by the county. So when they make developments, they plan for it.
Mhm.
In our state, the state pays for it, yet the county controls zoning and planning, so they
Right.
don't plan for it.
Right.
Right. So I'm trying to change that, but part of it is getting everybody to understand that this kind of thinking needs to happen, including you guys.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're using exactly what you're talking about in acquiring lands. Like when you look at our Maui, the Wailuku, Wai'ehu.
No, I agree.
It's
That-
all
those-
in
those are
good
projects.
locations.
Those are really good projects,
Yeah.
and that's part of
Right.
the concept, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Addressing what you're talking about.
That's right. So
Because you look at all our other lands, we're out in the boonies, infrastructure cost is horrendous. There's no ancillary services, no schools, and that's why when you look at the history of the department, the 200,000 acres, that's in very marginal, very poor areas, way out in the boonies, and infrastructure cost is horrendous. And then more so, and more importantly, the services that are needed to make a community whole and productive are not there.
Right.
So that's why if you look at, and that's why we deferred some of our projects because of that exact problem in the costs. And so that's why we've acquired other sites that are more in line with what you're talking about.
Okay, very good. So that gets back to the 0.5% GET that you're going to get till 2030, right?
And the rest later, right? After 2030, we get the whole thing?
No, well.
Oh.
Then the authority comes to the state to decide.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'll be here supporting
Yeah,
that.
okay. But then, yeah, so that's my hope that we can move towards that. And again, but and the reason why I'm kind of emphasizing this, part of it is that, like I said, I don't mind 20% of the infrastructure is for the purpose of the HHL on Maui for the GET, but it has to be part of
a bigger picture.
a bigger
Yeah,
picture,
yeah.
and how they're going to finance some big infrastructure project that will tie into you, right?
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but we do have this bigger picture, and our focus, primary focus, is on Maui, and so we have a bunch of projects that are, contributing a lot of money to make those for, and the counties, I think, how much are we looking at getting, Stuart, from the GET? From 8 to 15 million.
Right.
I mean, it's not a lot, but
Mhm.
it helps.
Yeah, could be more. But as the years go, I think it might grow.
Yeah, fortunately,
a lot
hopefully.
more. Okay. So yeah, I think good that you're thinking about those things, and I think, I think everybody needs to come together and start talking about that. And okay, so on Maui, I appreciate that you have some focus on rebuilding for the wildfire and things like that. So one of the things that, and maybe you know about this already, but is one of our challenges when you do light tech projects, right, is gap financing. So it's
Right.
right, it's the private activity bonds and things like that. So one of the things we discovered was that what another option that could be used on Maui and then could free up money to the rest of the state
is to use gap. The type of gap funding you could be used is Liberty bonds, right? Which is a mechanism similar to, as far as the financing mechanism, similar to the private activity bonds, but it was used specifically for disaster areas. So when the World Trade Center went down, that's
Right.
how they built the World Trade Center. back,
interesting,
was
yeah.
using Liberty bonds. But what it takes is a congressional authority. They have to approve us to allow us to use Liberty bonds, right? So, but this was how they rebuild in disasters. So if we were able to get that authority, like I said, it could fulfill gap fund financing.
Yeah,
but
would.
then free up the rest.
Because
of
that's the problem with the private activities bonds we have now. It's like 360 million.
That's it.
And the county's got half, the HHFTC got the half, and we got to compete for those funds.
Right.
So it puts a restriction on how much you can build.
Yeah. So this is, like I said, an opportunity to find another source of gap financing. Right?
No, that's exciting. We're also looking at the 501c3 type bonds on our side. We also have our own ability to issue bonds under 213.5. So we're looking at maybe 80 million, but that's contingent upon our revenue from our industrial and
When you float bonds,
commercial.
what kind of bonds are they?
They're private activity bonds
Okay.
through the state. We have specific authorization to do that. So we're looking at that. We got maybe 80 million we could maybe work on. But like I was saying, we were trying to activate and generate revenue on our unused lands. So once we do that, sort of like how we did on the Big Island in the Waikea shopping mall, we use those revenues from that shopping mall to issue and pay for bonds that was used to pay for infrastructure that was put in and which we then put houses on. So we have that ability to do that also independently.
Okay. So we could use your help to encourage our congressional folks to help us get
The
that
Liberty Bond authorization. I will bring that up.
Yeah,
I'm
I think,
flying up there in
I think
February.
BNF brought it up to them in the ESF 16 meeting, so their staff was there. But I think if you brought it up, also would be
I will.
helpful.
I will.
Okay. Any further questions, or you have any closing remarks, Director?
Well, I just appreciate this opportunity to come before you folks. Maybe I'll defer to Katie, and maybe she got a few words to say. You've been listening to me all. You got your own.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Closing remarks. We appreciate the support. I mean, historically, this is an exciting time to be a member of DHHL. And, the vision that this chair has brought is truly exciting. And so we just appreciate all of that. And please give him everything he asked for because he deserves it. So thank you.
Yeah, we will help everywhere we can, like I said. But strategically, I think what you got to kind of keep, and I brought the cycles of funding. So strategically, you got to kind of keep that in mind.
Sure.
We'll try and right there. When cash is low, then we have to use our bonds, that general obligation bonds and things, and that's kind of limited. So, but when the turn
Cycle is kind of good right now. Huh? It's kind of going up. The cycle, like 250 million.
It is, but it's going up from a low number.
Yeah,
so it's not as It's not as high as everybody thinks. Anyway. That's.
Oh, we'll take 300 million. How's that?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, we are adjourned.